MongolZ, great to get to catch up with you, as always. Considering the context of this matchup is do or die here in Austin, how much pressure are you feeling today?
Not too much pressure, to be honest. I think that we just want to win so bad and go further in the tournament. So I think everyone is really hyped up and we just want to play.
Considering the opponent that you have in front of you haven't played them in an official since, I believe, back in the Shanghai Major, right? Where obviously you've had some roster changes now as well. How much do you know about 3D Max as you enter the server today?
We practice against them a lot, but practice, tournament is tournament, but we watch. Also, they play a lot, so we know it's a different style of playing, but we are confident that we can beat them now.
They've gone with Inferno, which has been a pretty frequent pick for them. For you guys, win rate is probably not as good as you would like it to be, right? Anything that you're looking at doing today to make sure you can take them down?
Inferno has been so tough for us because all the force buys that the T side play is almost impossible to win, so we're going to look out for that and trying to maintain the lead and also the economy on CT side, because most of the times that we lose Inferno, I can't play up for like 7 rounds or 6 rounds on CT side. So we'll try to focus on that, and other than that, play our best. Thank
you so much, MongolZ. Good luck. Lucky, before we dive into the series today, I just want to get a few quick words about the Vitality game yesterday, because it was one of the more one-sided affairs that we saw going down for you guys. What do you think the key issues were in that best of one?
It's hard to say. Probably a mix of everything. When you get destroyed so hard, you can't really focus on one thing, you know. Even like from round 1, like Rob did a great play, so maybe it kind of shut us down, you know. And we didn't really get to play our game, sadly.
Now, Pain is going to be your next opponent. I haven't played them since, I believe, back at the Shanghai Major, over 6 months ago. What kind of style do you expect them to bring to the server today?
Probably, the classic Brazilian style, very explosive, chaotic, But, yeah, we're ready for it, so let's see.
Let's talk a little bit about the maps. You go with your kind of tried and tested Inferno. How confident are you feeling in your Inferno at the moment?
I would say we're pretty confident because we've been playing it a lot. So we could see what went wrong every time and trying to fix it. So yeah, I guess, yeah, pretty confident, yeah.
They've chosen to go with Nuke, of course, the map you played Vitality on yesterday, and I saw some struggles, of course. Different team, different context, right? Anything that you're particularly looking at, focusing on coming into Nuke as the second map?
Just trying to get into the game, quickly, Having a good start is probably gonna do, really good for us. So, yeah, we're gonna try to come off, strong, and yeah.
And considering the context of this matchup, do or die for you here in Austin, where's the confidence level at for 3D Max right now?
Where's the what?
What's the confidence level at? How confident are you that you'll be moving forward?
I think we're pretty confident, to be honest. Let's see who we face if we win today, but our goal is definitely to reach playoffs, so yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Lucky. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Welcome to Austin. This is stage 3 of the Major, Hugo, and we're at the point now where we're sending teams home and we're sending teams through into those playoffs. It's wild times. Over here on our stream, we're going to be taking a look at the Pain 3D Max game. Loser of this, and their time in Austin, their run in stage 3 is over.
Yeah, and we've been here before, right? Both these teams fell out in Shanghai in the top 16, 1-3 as well. We even had that head-to-head appear in the 1-3 that Freya mentioned in the interview, right? 3D Max winning this out last time, but this is a different Pain team. This is a Pain that have gone through changes, who have brought in more firepower, more experienced players, and so if there were a time that Pain would be able to take down 3D Max, it might just be today. We got the Swiss on our screens. Let's talk about some of the surprises, Harry, some of the interests as things have shaped out so far. We got our 3-0s, our 0-3s, Liquid out without a single win, and Furia going through 3-0. Pretty crazy stuff so far.
Yeah, you know, then obviously we had that big upset day one that you're still feeling the kind of ripples from. One of the squads that we have playing today in 3D Max matching up against Vitality at 1-1. And VP now getting the joy of playing them later today at that 2-1 position.
I feel bad
That's a VP that were 2-0 in these BO3s, drawing some rough opponents.
I feel very bad for VP. Like they've played actually really good CS throughout every stage they've been in, and now they've drawn just the worst games really to try and get through. They're going to have to fight through later.
Another one that I think is mad is obviously MongolZ shocked us all by going down like 0-2 to open this up. Well, they've now begun their reverse sweep after taking down Liquid. They have to try and go 3-2, so win 3 BO3s straight. But the next game they play is versus Aurora. That's one of the squads that was also favored to make it into those playoffs. So yeah, there's some wild games coming down the pipeline today. But let's start homing in on this Pain 3D Max one.
Yeah, well, you want to talk about, you know, having difficult runs. 3D Max know exactly what that's like, right? Look at their last 2 games in this stage. They played Na'Vi and they played Vitality. Even in that Na'Vi game, they almost won it out. They were favored. They were 2v1 at 12-11 on Inferno on that A site retake. Wonderful force into overtime, and then they lost out 16-14. Then they go up against Vitality, a match we thought would be a banger head-to-head. They got banged out, Harry, in that BO1. They didn't stand a chance on Nuke. And so, yeah, 3D Max, aside from their wins, their losses have been against some pretty impressive teams. Legacy in there as well, but we all know the run that they've been making right now, so they've got to take their anger out on another Brazilian squad, and that's Pain. You want to talk Pain, though. The thing that's interesting about this team right now is this season has sucked for Pain. This season has been the worst for Pain. Even though they are this deep in the major, the thing that's really hurt Pain is in the last 4 events, 3 of which they played with stand-ins. Not just 1. In Melbourne, they played with 2 stand-ins. They played with a coach and a 6th player. And so they haven't had their roster. They've been struggling with visa issues, travel, whatever it may be. This is really limited Pain. This is kind of hard capped them. I had no expectation coming into the major. Not just because I thought like, oh, this team's not that good, but they haven't had time to even play officials with their 4-5. So coming into the major, I'm like, yeah, I'm not rating this team at all. They haven't had the chance to play together. They haven't been doing the circuit as a unit, despite the sheer amount of events that they have attended as a 5, or sorry, as a core rather. They haven't played them as a 5. So I'm like, yeah, Pain, done, no chance. And they've still made it here to the top 16. I think that has got to be commendable for Pain.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you know, I feel like with this Pain squad, it's always been the case at these majors. They've been able to get something going, actually falling in this exact same position back in Shanghai.
And Copenhagen.
And then in Copenhagen being 1 game away from playoffs, losing to Na'Vi there, and they would go on to win the entire major. But, you know, every change that this Pain squad went on to make was with the goal of pushing themselves further at the next major. And so that's why, you know, you talk about them having to go and field stand-ins at events. It feels so much worse, right? Like, you want to come into this, you want to feel like you're peaking, like you've had time to get accustomed to the roster changes that you've made, and that just hasn't been the case for Pain. So yeah, I agree with you. It's been commendable, but can it be more than that, right? This is the game where they've got to prove it, taking on 3D Max now. This, I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of moving parts here, right? Like, I don't know if you managed to catch the Amiga game yesterday between Pain and them. And dude, I don't know. DGT, Davides, especially as that kind of raged on 3rd map, those 2 really came alive. That is like the 2 freshest face players in this Pain squad, and they were both looking fantastic yesterday. Very much coming alive in a crunch moment for the Pain squad.
Yeah, I mean, these are the firepower pieces, right? These are the guys that are meant to step up and carry Pain to that next level, right? And you talk about back-to-back, you know, majors where we see them in the top 16 and almost make the playoffs even back in Copenhagen. That was off of a carry performance from BigZera. But he can't do it alone, Harry. He needs more firepower, and that's what Davides and DGT are here to do. Despite that, NQZ still the highest-rated player for these guys right now. The guy to look out for on the AWP. We've got our vetoes up too. Inferno coming through. Nuke as well. Ancient's a surprise. Neither team has really been playing that map to any positive degree, so I think there's going to be a bit of a bloodbath if we go the distance. But safe to say, at least for me, Harry, I'm looking at this game for 3D Max and I'm saying this is a must-win match. Especially with the games they've played here so far, the teams they've beat, the teams they've lost to, they don't want to go out today.
No, I think also, like, even off of the VO here, I think 3D Max are the team that could 2-0 this series. Sure. I think if Pain are going to win it, it's going to have to be all three. I feel like the Inferno pick for 3D Max, not only has it been good for them, but by Pain's own admission, this is a map that they've just been struggling on, like really finding, having a hard time getting anything going on Inferno. Also, I think Nuke, even though the win rate for 3D Max looks atrocious, the teams that they often end up facing here are, you know, your Vitalities, your FaZes, you know, hard-hitting squads. It's usually where they go and they play like the best teams. And so, I don't know, the win rate feels misleading to me. I actually quite enjoy watching 3D Max on Nuke. And I know there was that 13-2 just absolute slaughter against them versus Vitality yesterday, but I don't know. I think that was Vitality all fired up after losing to Legacy day one. They need to kind of set the record straight. It's also a rivalry matchup between them and Vitality. And going off the odds for this one as well, 3D Max are the favorites there. So yeah, I think it's a good assessment. This is a game that 3D Max should be the favorites in.
Yeah, absolutely. And really for Pain, it's like, can you continue to level up when we continue to doubt you? Can you play better than you have before every step of the way? And who am I to say they can't with the level we've seen out of Pain consistently especially across majors, man. I think that's the big talking point today. The fact that we see this team struggle maybe against some of the best in the world, but every time at a major in CS2, they've made a run here to the top 16. However, this is where it often ends. Will that be the case today? Only time will tell. Inferno, Nuke, Ancient, 3D Max coming fast on that T side of their pick.
And it's a quad setup in this pistol round over towards A. And right now, that's where 3D Max look very interested in going. They didn't have any control over a banana, so it feels like straight away in this game, we're going to see 3D Max trying to brave a Pain stack. Flashes out in the top mid. Delete players from these angles. NQZ on the fullback, overwhelmed, and all 4 players dead in an instant from Pain.
That looked terrifying. Pain didn't know where to go. They were just locked into that bomb site. Uncomfortable after the double entry in middle and pushing through smokes. We'll see more of that today from 3D Max, coming in confident and screaming the house down as they go into a full stack and get out absolutely fine. Maka, very fun player to watch. In-game leader or not afraid to call chaotic Counter-Strike. And he's got the right team for it. Also, what a revitalization of body on this lineup as well, I want to say, because when we saw him Fnatic, especially as in-game leader, man, it was abhorrent. It really wasn't fun. Didn't like some of the calls he was showing back in the Shanghai run. And as an individual in this squad, he's actually been really, really strong in with his countrymen. Fits in very well to the culture of this team. Little pop through the mid-smoke. They nade the close cubby and they just jump through. 3D Max bringing the pace out long right now, but Exercise from the apartments picking the scout. And there's no surviving this one with just one MP9. David Deus was on the clock. And that's 3D Max breaking in, forcing the save. High momentum game already from the French. Lucky even said it in that interview coming into the match. We know what we're up against. It's a Brazilian team. There's going to be chaos. We're ready to fight it.
Something that is kind of wild to think about. All right, buddy.
That's good.
Something that is kind of wild to think about, but I guess this is stemming from the success in like the BO1s for Pain back in stage 2. And now hinging on the BO3s to be successful here in Stage 3. They've been able to get to this game right now without ever having played Inferno throughout the entire major run thus far. This is the first time it's come up in a series for Pain. And so they've got to leave, you know, one of their worst maps just on the back burner for the time being.
That has often been the problem with Brazilian squads at majors, Harry. It's been those map pools, it's been the depth. We're going to see it tested today, no doubt about it. Even if we get to Ancient, that's a big problem. But that's also a long way away. Got to survive the fiery pits of Inferno first as 3D Max just bring a decisive pace into this T side. They were about to go B right there, and they still might. Entry comes in on the edge of the smoke, and they clear up A as well. There's a stack here for Pain, but 3D Max, they don't need to hurry. 5v3. Let the kills come to you.
They sent Maka in just to go and probe A. He actually traded places with Exercise. And he's confirmed, like, guys, A is empty.
I don't think they even need to worry. They could waltz into B and get out 5 alive, but play it safe, play it smart. Guarantee the round.
You know I'm an Exercise fan on this map.
Oh,
he's very, very fun to watch in these lurks over towards A. As the game goes on, especially if 3D Max are able to kind of find an early advantage, watch for him taking a lot of liberties. I imagine he'll start off with just some of the usual, like, lurk up through Palace, trying to catch players in mid on aggressive timings. But as the game goes on, there'll be some smoke walks over on long. He'll try and create some space for B-raps or arch plays. I think it is in the extremity players here for 3D Max that they have a lot of strength. And Exercise often gets fully entrusted with that A side of the map, all on his lonesome. Not uncommon to see that. To allow the others to just group up and play far more decisively for Banana.
Let's go!
But he's trying to keep everyone hyped up and locked in.
Yeah.
And it's worked for these first 3 rounds, the pistol and the conversions. But now the guns are making their appearance for Pain. Let's see how this first rifle round goes.
Yeah, and QZ's got to hit the ground running in this one. AWP comes through. CT side Inferno. It's where you want to be. Can't be starting slow in a game of such consequence.
Here it is, one of these 1-4s where Exercise left to go work the A side of the map. And the rest of 3D Max look for this top Banana control.
Oh, they're just going to go.
They already have a lot of room here. And they feel like they can just move right in. Bigazera caught by the MP9 up close. Exercise has already found this long gap we were talking about. He didn't have to wait for long, didn't have to wait for any conditioning. It's an explosive play up through B. Exercise can feel that's handed him a gap. And he now roams the back line of Pain.
Yeah, he doesn't even go spawn and get caught. He's just here to kill the saving players. At this point, 3D Max feel like they've already won the round, so he's in no hurry to play. He's going to go clear on the long side. Doesn't check the corner, and so DGT might be able to grab that up and get out. That's the goal now for Pain, just to survive. Love that pathing for Maka, close to the wall. Uses the MP9 to its advantage. Chases down that CT spawn player. And Pain, a very annoying round to play up against, as it all happens so fast. 3D Max in full control.
Dude, I also just think it's such a worrying way for the game to start. Like, that's a quintessential, like, 3D Max Inferno round with the late long lurk out of Exercise post-contact on B. You know, these are the rounds that often come in when 3D Max are feeling their most comfortable. And you get hit by one to open up your first rifle round immediately. It's like back to the drawing board for Pain.
For NQZ, yeah, like he's got to be ready for that, right? Like you've done any prep on your opponent here, you know what you're up against, you've got to be ready for exercise. Coming out long on late timing, those B hits, just backstabbing. So I hope, because that wasn't, he didn't really clear it, he just ran into the angle. I hope that's the last time we see that for Pain. It's got to be something that showed up in the prep. It's got to be something now you have been reminded of very early in the map. It's something NQC has to stay aware of on the CT side, especially as the highest rated player at this major for Pain by a long margin. They'll get him his AWP back, saved on by Pain. Time to put it to use.
You have rough nade. And there's more mind games at play here. 3D Max hoping that Pain try and bring a bit of aggression, a flush out exercise on these lurks. And so now they send the rest of the team into play with him. Gravity dealt with first out through the long side. That's the AWP to find him, but look at this. Exercise has found one hell of a gap here. No cover from the apartments, allowed to just freely walk up through short. Davideus dead next. That's DGT and Davideus. Two heavy hitters for Pain, brushed aside like it's nothing.
I don't know, what a crazy read for 3D Max. What do? They go into the mid smoke with 4 players and they crouch back to back, 2 hold long, 2 hold short. The smoke fades and then no one's there. If there's a crossfire, I don't even know if they get out cleanly. It's a very cheeky play. But Pain have no one in middle playing info. And so 3D Max just walk up. Sure, they see AWP long, then Exercise speeds up. He has backs turned. DGT looking long side. That's a nightmare round for Pain. And so many of these are disappearing right before they even begin. 5-0.
And, you know, I touched upon it coming into this series, how just for Pain as of late, Inferno has not been a super comfortable map for them, and they've largely gotten to ignore it here across the entire major. This is the first time it's crept up in a series that Pain have had to play. And I think matching up against 3D Max is one of the tougher pulls you could get on an Inferno, not because there's some super sick, you know, like 80-90% win rate Inferno team. They're actually pretty middle of the pack in terms of the win rate, but just the style of Counter-Strike they play here, how it's all about finding gaps and timings, the mind games you play with your opponent, trying to read their adjustments and stay one step ahead of it. 3D Max are a very frustrating team to play against, especially for a squad that don't feel like they fully stand on their own 2 feet on this map anyway.
They're very comfortable here. Even these grenades battering Pain before the round begins. 0 damage taken for 3D Max, but they've dished out 100 Pain's way.
I'm just so worried that this is going to be like a huge T-side from Exercise. I think there's going to be gaps. I think he's going to get to exploit them. Already now, like he's getting ready to walk the mid-smoke. It's a repeat of the last time you saw him go over towards his A site.
Oh no, they're just walking in.
And they might just full commit to this B hit. They like all the room they've been given. Exercise fully leaves the lurk and just rejoins his team. And Pain, this is feeling rough. They're in a box here. Both these players at the coffins are low. A nade, a molly on Gravity would get rid of them. And that molly has trapped them both far forward, still holding on for now. Somehow Pain have battled their way back into this round. Lucky's gonna go looking. Here's the footsteps back in spawn, but gets swung. It's an ugly round for 3D Max, one that's gonna pump up Pain. Round they had no business winning.
Wow, MongolZ and Snow playing off each other really well. They're 2 and 3 players in that B bomb site, and MongolZ is just taking all contact while Snow hides out. He was low early from the nades. He never re-peeked. MongolZ deals with that flank, and Snow just stays tucked in. Nice trade work there for Pain, despite it getting awkward at the start with that CT player reloading. as the player walks through the smoke. So 3D Max get cheeky with it. They finally get stopped by the triple B hold. And the AWP is even here this time. 4-1, Harry. 4-1. Can't stay like this forever. Pain already beginning to rotate. Flashing the peak as well. NQZ on the corner, going for more.
There's the trade attempt, but Lucky's not able to get it. A lot of damage inflicted onto NQZ. He himself was low from nades from that push up to top banana. Ball control taken in the downtime. It's a good flash play out of Pain. Exercise and Gravity both get farmed up. And now Maka tries to take the space back. This is more info for Pain. These last 2 CT rounds giving us some faith in the Pain CT half. This one, very, very clean. If they can keep it that way, they're going to start building up some bank as well.
Surely not. Maka on 1. Davideus in the pit, and he's waiting for his site players to make contact, but that contact is quick. It's an execution from Maka. Lucky low as well. Gonna give it a go, but doesn't even know about his cold box player, and Davideus will not let him find out. Pain, evolving, learning, adapting, improving. They know after that failed B hit, the exact route for Exercise is out long. They flash clear him with 2 players on the swing. And last time they did that, they had 2 players alongside with the AWP and DGT. The Apps player got completely caught off guard. Not the case this time. No one sped up on short. Davideus had it on lock. So 2 rounds in a row for Pain is reassuring. Keep the good times rolling.
Nice, porra! Linda, caralho! Boa, porra! Linda! Boa, caralho!
Pain is staying varied with these setups. Double in the apartments this time, the AWP part of it as well. Doesn't look like Exercise is going to go their way. Instead, trying to play out through Boiler. Him and Gravity going about this mid control. That's pulled back the double lap setup. This is a lot of noise made out in top middle, and now 3D Max just walk away.
I like that. Re-clear for DGT, he just checked it. They know mid's clear right now. He might start to lean back towards that B bomb site, uncertain. As 3D Max look to make this happen. Sooner the better on this play. Bigazera with the Molotov ready. Trying to block this hit. DGT starting to rotate over. The smokes announce their presence.
Oh, Molly's wrecked Snow, forces him wide. There's nearly a lineup back here in the spawn. DGT, smoke spam will connect for some damage, but he's the only guy from Pain over here at this B site, operating entirely alone right now. Davideus and NQZ very far removed on this round. And even though Davideus is moving in and taking up this CT position to join DGT, you see that 3rd player on the AWP just not even interested.
Yeah, the top new box, top dark position is so powerful in the post plant as well. Seeing they get a lot more use as of late. Single-handedly stops that retake, and Pain know when to give it up.
This is like the other frustrating thing about 3D Max here is you're so used to having to anticipate these fast A takes or fast exercise lurks on timings and gaps out through mid, that when 3D Max run just a full 5-man all-in, more standard round, you end up, you know, not having enough resources lent towards the B site.
What an exec though, Snow. I'm surprised he even gets a kill there.
Yeah.
Flash, double molly.
No, he was not in a good position. He like burned down a half as well, waiting for them to actually arrive out through top banana to get to play after those flashes.
It's just a really nice round to throw in after all these A attacks and all these mid-control rounds. Even when DGT gets the info, he's not certain. Whoa, that's sickening.
That's lovely.
How did he do that? Okay, they speed up. Bit of a panic button pressed here for 3D Max, and they need that one clean. MongolZ doesn't have to give this kill away. 5v3. Take it or leave it. They're going to fight together on the long side. It's going deep. Decent damage as well. Blocks 3D Max at the door. It's Inferno. You can win these rounds. So Body's still trying to crack back open on this bomb site. Leaving the AWP alone. 3 rifles roam on A. It's one way to smoke Arch. It'll put the fear in Snow and give time for Body to surge. But double pit. Dude, they could nade the hell out of DGT right now. Mollies, HEs, everything. They've got it, but he just swings on that Molotov. The nade is too late. 2 players in the pit. Don't think you're ready for this.
MongolZ goes unaccounted for. Uncleared, weren't ready for 2 players down there, like you say. And so a swift return to form from Pain, stopping that fast A play. It starts with a wild shot from NQZ.
Yeah, that was out of nowhere. No info, no one even spamming the smoke. They're getting hyped, but...
Full blind flick through the smoke. Stansford not quite Zywoo.
Double mag 10, oh no, oh whoa, what a spray. MongolZ rolls it back like it's Copenhagen, and they go up in flames here. Nades continue to barrage this banana, 2v5 in seconds. 3D Max hit the wall, and now we have Pain contending for a half. I would save as well.
Oh, that's a really brutal save, though, isn't it? Minute and 15 left when you're already having that conversation.
All right, guys, go to the bathroom, go get a snack, get a drink. Come back in a minute or so. We'll be back.
Why are you getting a snack out of the bathroom, bro?
What do you keep in your cabinet? Let us know.
Oh, no one likes having to do this. This just isn't good for anything, really.
It lets you talk. That's the one benefit, you know. Try and plan that next one, but good to see Pain shut out a faster banana approach. Despite the nades that 3D Max have thrown in this T side, Pain's still willing to peek car off spawn. Ballsy. MongolZ putting his team on his back, the most experienced player here for the Pain squad.
Counter-terrorists win.
Frustrating. He's sending it, man. You got to give it to Snow. Young guy, lot of energy. Lets him know. As Pain stay in this game, we have a buy around the 2 save guns. It's not perfect. Gotta make it work, or we'll be looking at a split half here. Although that would mean doubting a 3D Max force buy on a map like Inferno. A team that loves a pop anyway. be dangerous to doubt that. Because there are cool snow out of Banana. Playing solo B as the rotate comes in. The map is too quiet right now. Something's up. Because Zera's got that read. Oh, wild smoke. Gonna break it. Nothing to see here. Could they get in the cubby with that smoke? Could get very strange. Oh yeah, okay.
That's what BiggerZera is worried about. No one crosses, they instead replenish a second smoke out to block off this AWP.
Held that molly way too long. You know they're going to disrespect it. Just had to go out.
And if you remember, right at the start of the round, BiggerZera left Snow to solo this B bomb site. Well, he's tried to wrap back around to join him, hoping that these players from A are going to be able to trap the CT rotate, and they will. DGT iced out on the move back over.
Oh, he needs everything.
Spawn control taken. Swing at a BiggerZera. It's just Snow all alone. 1 versus 5 in the B site, and he gets overran.
Yeah, I'm surprised BiggerZera forces that kill there. Sure, if he gets cleared, he's just going to die insta, but he's peeking into, he knows 3 players in Spawn. He's peeking into them all, and he did it a bit early as well. Would have liked to see him just buy a few more seconds, maybe have Snow fight off his contact. Could have gotten a lot more done there for Pain. So, 3D Max, get it done with less. 2 pistols in that round. They pick up every gun. But you do feel like that's a missed opportunity for Pain across the board. I mean, DGT just walking into Spawn there when he knew they were wrapping. A lot of curious moves made by Pain when he could have just held the cross, gotten info, gotten damage off, not risked his life. 3D Max find the gaps yet again, looking for an 8-round T-side on their map pick here. Who are Pain to deny that? I mean, that's an old classic, Aaron. The arch wrap into Spawn. You don't see that anymore. You don't see that these days. Oh.
That's how big the minimap needs to be to keep track of some of these 3D Max loads.
Yeah, true.
A lot of util lobbed in at top Banana, full like 3 molly take over top B. There's the reaction from BiggerZera, just tries to swing in, make a bit of a play. Catch 3D Max as they set up, but all that's done is roll out the red carpet. They've got their eyes fixed on this B play. Back of the site is Snow, gets out with 1, leaves this in a 2v2. His teammates a long way away, but it's Pain on for the retake.
Every B execute is so suffocating. Snow tries his best to buy time, but smoke molly, everything. Flashes come in and 3D Max trade their kills. This is it. Last ditch attempt at the end of the half. The AWP goes down, and NQZ on 3 kills picks up a rifle, trying to put it to use in this post plant. He'll nail that headshot. Exercise in the 1v2 to try and keep 3D Max in a dominant position. Ugly shots, and Pain will make it work. 5 rounds on the half. It's not pretty, but it might just be enough as Pain long out 3D Max.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Untitled. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
Natus Vincere.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Vincere, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh, man. I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, MongolZ.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kosterev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yep, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
For a second?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
They're 3D maxing all the way to the finish line. The French sitting 7-5 up after a T-side of Inferno, and Pain lagging behind. There's a couple of consolation rounds, and they steal that retake to give them 5 at the end of the half. But right now, it does feel like 3D Max are stealing the show in this must-win elimination game in the Stage 3 of the Blast TV Austin Major. Both these teams fell short in Shanghai in this position. One will make it to that final day of play.
Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I think Pain came in swinging on that CT half, and like, considering it was the pistol round going the way of 3D Max, I actually thought it would be an even more one-sided first half than what we got.
Sure.
Pain able to repel a couple of these B plays. Now moving on to a T side of their own.
Good run.
They've spotted 3 players on this wrap round, so they try to pick up the pace on the B hit right into Lucky, who farms the first 2. NQZ battles back. That is a wild hat-trick of kills from Pain's sniper on Banana. His pistol round not secured yet though. Body sends the reminder. 1v3 turns 1v2 with low HP on NQZ from those fights earlier on. First spot now. Want to get his attention. He's going to have to close the gap on these 2 players at back dark. Both kills have to come immediately, and he's not ready for Davideus. Falling for this bait and switch. Pain with a pistol round, and they can thank NQZ, the one-man army that dealt with that 3-man flank.
Yeah, it was pretty irrelevant on that CT side. That AWP didn't really do anything. I don't think he even got an AWP kill. Oh no, he got 1 AWP kill in the half, and maybe picking up the rifle in the final round, winning that retake, reactivates him, hit some bangers in Banana. That's a 5v3 for 3D Max. Lucky is only meant to block and buy time. He gets 2 kills on that smoke push, and the speed up for Pain is just what the doctor ordered. They pick up that first round, and now anything is doable here for Pain, even on a map that has been troubling, that hasn't appeared in the major for them. Could that be to their benefit? Do they have something in store on this T side? This game just opened up. Because honestly, 5-round CT side Inferno, I'm with you. You know, you said you felt they played pretty well given what was thrown at them. 5-round CT Inferno is fine. This map is leaning T-sided right now. Most played map of previous stages in the major. So as Pain look to complete the comeback here, they've got to get through the full eco. This one should be easy, even with the A stack. Lucky spamming smokes on that B bomb site. Pain wrapping the stack. Psych. Stop this.
Davideus told them, I just heard one rotating away, and so they wrap in through the spawn, and they'll flush out Lucky, dodging this 4-man B A hold, and securing the round. Pain tying us up at 7-all. As the conversions come through, DGT had them stats. 1 man left in it. And that's going to put him up towards top of the charts for his team. Nice little 4K just to build up some money, build up some confidence. $1,200 made. And quickly laying that round to rest. Pain at tie up. The 3D Max pick of Inferno.
Wow. They grow up so fast, Harry.
And dude, like this first buy round is not ideal for 3D Max. Auto shotgun for Maka. That's the best weapon they've got in the round.
I was gonna say, what do you mean not ideal?
Look at the pace on Davideus.
Ooh, body.
Dude, in a round where you didn't have a lot of util anyway, having a Mac 10 charge up banana like this feels really annoying. You would have loved Body to be able to sit on these smokes for a while. Whole extra set dropped for him over towards the spawn. Instead, he's had to burn the first set of util very early on.
Yeah, just the fact that he's panic spamming nades right now might make you realize it's an MTB bomb site. Gravity's getting aggressive in the apartments, but this isn't going to matter because Pain aren't giving away the kills. Body drops yet another smoke, and Pain decide to abandon ship. Change their plan back to middle, finding Gravity coming out aggressive. And under, knife out, you're not ready for that. A very annoying death for exercise. As 2 kills come in, Pain would be silly not to jump on it, so they go fast.
Oh, it's a good position for the auto shotgun Maka. Any more?
Best gun.
Mollied out,
No
but he
way.
plays right through it. Maka's in the back line. He's chewing through Pain. This shotgun has turned the tide of this round, giving 3D Max it way back in.
Through smoke, full blind.
Lucky's been spammed to death, but Body gets his revenge. Can Maka keep the good times rolling in with this auto shotgun? NQZ, 9 points of health. Trying to battle forward, looking for this player on the long side, realizes he just doesn't have time for this. Pain can't believe that this one shotgun on 3D Max's AWPer on their captain has robbed this round away from them. 4 kills from the Maka auto shotgun.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 3v5, double Mac 10 entry from aggressive 3D Max players in middle, and it's Maka in the boiler that burns them all down. 4
I tried
kills.
to tell y'all. You know, I said.
I agreed.
Gun of the round.
Gun of the round.
Man of the hour, Maka.
3,600 in cash off of kills alone. That's what Europa wants. That's what Europa needs. That is a steal of a round. As Pain had a 5v3. They get turned into compost. And it's 3D Max noticing this opportunity, calling out an instant pause off of winning that cheeky round. Wasn't with a lot to say because Pain were coming back into this map with 3 rounds in a row until that auto shotgun comes through. So 3D Max can't afford to waste this opportunity.
body with aggression. Oh, that's scary. Nades follow up, and Davideus looking at worse for wear. Oh, that's just a kick in the teeth of a round for Pain. And now this one's starting in a bad way. If they fall here, their money gets broken. 3D Max sprinting towards double digits.
Gotta be careful on these smoke fades. With DGT and a Cubby and a player in Boiler, this could suddenly explode in middle. Dodging those shots. If one connects, that long player will hear the tag. They'll know DGT's position, but right now, complete surprise, and Gravity is not going to budge. Gravity budge. He's been there like 30 seconds, and he just walks out. The lineup is there, but the shot's too quick. Pain speed up, and missed shot for Maka.
He's getting wrapped through Moto as well.
They could have gone
DGT
through.
decides against it. They're going to play for spawn. They're looking for these B players who were rotating over. Footsteps heard. That's a double right here. But Lucky holds on. An important 2K. It's all eyes on Snow. This guy's been trying to keep the energy high for Pain.
Winning a 1v2 would certainly do that. Exercise just picked up a Molotov and Spawn. If he guesses right, burns out new box. Snow has nothing to do but re-swing. Will Exercise realize what lies inside this site? Wrong Molotov. Snow, time on his side. Exercise has got to get on that bomb, and he's got to do it quick. They need to clear this position manually. Snow backstabs. They're off the defuse. He checks. He realizes it. The young player steps up in the clutch and puts an 8 on for Pain.
Huge stuff. 18-year-old Snow at his second major in the Pain jersey. And it's a stylish little cool as ice 1v2 from the back of B to tie up this game again.
So shocked. We've seen 2 situations now where players decide not to molly arguably the most popular position that any post plant is going to have. It's almost too obvious, maybe, but it's the best position for a post plant. You get to peek both sides. Yes, it's a little bit wall bangable, not really though. And you can AD, you can check the bomb. You're not committed. You're not trapped in a corner. Everyone thinks about dark. But as soon as they know you're dark, you're dead. New box gives you that room. And both times over, neither team Molotov it. And they get away with murder. So Pain responds with a devastating round win from Snow.
That's the money broken. Snow has called off play for 3D Max. And another one of these full stacks in the A-bomb site that might just get dodged by Pain, as they're poised for the B hit right now.
What can you do? What can you hope to do? Maybe find this AK in apartments? So that's something here for 3D Max to feel good about this round, but still Pain, up to 9.
Bomb has been planted.
This was meant to be 3D Max's comfort pick. Place where Pain don't have that recent experience, let alone with this not with this 4-5, let alone at the major.
Yeah, literally the first time they've played Inferno.
And last time they played it, they had stand-ins, right? They're coaching this team, so this is part of my worry as I was setting up the series. Like, I just didn't think Pain had this major run in them with no officials as a 5. Apparently not. Stepping up to the task right now, leading the game on 3D Max's map pick. This rifle round is everything for 3D Max. And it's moments like this that I say, where is the young star Gravity, right? We've had the young players of Pain show up. Gravity, similar comparison, but currently very quiet. Poised again with the AK. Needs some value. It's the experienced players of this 3D Max team trying to carry them through. They know exercise of position, they don't pounce. I want to see a Gravity round. There's still time for it. 8 and 10, but
I mean, this would be a great time for it, right? Like, they are coming towards his bomb site. He's armed with the AK saved out of that last round. He's got the gun for the job, the best weapon you can hope for on this CT half. Ouch. And he does have Pain coming his way. For now, Mac has got their attention over on Long. But it looks like they're going to leave him entirely. And it might not be this A play after all as they regroup with NQZ on the banana side.
A lot to clear though. Sure, 2 smokes a Molotov. You're going to save that for the bomb site, but this is a lot of map to clear. That smoke actually is a huge beacon to Pain saying, hey, there's no one in banana. You can take this space so that lazy clears can come in. They shift around the corner. They get ready to go B. Macca's rotation just in time. No util on this B bomb site as they contact in.
Gravity also made a play in the downtime. He's already cleared out top mid, so he is right behind these 3 players moving into the B site. This is good proactive gameplay from Gravity, but it doesn't matter when you get shot in the face. Might have given his team the info, might have allowed these rotates to come in sooner, but now you're lagging behind in the manpower.
And he's on the line. The only kit in the round is on Gravity's body at banana. Safe to say this one's not happening. And now they molly quad, but it's too little and it's too late. No time nor money, nor hope in this round. 3D Max abandon it and allow Pain up to 10. Great rotate back to that B bomb site, straight through the smoke. And Lucky's double in vain in this round, as Pain are truly controlling this game now.
And this, you know, whole little kind of second win, this streak of rounds coming on the back of the Snow 1v2. Finding a lot of success since that point. Pain is starting to pick up a lot of steam on this T half. Game is rapidly spiraling away from 3D Max. That's after winning out the first half 7-5.
Yeah, I will say it. They're crumbling. They're absolutely crumbling under the pressure right now. This is not the 3D Max we've been seeing all tournament long. Playing confident, playing aggressive, causing chaos. It is Inferno. It can be very hard to do that when you're down on the CT side, especially in man-down rounds like they're constantly being put in, but it's feeling pretty limp right now for 3D Max. Someone needs to save them, re-inspire some hope, because 10-8. Pain are staying calm, they're staying focused. DGT with a great game right now as well.
You can kind of feel the tension when we're on the 3D Max cameras. But Pain staying very calm.
Oh, wow.
Faith in the individuals. Snow with another important kill to open up this, what will be a back-breaking round if it comes through for Pain.
The 2 young stars of the teams clash, and I like the move for Gravity, trying to get activated, trying to force something.
That's the worst part for Gravity, is he's often been making good proactive moves, but never able to stick the landing.
What a read for Snow, crouching on the arch corner, on the alt mid corner to hold that push. Just knows what they're up to. And so you start this round 4v5. Body might even get hung out to dry. Smoke on the molly, just so Lucky can assist. But Body needs multiple kills. They're padding out B. And yeah, they start to rotate back. This is a nice, hasty move for 3D Max, and while you don't often see players get left at the bottom of Banana like this on their own, this is a symptom of the difficulties they've been having. The issue is Body. I'm not sure he'll clear this hard. Yeah, NQZ in the corner gets away with murder, and the bomb can come back. Uh-oh. I think we got to save, boys. There's even a lurker to make that a little bit more tricky. Exercise. Gonna learn his own lesson here. Vincere hears him trying to save, and he will not allow it. 11-8 for Pain off of the back of another save. 3D Max, safe to say, jump the gun. These flanks too fast before Pain are committed. And this might be the vengeance from Shanghai being set up here from Pain. It's a BO3. It's still room here for 3D Max. But this was their pick. Oh, he can't lose this orb. Maka needs it desperately. They're coming at him from all sides. Oh dear, and it's gone. They know just how much that weapon drop means. And 3D Max have a difficult question to ask. Do they buy it or do they save?
It's awkward. You don't really feel like you have the faith in your gun rounds either, right? You've had one round of success in this second half. Just playing with pistols now. Pain so close to map point here on their opponent's map pick. The first time Pain have had to play Inferno here on their major run. And it's standing up to the 3D Max test. Carved out 5 rounds for themselves in that first half. And it's turned out to be more than enough for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, that's the craziest part. Dropped 1 round on this T side. It's quite an angle here for DGT. Spots that boiler player, and 3D Max are losing space with every passing second. They make a gamble on this B side. Even now, Pain are in no hurry. Trying to force free damage. That leave gets heard. And a top banana smoke comes in. 3D Max on the clock as they rush that rotation. 30 seconds. Pain look invested. Invited even. That molly is going to limit exercise a lot.
Lands a dink. And a lineup for Gravity, who will multi-kill, but shouldn't be enough for the round to get too interesting. 3D Max, it's these extremity players left now, all the way over from that B site. They're going to try and regroup over here in mid. But the AWP is on this line, and NQZ fed that kill. Victory should be assured here for Pain in this round, and that's going to leave them with 4 chances to steal away the 3D Max pick of Inferno. With Nuke up next, Pain's pick in this series. They're the ones eyeing up a potential 2-0 finish. 3D Max and their run at this major either needs to be saved right now on Inferno with a 4-round streak into overtime, or they've got to try and do it on Pain's pick.
Lets him know. There is 3D Max who started the smack talk. Snow looks to finish it at 12-8, 4 chances with 5 bomb explosions in a row, 5 saves, or at least attempted saves in a row. here from 3D Max. They have not been in this half by any metric. Maka, AWP, he's got it at least. But as irrelevant as NQC's was on CT side, Maka is the same. What? I have never seen that. Wow, that's cool as hell. Am I alone? You ever seen that?
I know.
That's so crazy.
A little boost up through the window.
Cheeky.
Something else that I think has been super reassuring for Pain is, you know, you think about this squad and their attempts to break through at majors, how close they've come, how they followed up these runs oftentimes with one or two pieces changing, and the two freshest faces, Davideus and DGT. You know, when you're getting bought into this squad, a team that are already finding some success in majors, right? Making top 16 in Shanghai, in Copenhagen.
I mean, so close to playoffs in that Copenhagen
Yeah,
run.
it's like, you know, when you're being bought in, it's because the team want you there to try and elevate them, that one extra win, that one extra game, into those playoffs, into the next stage. And so it has felt reassuring to me that DGT, in both of these must-win games for Pain, has been such an important piece. Davideus a little quieter here on Inferno, but it hasn't been a problem yet for Pain. Now this is a 2v5, and they're just running into this B site. The crossfire is set up. 3D Max hold on for their first in what needs to be a run of 4 rounds here to lock in overtime.
I mean, you've got to be flawless now. It's very, very difficult to imagine they can do it with how clean these rounds have been from Pain in this T side. But that is the first step, a 5 alive round to keep everything alive, everything up for these upcoming rounds.
Vamos! Let's go, les frères!
Maka finally in the right place to fire that AWP. He's had enough of sitting back on the A-bomb site while B gets overwhelmed and run down by Pain. Back on B with body.
Bombs left back at the stairs as well, so this will be a bit of a foot traffic area. Davideus having a hang around here. Is he ready for a player deep? Because right now this AWP at the top of Banana is taking a lot of the eyeballs, a lot of the attention. And Body gets to remain concealed. They still don't have this bomb. Davideus never crossed back to get it.
You get distracted. No one's even thinking about it right now. And Pain do look like they want to go for this hit. So someone has to run back. This is really wasting the time off the clock. Body, last time he was in this position, he went way too early. He kind of gave up the round by flanking. So he's going to smoke it. He's going to remain in position and even go back to that actual bomb site. As they break through with a nade, he needs to be very careful. These repeats are high risk for Body. He gives it away. That's the B site crumbling. That's a huge mistake. And now Pain might just run in and win this map.
Oh, for what's meant to be one of your experienced pieces hanging around there, trying to stick that fight out, has left his squad in a desperate spot, scrambling these rotates. That's exploiting holes now. Biggest error. Here's these players rotating off, the backstab in. And he's just wasting time. Time that 3D Max simply do not have. 3 versus 5 on this retake. A swing from Body and Maka, leaving them on the back foot. Gravity with the first kill to try and pull them back in. But now he's the one man left standing, and Pain wash over 3D Max. Now on the back foot, 1 map away from elimination in Austin. Their own map pick turning against them. They've got to save themselves on Nuke. Pain's pick up next.
Unreal. I mean, that last round just encapsulates everything. what a crazy mistake for Body to make. I did not think a player of his experience, his caliber, would do that, especially when the nade comes in. He got a chance to escape, to dive back and actually play that bomb site, goes for a fight, and I love that Pain just jump on that. They realize it's a solo B player. It's the same guy, again, that gave them that way in, and they close it out. Incredible game from Pain. Very impressive on a map they haven't even touched at this major so far. And for 3D Max, a bit of a dismal finish on one that has typically been so good to them. The T side was lovely. The CT side leaves something to be desired. New Cup next. We'll see you after the break.
Pain's first Inferno at the Major goes down like a treat. They love that. Stealing away the 3D Max map pick. Pain now ready themselves, heading on to Nuke. Their pick in this series with a chance to 2-0 and send 3D Max home. 1-3, cutting their run short here in Austin.
Those odds flip, and for good reason. A bit of a choke, I'd say, for 3D Max on that last map. They had them right where they wanted them. They had a 7-round opening half, and then Pain just come in with a blistering T side. And sure, there were a couple of pretty brutal mistakes in there for 3D Max that had huge consequence, but still, take them away, and it was still a dominant half for Pain to pull that game back and close it on Inferno. So very impressive resilience for Pain. Both these teams have been in this position before, back in Shanghai, both going out 1-3. One of them will follow in their same footsteps. The other will go through to the final day of play where anything is possible. Who knows who you could pull in that 2-2 game? You can't think about it yet. You just got to get through Nuke. Pain looking for the 2-0.
Oh, they immediately sort of set a tone here on the T side of Nuke.
Gonna be
a
sweaty.
slow burning pistol. Body with the spot, ramp side. Gravity and Maka are the two dealt with first. That was two players over towards main. And as they try to scramble to move around this CT setup,
nice.
DGT knocks them out of play.
Got 2 upper kills. Might tempt you into this top site, but it's still well defended here by 3D Max. So will Pain realize what they're going into as they back up to the lobby. Outside re-cleared, back site and door. This is looking pretty good for 3D Max right now. Unless DGT gets his hard entry. Lucky boxed in behind the door. Backside exercise falls as well. And Lucky just trying to stand tall on his own. They run him down. He gets stuck on the door. 2v1. The vent covered, flying up it. Headshot to 7 health. And Body cannot finish what he started here. They stick it at the back of the site. And Pain can 3-2-1 this. They can close it together. But a kill is isolated. And Body, who has a shot, falls short. Nice try, but Pain's pistol today.
Yeah, that's a pistol round left hanging in the balance. But well recovered. Snow with the dink. Davideus able to capitalize. And a frustrating round for 3D Max. That would have been worth its weight in gold just to set them back off in this series. They've gone through a string of losses here. Their memory from Inferno soured by how that second half went. And now they lose the pistol to open up Nuke. All the momentum residing with Pain. That's only going to help. Snow on the smoke spam. Can't take it any further. It does a bit of damage onto Body, sure, but it's still the 4v4 here for 3D Max.
It's a bit awkward that his team weren't ready to trade him there, so Body does get it out. He gets to escape. He shuts a door in his face, but Vincere wants his kill. Oh, he didn't know which side he crossed. QC trading still. Down the vent. Bit of chaos here added by 3D Max. They do not relax. Bomb is stuck on this site right now, and 3D Max know it. They're going to come searching, going to go clearing. I think they've got a good idea of where this has gotten to. Checking every position. If it's not ramp, then it is backside. So a manual check from Exercise. He doesn't clear. He does not clear. And they line up.
Oh,
that is going to hurt.
It. He gave it like a little glance, but didn't full check.
Oh. That's a disaster. That would have been the force by win 100%.
Oh, that's just a punch in the gut. 3 on 2. 3 on 2, and they clear the position, so they believe. But just a bit too shallow for Exercise.
And post plants are nice. With no one coming single door, there's just no entry available for Maka. Hidden back sight. And it just goes like that. Pain converts in a painful round for the French.
And there's just, you know, there's been a couple of these kind of rough rounds you get to the end of, and it really tests your patience, your resilience in this series. And it feels like 3D Max have had to experience the bulk of those type of rounds. This one, just the latest in a few horrible circumstances for the Frenchman. So just this saved pistol dropped over, MP9 for Maka, that's it. Had the golden chance to upset early, bring themselves back in a nuke in round 2. Instead, they're going to be waiting for the guns.
And Pain just pick up their freebies as a result. Playing pack CS right now, just grouping outside in these rounds, leaving DGT to lurk lobby. Saw an interesting stat yesterday about how DGT is the player with the most snake kills, as it was coined by Maui, which is kills shooting players out of where you're out of their POV, so more than 45 degrees out of their POV. Lurkers kind of up top there. Spinks was someone in the top few. DGT was #1. So we're going to see how that comes into play in a map like Nuke on a T-side lobby lurk, whether he can catch players off guard, sitting on the T-roof, just being annoying. Right now, this B hit, it looked simple, and it remains to be. DGT is cleared in the lobby. That gives a gun for the save, but winning this round is a different case. They're not doing it. Pain put that bomb right down. And Exercise may as well have a look in, but Body's already cooled it off. Go on. What's he going to do? Tap the bomb? I would like a tap here because it makes the players come back to check. Hello. Oh dear. Well, he's dead at least, but it's not a good sign, is it? It's not going to make you feel good, that kind of death. So 2 kills off bomb. Snow doesn't care. He does not give a damn. 3-0. Lock in, boys.
Snow been loud since this series started. Every round that Pain get, you know he's going to say his signature phrase.
Oh, caralho.
And he's going to scream it at you. And maybe it's a Pavlov's kind of situation. They're so used to hearing it now.
On lost round.
Yeah. That he can just yell it at any point in the round and 3D Max admit defeat. That is a gnarly opener from Davideus. Yeah, lucky 2 shots. And his round is over. This first rifle round for 3D Max starts a man down.
And look at the belief. Look at the confidence. They just walk hell. They just walk out ramp. It's completely free. Bodies in the B site. Look at the backstab. There's so many more players that they can find from this position. Exercise dodges death, or does he just delay it? Coming in Locker's side. Oh, he's spotted as well. This one's getting claustrophobic here in hell. Nice shot for Exercise. 2 more on the ramp. Lurker outside dealt with. 3-on-3. Pain, it's getting a little bit scrambled up here in the mid-round. Better to group and just play together. Bodies in this B site since the first start of the round.
Maka's also dropped through the vent, so he'll be here to support Body. If Body's just able to buy some time, stay alive. There's the reinforcements arriving. Flash out. DGT 1 versus 3 as this begins. Knows about the player in double doors. It's the Exercise ramp wrap that's currently not confirmed for DGT. Plants it wide in this smoke. Gonna try and disappear through it. But Exercise is quick to capitalize on that ramp flank.
Yeah, we saw 3D Max do something I saw another team do recently. Maybe it even was them, Harry, if you could remind me, where they give up ramp entirely, they put a player B from the start, and then they play a lot of players outside and come back to fight hell or hold it from CT spawn. And, you know, it just leaves ramp open. Sure, it's a bit of a risk, but that B-side position is so strong for body, and if you have a hell player watching, like, it's not a nice crossfire to come out on that turn below ladder and nowhere to clear. But the issue was Payne walked straight out ramp and 3D Max had no one there. They were too busy focused outside. So they've got to fix the timing on that play. But I like the idea. It's something different. It means your ramp player won't just be caught off guard for a free kill. See if 3D Max continue to concede ramp in gun rounds. Gravity.
Oh, this is weird, though. There's 4 players leading outside. The bomb's still dropped here. And they have these smokes to try and get players a little closer out in the yard. They've gone back. So that will get retrieved. It's all well and good. Snow's going to lob in this one. Blocks off main. Allows them to get a little bit wider here. Might be an attempt at the garage cross. Second smoke in. Vigazera plays through them. And so these attempts at getting through the crisscross smokes for Payne have not gone well. 3 players dead out in the yard. DGT and Snow left in the 2v4, and Snow's dead straight away. Good follow-up, and 3D Max are getting pumped. For the first time in a long time in this series, they start chaining together some rounds now.
Yeah, that looks good. DGT really just patient in the door, but I can't believe Gravity gets 2 kills through the smoke before he's even given the chance to take that kill. Unlucky round, you can write it off the Payne. Gravity is a bit of a nuisance. But everyone else hits sharp shots coming back in from heaven. And it's Payne who called the timeout first. Exercise still using this AUG. He had it out on Inferno as well. Not much avail. But why not give it a go? Oh. Blocks going back. Oh. And now that you've heard the blocks, Gravity is coming in. He's coming in hungry for those eco kills.
Sick moves for Snow.
Oh, 1 kill. Any more? No. Impressive round. 3D Max getting their mojo back as they rush the lobby.
All right, they've added a bit of fire into their game. Smiles now for 3D Max and everything. These guys were getting put through the ringer, and you could feel it. You could kind of feel the tension whenever we cut to them. But these last few rounds, a departure from the norm and a return to the 3D Max you're used to seeing. Some aggressive moves, pack play. And Body's going to keep the good times rolling in. With aggression out over towards ramp, he's been flashed through to make a play. He has bypassed a player on this smoke. DGT, uncleared, never fires off even as the flashes stream in. But that's how they make up for it, and it's more aggression here for 3D Max. Gravity's ended up on T-roof. Full lobby control taken. Payne boxed in out of the yard. And they kind of feel trapped, like they have to play to lower right now. This space and secret is all they have.
Oof, nice shot for Lucky. Even thinks Bigazera making this clutch suddenly unrealistic. Plant has become the new goal, and Maka is here to disallow it. In theory. Zera, dead of course. Paying at the plant, 3D Max get the round. Everyone's a happy chappy, but 3D Max are showing up at least on this CT side now. The guns have come through.
With 3D Max having this sort of second wind of energy on this CT half, for Pain, it's going to feel like you're playing a very different team all of a sudden. You know, they felt a little bit disjointed, sometimes freezing when they should be going and when 3D Max would usually go, sometimes forcing plays that don't need to happen. But in these last few rounds, there's been a lot more conviction behind these lobby hits. That was lobby aggression once they lost ramp on that push. 3D Max just sticking to their guns, sticking to the game plan and looking for that space. And this is the sort of brand of Counter-Strike you've come to know about this team. They like to battle you. They like these grouped pushes. Pain as well need to rethink how they want to go about this yard control. The few rounds you've seen smoke walks out into Garage, these have been guaranteed kills for 3D Max. They're never getting caught off guard by it.
It's getting a bit loose, really, in this T side right now, right? We're having players walk out ramp, walk through smokes into Garage, give away advantages. Pain need to tighten it up because they're got to pull the leash back here for this T side because 3D Max are steamrolling it since they've had rifles. Exercises org continues to pay off here. Pain are put down. Davideus given nothing. Vent drop available. No safe haven right now. 3D Max playing off each other very well. And I'm getting a little bit worried for Pain here. We saw 3D Max choke under the pressure. Back on Inferno. Pain can't afford to do the same and go to a map of Ancient that they've had a really terrible time of as of late. They have not touched it. One loss to Namiga here. And that is it for 2025. They don't play that map. So Pain need to close it out now while the times are somewhat good. Oh, that's a stressful kill, but Davideus does do it. Lucky behind the box, Glaving. We've seen this kill before. Pain looks to check it out once more.
They've spammed the hell out of this position, and so I wonder if they're going to overlook Lucky here. Already feeling like they've done their due diligence to clear the yard, and any aggressive players, Lucky ends up behind enemy lines. Bomb now, the only thing that survives on this yard cross. Okay. It's a Snow needed help. Davideus going to get here just in time. Takes it one step further. They still don't know. Gravity traded places with Lucky, taking this aggressive stance out in the yard. Davideus' heroics, 3 kills deep, trying to save Snow's life. He gets dropped out the round. And Snow's got to pick up where he left off.
Issue is he's stuck with the bomb and his teammate's not been too active in the lobby, just been holding control. So DGT needs to make that next play to get something for Snow in this 2v1.
Equally hard for 3D Max though, who don't have solid info on where both these players are. They know there's been gaps all over the map with outside taking the attention. And so no one feels very safe. You end up in these kind of super defendable positions like the heaven spot that Gravity's in right now. Exercise just watching from the safest spot down on B, but you're having to trade.
Oh, that's it.
The info for the positioning. Plant won't come in, he's missed it. DGT Doesn't insta-commit. Still recovering from that fight, and so Bomb never gets planted. The 1 kill from Gravity is enough.
Yeah, 3 kills from Gravity, but that last one is the high-impact one, isn't it? Dropping the bomb with just 7 seconds to go, knowing you can win the round off of 1 kill. It's a risk worth taking. And Gravity playing a much better game here on Nuke, a far more comfortable map for him than that Inferno that fell so short on the CT side for 3D Max. This is getting painful for Pain. 2 timeouts called, 6 rounds in a row for the French. No gun rounds to speak of for Pain. Falling flat on this T side. And again, it has just been very loose. Trading's not been there. Lots of lurking, lots of split up players. The smoke walls have been unlucky, I'll say. Gravity spammed them through a hell of a lot. But that's just bound to happen. That's par of the course.
¡Vamos, carajo! ¿Y qué otra que esto?
Sure. Oh, okay, they're trying to get in their head now. And there's something to shout about here for 3D Max. More smokes, but they won't use them this time. That's probably for the best. It's not gone well for you. You've got 3 rifles outside fighting yet again. So that's why I'm so surprised to not see them jumping on this. Once more, ramp is just open. Ramp is completely abandoned in this round. Body goes back to clear it now. But there was a huge gap the whole round for Pain. Second wall comes in. But again, it's a fake. We're looking for an A-split.
This fake might not have the intended effect. Maka just jump spot from Secret. He spotted that there was no one out.
Nice flash.
And so they haven't scrambled bodies out into the yard. They managed to get 2 players actually back up the vents. 2 in the heavens as well. The stacks come together quickly for 3D Max, but they've got to start putting it to work. Ooh. There's the kills. Body, Maka, and Gravity. All 3 find success. Turning around this 3v5 round, giving 3D Max a chance. Bomb down at their feet.
Oh, they're going to reboost Heaven? Both teams? No. Just Gravity on the hut roof. Body takes a nice position. Gravity's got to watch his back.
Yeah, this is awkward for Gravity. He's got to worry about main and about this Heaven flank. And so Body just moves into main now. Gets Gravity on the Heaven angle just in time. And now they know this is where Snow's coming from. This guy had a clutch 1v2 pick up back on Inferno that turned the tide, but he can't answer the call on Nuke.
Gravity is unstoppable right now, getting so many multi-kill rounds on this CT side, and Body right beside him as well, 12 and 6. Great swing out Heaven for Body. His team were, like you said, up the vent, where they didn't want to play alone. He draws so much attention that they can just swing out door, and it looks like 3D Max just have a code word, which just means everyone scrap, everyone fight, re-swing, take your next engagement, and everyone just pinches on that top hit despite an initial 5v2. They look shut out. And then Pain left to just this. 1 gun, 4 pistols, and your chance to make this series quick and easy disappearing in front of your very eyes.
That's the worst part, right? Like, it's your pick here. It's you with the chance to 2-0 if you're Pain. You pulled off the turnaround back on Inferno, but now you're being asked to do it twice in a row. Snow, Tech9 opening, Davideus going to extend this advantage even further. Now, Pain have been in a couple of these man advantage positions. We've had opening kills found on ramp. It was a 5v3 in the last round that got out of control, and 3D Max ended up winning it. They have to stick the landing this time, and they're nailing the kills to make it happen. Pain finally convert on one of these man advantage rounds.
It's nice to see them grouped and go for a hit together again, right? Not just getting strung out outside. They just go hit ramp with a wall of smokes to Secret. They just keep it basic.
7-round streak broken.
It's been too convoluted at times here for Pain. So that is a nice change of pace. And we know they can do it with 5 rounds and a half, Harry. We just saw this on Inferno. 7-5 down off their CT side. They won that game easy. So getting these last couple will make all the difference here for Pain Gaming. As they try and embark once again on a comeback.
To give you an idea of why this feels so wild, it's 8-3 in opening duels in Pain's favor. Like, they've been in 5v4s in most of these rounds.
That is wild.
And I think up until now, it's largely been how they've gone about the yard control that's actually been betraying them. They found a lot of success on these inner hits, or not on the hits necessarily, but just at getting the opening pick in these positions. Another round where they try to challenge the ramp setup. You see the AWP there, you can expect 2 players, and so they kind of taper off. This is where it might feel appropriate to go and look for this yard space, especially with that AWP confirmed to have started off on the ramp position.
Yeah, I just ask, where's Gravity right now? Because he's the guy you got to watch out for on these yard crosses. The smoke spam has just been brutal, and it's been non-stop with the A4 as well. Oh, Lucky helps him out. No need for Gravity. There's Maka with another shot through the smoke, and just like that, the round crumbles in front of you. 3 on 5. And these are the rounds that 3D Max have been winning. Pain now need to pull one out at the last chance on this T-half. They make it down secret right now. 3D Max not considering that B-bomb side. They've had no threat here before. Maka, what? No scope, up close, he finds 2. That's his 3rd kill in the round, and Maka wants to end it with style through the Molotov NQZ into a 1v5, into an unwinnable round, as 3D Max look to survive here and take us the distance on this series, fighting for a 3rd map to stay alive in the major.
3D Max and their fight for survival rages on here. We're on Payne's pick of Nuke, and 3D Max have run away with quite the first half. They sit with an 8-4 lead here. That's in spite of operating from the back foot in a lot of these rounds. Most of the openers going the way of Payne, but the round closers have belonged to 3D Max. Some huge swing rounds in there, the most recent being a 3v5 that went the way of 3D Max. To keep themselves in pole position, fighting to survive an extra day here in Austin.
It was a big comeback from Payne on Inferno. This one's going to have to be gargantuan. It's all going to have to start here with a pistol round. 3D Max on the T side, looking for a top pop. Hot roof molly ready to go. Third rotation moves in just in time. Biguzera's got the read. The flash comes out. They dodge it as well. Davideus through the smoke. Snow double kill. Make it 3 before the mag runs dry, and Biguzera doesn't have to fight. 3-on-1. Make Maka work for it at least. This main smoke gives a bit of a gap, and they might exploit that. Maka fake tap. Goes back in the lobby. But Payne are keeping the pressure on. Maka needs to isolate a kill right now. These dualies up for the taking, but he can't get through them. And so Payne, they know they can win this game in this very half and eliminate 3D Max in the process.
Very impressive for Snow to keep his cool there, right? Yeah. That pistol round literally means the world to Payne in that moment. If they fall down here, this map is basically gone. And so Snow backside after kind of a quiet map for the guy. He comes out swinging in a big way with a 3K to deliver that pistol to his squad and give them a second chance here of fighting to end it on Nuke.
Ooh, okay, we're going to keep the pressure on though. Forced up, 3D Max, trade out in the lobby. Body put down to 1. Still have a guy on the roof with util, so similar look to the pistol perhaps. Edge come back full lobby. 3D Max undecided in this round, and it's against 3 rifles with no utility in this one either. Have a vent smoke coming in for Maka. We'll try and get down the ladder. That could be very annoying to deal with. Sneaking through his gravity, the grenade comes too late. He made it, and they don't know that for sure. He's going to come back up.
Biguzera is so suspicious.
It's a weird play. And they are hitting this top side. Gravity... Wait, he goes back in lobby. They never even knew. It's like nothing happened. But now where do you go? Just kind of have to hit that top side.
Gravity hits them with the, my work here is done, and Payne say, but you didn't do anything.
They didn't even know. Now
if he dropped loud, it would have at least, like, you know, made the sound cue. There's something from it, but instead they're going to try walk out ramp. NQZ
scared.
Tucked in here. This needs to be a multi-kill. He's fired off now. They know where he is. Jump to offset the crosshair. Aggression in through the hut gets denied. DGT holds on to the ramp drop, though. Denies this real estate. And they mop up the man back in the door. It's just exercise. 1 versus 3. Making noise on the route out from heaven. Catching Snow. Dropping in. Commits to the plant. Biguzera tries to end this here and now.
Oh, no.
But that's going to leave him further ahead of his teammate. Exercise allowed to isolate this fight. Exercise with the 1v3. A huge clutch for 3D Max and a crushing blow to Payne.
You don't expect Biguzera to drop the ball there. With him running him down, he didn't even commit. You think he's probably going to get that kill if he swings just a step wider. He gets so close and he gets isolated. His teammate not ready to swing off of him. And Exercise forces those kills so well. Oh, that's a nightmare round to lose for Payne in a 3-on-1 when they could have just played slow. And 3D Max know just how influential that is. They've broken the money, set themselves up to close on their first half. And to take us to new territory, a map that Payne don't play. A map they've got away with not playing. Opportunity opens up for 3D Max. They're not going to waste it. Body stepped up big in this map after a bit of a poor Inferno CT side exercise as well. As they go into this A site, there's not much to stop them. 3D Max looking good to convert this time.
A lot of damage has been done here. But a man down, I don't think you're ever going to give this a go if you're Pain. Not with the chance to save dangling right in front of you and feeling so tempting. Oh, man, I'm just, that last round, I think that's the type of round that leaves scars, man. Yeah. Like, you're dead on as well. The fact that happens to MongolZ, the guy who, you know, at Pain's CS2 major outing starting for him back in Copenhagen. He was kind of the front man, right? Not just the captain, but the guy having a carry, the guy putting up big numbers, and he still does within this team, but gradually the team's level's gotten better around him. He's the experience piece, the former star, one that you would imagine keeps his cool in moments like that, and the moment he gets there too late, you can feel that round getting out of control, you can feel it slipping away from them, and now it's put them in a bit of a downward spiral, and that's after Snow. The young guy in the Pain jersey put up 3 kills in the pistol to even give you this second chance.
Yeah, stripped away so quick. And now we need a near flawless game from Pain. Once the guns come out, we still have one more eco. The 3D Max will decisively cross outside behind the smoke, shifting the entire way. So Pain don't have any information to work with. They can make a gamble. But it's still only pistols. Oh, and they're doubting it. I thought maybe with the double setup there'd be a shot here. Gonna both play from the right side. 3D Max faking like they're going for a main split. That's a big kill.
Okay,
These
that
pistols
alleviates a lot of the pressure. Pistols find one down at lower. That's an important double trade back for Body, who gets gun on invent in time. MongolZ on the drop down gets here quicker than maybe 3D Max were going to be ready for, but I think that ramp player's heard him. Scout lands a tag.
He's got
Lucky closing the distance. As long as they don't peek the MongolZ Scout, Lucky has him in a box. And there's the kill. Davideus arriving later, 1v3. And locked out with ramp control taken. No info on these site players. There should be no winning this for Davideus. And he knows it as well. Has to just concede. Give this one over. Give 11 to the opponent.
Got no armor. I don't think he can survive in back secret. This will be better. Just trying to keep the util at this point.
Terrorists win.
And 3D Max just making this game look easy right now. They can finish it before any worries. They just take this gun round. Forced by the consequences of it are shattering to Pain. Mac has even got his orb. Just wants to make this work and close it out before any disasters, any comebacks. Any belief from this fresh Brazilian squad, the core of which long-standing. But these two firepower pieces trying to take Pain further than they've ever gotten in a major before, eyeing for playoffs. Good grenade usage, gets a bit of damage, but gonna need to stop this cross right now. And 3D Max are in no hurry to make it happen. They wait for the HEs before they begin to move.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're a squad like Pain that are making changes after these consistent top 16 runs at majors, that's because you want to go to that next level. You're not content with just being a middling team. You want to be the guys going for the trophy in the playoffs. And so that is the ability that these additions, DGT and Davideus, are supposed to bring to this roster. Now's the time for them to stand tall and deliver. DGT secures the opener in this round. It's Davideus and NQZ on a lobby push. The drive home a 4v3 advantage for Pain. These footsteps are heard as well. DGT able to prime BigZera with the info of what lies ahead, the battles that are coming his way. They had 2 players drop down through Secret. So BigZera lies in wait, plays ahead of that Molotov,
sick.
never ticks. He knows he has a golden timing available. And there it is, the lineup for BigZera. No time in this for Lucky, so much pressure put on. That's a big, bold move from BigZera, the captain of Pain down at lower.
Yeah, they needed a hero. It had to be the experienced player to step up, but it still feels like it's such a long road back into this game. Very nice play ahead of the Molotov. Last thing that 3D Max were expecting. But so far from that finish line, not even in sight for Pain just yet. Can that re-inspire the ranks? As 3D Max have yet another buy. No AWP this time. NQZ will have his picked up.
It's one more buy to break through, but then you feel like this game starts to open up a little bit for Pain, and that gap starts to close.
I'm not jumping the gun, though. 3D Max, that should have been their round if not for BigZera catching that timing. They had the position, there were no rotates lower. Everything else was going to plan, so 3D Max can go back to a similar round, dropping a player in Secret. That's Gravity running out upper. Bit of a massacre in the door right now.
They're trying to make it vent. That's brutal. If so, they've been spammed in at the squeaky door. Nade just hit them. Info there for Pain, and a player holding onto the vent. Snow already dropping in a lower, has just spotted Body as well. And Body might think he has a timing here, might think he has a window to strike. No, Snow got that info earlier.
Dude, well played for Snow as well. Yeah, exactly like you said, realizing that he wasn't spotted. And so, no idea for that lower player. Snow just waits for him to walk into his crosshair. And so, save this gun, give it another go. But that's the round that you said opens up this game, Harry. 7 rounds to Pain, breaking the economy of 3D Max.
The fact they get there flawlessly is even better. Also, this is one of those saves which is like a bit cursed in its nature. It's going to throw off the money very early into this T side for 3D Max. And yeah, you know, I've enjoyed watching Snow in this series. Someone who, you know, when they've hit like the top 16s, you've seen a drop-off in performance. Very young player as well. Second major in the Pain jersey. And some of his most impactful rounds are the ones where he's moving about the least. He had that big 1v2 on Inferno where he basically just had his hands off the keyboard. And I think for such a young player, someone who at times when he's kind of been under the microscope and the pressure's at its highest, feels like he was trying to do way too much. It's nice to see some decisiveness to his play. And another big round here, a swing moment from Snow on the lower drop to keep Pain in nuke that much longer. It was his 1v2 that spurred on the comeback back on Inferno. That was where Pain started streaking rounds together. Well, now you've had a clutch up from the captain, BigZera, followed by a clean round for Snow. Money now broken for 3D Max as well. That save adding some curiosity around how they put a buy together in this round, or if they even do. And so yeah, Exercise will be running pistol armor in the next gun round for 3D Max. For now, he is the one guy with a gun to work with here.
Oh, look at the pathing as well. He eats that Molotov, but he's going to have great timing on the secret cross. He goes through the smoke. And funnily enough, no one here to fight. Pain playing very passive, relying on this early lower rotation. BigZera starting B. Main being watched by Snow, and any shenanigans, and QZ's got it on lock with the AWP. So this forces 3D Max down lower into the captain. It's all about playing it out perfectly here, right? Knowing when to fight, blocking with util, falling back into B when you spot that it's an entirety of the team. 3 players moving in. BiggerZera hits a great nade.
This early util damage on Exercise is huge, right? The hero AK is 1 shot away from death. So low, in fact, that it's been put on Maka.
At least he has armor. Exercise poking his head up the vent as well. But BiggerZera is set up inside of B. He doesn't need a lot of support right now. He's got a great position to find a couple of kills before everything transpires on this B site. Maka looks like he wants to get ready to swing this door open. He's got a good idea, but BiggerZera's position is so powerful, and that smoke makes it even better. He can just tunnel vision on these legs. He gets early warning as they drop into the B site. Maka with a key trade, rather, out of nowhere. And that bomb thrown over to nobody as Exercise is picked off from ramp. Rotates coming in. That's only a pistol. You don't need to worry. Payne put this one down with ease. Maybe there's a reason to be intrigued by this game after all.
Yeah, there really is, especially with, 9 out of a potential 10 players staying alive in the last 2 rounds. These have been super clean for Payne, and that's important. At this much of a tight margin, you don't want to complete a comeback, go the full distance, and then get your money broken in the final few rounds of regulation. That's something they're no longer threatened about here. They get to have these buys coming through all the way to a 3D Max win if it fell that way.
Yeah, 7-5 comeback is one thing, but 11-5 was his scoreline when Payne started embarking on their first rifle round. Bit by bit, they believe a little bit more.
This is also the consequence of the money of 3D Max getting put in a weird spot early on. That save even making matters worse. Look at how limited the util is in this round. They've used these outside smokes, and they kind of feel like they have to play with them, so getting players down behind them seems to be the objective here for 3D Max. They take damage in that cross.
Heavy lower drop as well. 2 players down the vent. They've read this one well. They heard spam back through the smoke from 3D Max, so this could be another potent grenade on this B bomb site if DGT can get it in time without getting picked. They beat his timing, but the nade goes out nonetheless. He sees they up close. A lot of damage done already early with body low. BiggerZera takes the same position and the same result, shooting them in the back. Bomb drop for BiggerZera, making this work.
That's Payne's captain. That's the guy they know and love. For the longest time, had to be the heavy hitter, and the big reason behind Payne's success in this new look squad shoulders less of the burden for the firepower of this team.
Going too early, wait for Lucky.
Still gives it when it matters. That double kill keeps the round alive for Payne. Lucky's lurk out on the ramp side. Are they ready for NQZ, who steals himself away, tucked in at dark, waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Boy, that was it, but he can still wait longer, and they won't be ready for this. 15 seconds. They run out the door right now. They have no idea the AWP is tucked into dark. Closed bomb plant. He creeps in. Oh, kill. He's dropped the bomb. That's the round.
No time. No time for Lucky. NQZ plays them like a fiddle, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and that 1 kill wins the round. Payne continued to close the gap.
Dude, this is crazy. I mean, BiggerZera, he gets away with it twice. I mean, it's an unorthodox position, yes. It's not one that you're usually going to manually clear because it is a box. But BiggerZera has punished them twice over from this vent position, dropping the bomb.
And no bomb plant with these back-to-back one-man T-side saves. This one being kind of forced to come through for 3D Max, right?
Choice.
Like he didn't even have time to go and die if he wanted to. It's very, very awkward. I don't know if these are decisions that you would have made in back-to-back rounds had it played out in different circumstances, but this is the cards they've been dealt here. This is how 3D Max have to try and play.
You're not breaking Payne's money on this game, right? They're buying down to the end of the map, whatever happens, however much damage you do. And so Payne are believing all of a sudden from 11-5 down, they sit 2 rounds behind 3D Max, looking to eliminate them on their pick.
And this would be 2 comebacks in a row for Payne.
And this one even more impressive when you consider what not only what's at stake, but the scoreline they're doing it from. Can they really close this though? 3D Max, that saved AK.
Dude, the thing that's so annoying is like to play around the saved AK to make the one gun feel worth it. Other players are having to buy armor, but what this is doing is it's having like a knock-on ripple effect. This has happened in 2 rounds now. Both times it's Maka to buy up armor. He's the AWPer for 3D Max. He's not going to get to have one in the tail end of this T side because he's always having to put this extra money in. This is also limiting them in terms of the util. And so they're hoping that through some dumb luck, they can find a way into this round.
You're almost forced into this top site now, and once again, we have to look to Snow to hold it down as the anchor back behind the bomb site, relatively unsupported. He's going to trade positions, go towards the CT vent. But this is Pain, continually blocking top until 3D Max strike. It is inevitable. Snow takes a strong position. Top performer for his team, trying to stand tall.
First kill in, it's Snow. That was clinical, and he needs a little bit more. Teammates arrive for full support, and that is a shutdown of the top site hit. Another flawless round. And now it's not even about the money when they're keeping these rounds so clean. It's about sending a message. This comeback is well and truly in. There's 1 round between these squads now.
Yeah, statement game here from Pain. If they can pull this back and actually go through to that last day of play, a 2-2 matchup, a place they've been before. Looking to achieve higher than Copenhagen and make it into those playoffs. I was ready for a 3rd map, a map that would surely felt like Pain were no longer the favorites. A map they haven't played more than once.
In the last 5 rounds of play, it's all come up in favor of Pain, and they've had 5 kills go against them total. That's how dominant these rounds have been.
And now they've got confidence. Now they're making plays. There's 3D Max default in the lobby. They get shot in the back. What a ballsy move to clear so deep. And Snow's still doing it. He's got full control.
He also just crept under the player on T-Roof who was checking the ladder on timings. They have no idea. The Snow made it into the lobby. And a Snow day has sealed this game off for 3D Max. Only body remains. 1 versus 4. And this guy put his best foot forward to open up this map, was giving it all for 3D Max. He's won them some crazy rounds, but not this one. Not this 1v4. Pain have him in a box, and they are hounding him down now. 1 kill for body, that's all he's able to muster up. Pain tie this game up, 11-all, 6 rounds in a row to get here.
It was done, it felt as good as done. That 4-spy victory from 3D Max, that 1v3 from Exercise, the last highlight that 3D Max have. It broke Pain, it put them down 11-5. Any team could have given up. But 6 rounds straight, with a map in their pocket, 3D Max face devastation here in Austin. This could be a dismal defeat out of the major. Stolen away at the final hour. What can they possibly have in the tank? Even this buy, Harry, you've been talking about the economy the entire way on this comeback because it is so important right now, and it's only getting worse for 3D Max, feeling like they have to invest at 11-all. They don't have a single AK-47. 2 Galils, 2 MAC-10s, a hope, a dream, and major elimination on the line. MongolZ plays confident, comes in swinging for that silo kill. Gravity MAC-10 on main roof is a common move for 3D Max on these top splits. They're lining up roof util as well. This looks to be another A attack. MongolZ has found that first piece. Top fragger body put down outside. Gravity's still going to drop main roof. MongolZ trying to catch this timing, trying to find out. As once again, Snow is called upon in this top site.
Last 2 majors for Pain have both ended in the same way, in close, nearly competed comebacks. This time they have to take it over the line. That's what keeps them alive. Can they complete upon this turnaround? 3v2. And they slow right down. They know the pressure is on the shoulders of 3D Max. The burden of a bomb plant, that's for their opponents. That bomb will get planted.
It's not a bad position.
Pain have to stick the landing on a retake here. They've got one player lost to lower, having to come up through the vents.
This flank is so late as well.
MongolZ really taking his time. He's got to cover this vent player to find that first incision, but Mac has just left. DGT only now arriving up through vents, linking up with MongolZ. Gonna swing out wide. There's the lineup for Maka and Exercise. NQZ can't hold on. 3D Max, after a 6th round hiatus, finally find map point.
Yeah, a smile of relief there for 3D Max as they close out a very tense 2v3 in that post spawn. Devastating finish for NQZ. A second more, and he's pulling that pistol out. He's putting him down, but it's not ready in time. And Maka makes the most of the moment, finding map point, trying to force Ancient before any more heroics from Pain. That was a broken buy without an AK. And 3D Max still make it work. Their hardest round yet completed. And Pain, will it be another horrific comeback fail, facing elimination? Across the secret. 3D Max make it down. Smoke spam does damage, but still 5 players standing. DGT, ooh, hell of a commitment. Full nades, will not get to use them. It's all about the fight, and 2 dinks land in this round, but a 5-on-4 sits in favor of 3D Max. That's when MongolZ comes down the vent, as he has been doing all damn half. Lucky's ramp flank, once again, cleared out, but there's more where that came from. Exercise going round the world, calling Maka back. Pain, 2 kills from overtime.
Exercise in a powerful position though, and NQZ moving around like that just proves to him that they've got no clue he's out in heaven. Walk up onto the AWP, that gives his teammates safe passage out in a main. Davideus hears the footsteps. Oh, but he's missed the timing. That moment of hesitation's let the bomb make it across. Another 3v2 for Pain. Maka with the plant. Exercise has kept this round burning. MongolZ to try and deal with him. Maka finds the vent rotate. Pain embarked on this huge comeback, needing 6 in a row to tie us up at 11 all, and it might all be for naught. Just Maka remains low on health, last spotted out of the doors, and extra time has been demanded. Pain will stick the landing on this retake.
Yeah, this game deserves more rounds. 2v4, almost 1 out to close the map for 3D Max. Instead, the comeback materializes into overtime for Pain. That is a stressful couple of rounds there for the Pain boys. And 3D Max are just happy they've at least guaranteed overtime after that CT side picked up so much steam. Scary game right now. And look what it means to Snow as well. Just the opportunity to compete, to keep it going.
And I think, you know, Pain not only trying to keep themselves alive at this major, but they want to try and buck this trend, right? I said it heading into the second to last round there, like both their major runs ending in very similar ways. In Copenhagen, if you remember, they found themselves in the 2-2 match playing Na'Vi, the squad that would go on to win the major there in Denmark. And it was like a 10-4, an 11-4, and a 10-3 comeback attempt, both times getting in or near double digits and then falling short in the final few rounds. Their run in Shanghai ended much the same. Versus Furia there, win on the opening map. It goes the distance, goes to a 3rd. They're trading rounds back and forth on this route to a comeback, but then when it really matters, in those final few rounds, Furia have the edge. And so getting close to sticking the landings on these comebacks has never been the problem for Pain. It's completing them. It's getting it over the finish line. And right now, their entire major lifeline rests on overcoming those demons. That's what DGT what Snow and Davideus were supposed to bring them. 3 players that have joined this roster after each of those major runs.
Well, the first round looks to land. 3D Max just take their foot off the gas. They all split up. And they all get cut apart. Boost on the ramp is a nice trick. NQZ catches a falling Heaven player and paints it 5-on-2. And while you don't want to call a save in overtime, especially like this, you also know this is an unrealistic round. 3D Max will pry outside into this AWP. NQC good for the first shot. It's 3 kills in the round for him before Maka finally gets his revenge, but winning this is a far cry as Payne look to take the first of overtime.
Dominantly too, right? And that's at least good. This follows the pattern of what we saw from Payne CT half. Oftentimes when they are winning rounds, it is by these dominant margins. There was just 4 rounds in that second half for 3D Max, and only one of them rifle v rifles. And so good to see that Payne still play with that confidence of a squad that went on one hell of a tear on this CT half. Buy back up for 3D Max. Orp out for Maka. Because how they kept having to spend their money in regulation. Didn't get to see him have the chance for one in that first half. Or in the second half, rather. And so maybe the Maka AWP can serve as a means to an end here. But he makes it across to Secret. The rest of his team wait back in the lobby.
He's gonna search deeper. No one's B for once. When we've seen players get down Secret, it's typically been BiguZera and Co in lower. So Body's gonna be very cautious in this position. Once he has that vent control, they can take ramp, but vent has been anything but guaranteed in this game. And again, ramp is left open, much as how 3D Max did in the CT side. DGT drops lower very early, allows that space. It gets announced by utility. DGT just got to watch his back. They don't know where Body is. Controlling vent only right now. DGT left alone with no support, no reinforcements, has to hold strong.
They will get that trade.
They also got down vent and killed Body. I don't know how they managed that. That's opened up this round again for Payne.
Yeah, making it past him opens up a far faster path to rotate. Even going to find Gravity a little later out towards that door. 2v4 now demanded of 3D Max. Lucky tagged up. It might be another round where Maka is left in the clutch. His Orb looking onto the double door. There's a limit to just how many players he can fight at any one time with this big green gun. And so backing up, Maka can't hold on. Payne overwhelmed the lower site. And they're looking for a flawless CT side.
Oh, BiguZera's letting them know as well. Don't see that every day. Losing his cool as Payne know they are within reach of this win. And I love that call for BiguZera. It's so decisive when they get down vent. A crazy kill for Davideus. They all group double side. They just, again, trade everything out. Payne don't allow this round to slip through their fingers by splitting up. And this is it. 3D Max's final chance on this T side. A T side that has left them wanting. A T side with only 4 rounds in regulation. They need something here to stimulate this overtime. Or Payne get 3 elimination points. We should be on Ancient already, but Pain refused to go down.
Yeah, and did after the masterclass from DGT Davideus in the series yesterday. It's great to see Snow here stretching his legs for the Pain roster. 18 years old, and he's been arguably the most important character in this series. Picked up a clutch win back on Inferno, had some very important rounds here on Nuke.
Yeah.
He's leading the way in the server in opening duels and multi-kills.
Wow.
6-1 in openers.
I don't think he's ever been caught off on this top site on CT side and not gotten a kill. Sometimes getting multis, always new positions. A lot of trust in him in A. He's pushed into the door in this round. And lucky if he walks through, this could be the beginning of the end. Snow forces that opening kill.
7-1 in opening fights for Snow.
He's not stopping, and Pain don't want to either. They can taste that victory. They can taste elimination of this French roster as a 5v3 ensues. 3D Max lost outside, nowhere to go.
BiggerZera with the vent drop. They've encountered him in this position many times over and never to their benefit. 3D Max, as they desperately scramble down to lower, they're going to run into BiggerZera. And it was this guy's multi-kills on the lower side that helped propped up Pain's CT side. BiggerZera lets them know about it. That's flawless on the CT half in OT for Pain. They were 11-5 down on this map. You were ready to head to Ancient. You were ready to have to dig deep and do it all again on map 3. But they've kept themselves in this, spearheaded with a strong performance from Snow. BiggerZera with these high-impact multi-kill rounds down at lower.
They did it without momentum. They did it from the back foot. And now they have 3 chances to eliminate 3D Max in this overtime. It's not going to be easy. T-side hasn't been in this series. Of their 4 rounds, 3 came from the pistol. But Pain are believing now it's never been more achievable. Going into that final day of play, 3D Max. A rip-roaring choke. Gravity going silent.
I mean, look, Pain, it's still not done yet, but they have 3 opportunities. You feel like that's enough. 3 chances to break through. And 3D Max are also playing with the burden of having choked both of these maps. They held leads on Inferno. They held the lead in a heavy way here on Nuke. And both times it looks to go against them. Pain gifted openings out in the yard.
Slow and steady.
It was this yard control in the first half that Pain just couldn't find, right? That's where they were getting bullied, getting the openers in ramp, getting the openers in lobby. It was no issue. But yard never belonged to Pain. First round T-side of overtime, they're in a 5-on-3 after 2 fights go their way out in the yard. Make it a third. Snow is not missing a beat. And this is the end of the line. If Gravity and Exercise can't 2v5, the run in Austin for 3D Max is over. Pain stick the landing on this comeback. 11-4 down. And some magic, some snow. That's all it takes for this Pain squad to keep on fighting here in Austin.
Yeah, a rainy day for 3D Max. 2 maps they absolutely had a shot in winning, especially here on Nuke. Favorites here in the series when it started off. A series they've won before in that last major, but you said it all day long. This is a new Pain Gaming. This is a new roster looking for new results, and right now they are fighting for those major playoffs. Into the 2-2 game they go. 1 more day of play to try and make it all the way, and who's to say that this young squad with fire in their hearts can't do it? That has got to be a horrible loss for 3D Max.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Pain, winning the game like this has come at the perfect moment. They broke through, coming back twice on both these maps. Often it's these failed comebacks that have let down these major runs for Pain. Strong stuff for Snow, the 18-year-old in his 2nd major in this Pain jersey. And an impression made. 3D Max sitting there having to just come to terms with twice over being in pole position, having Pain right where they want them, and it not being enough. Their run in Austin ends 1-3.
Well, folks, don't we have an incredible game on our hands? And one finally where everybody wins. It's going to be MongolZ versus FaZe. Somehow FaZe have found themselves in the 2-1 grouping. A team that could have very easily bombed out here. They managed to beat the Vitality Killers in Legacy and put a pause on their run. Of course, they had a much better day today themselves. And because of that, we've got to make sure they've got no devices on their body because, my goodness, what kind of form have they been finding? It was simple at the top of the board, frozen somehow at the bottom, but still with a positive KD and rating. On the other side, MongolZ, a team who have taken out their Asian rivals, one of them in Lin Vision, though it was friendly. Obviously saw the fist bumps, the finger-to-finger touches. It was quite jovial, even though they were able to easily beat them 13-7. They took out Liquid and made Liquid kind of look like they were at their worst. Now, if you asked me yesterday, I would have said if Liquid survived that game, I think they actually make it to top 8, but that shows you exactly how good MongolZ was. Now, on this run, as they've just entered the major, we're talking about Furia, Liquid, and Lin Vision. And you could argue the best of those three teams is Furia. They made it to top 8. They narrowly beat MongolZ 13-11. But they've been a real heat check in this group. So maybe no shame in that. And because of the single-digit scores versus Liquid and Lin Vision, you think maybe they stand a chance versus FaZe. But it's possible to say that this here is going to be the toughest test. In a very interesting game, we know that FaZe are going to be hard to prepare for. Coming in with Simple, it's been quite a spectacle for everybody watching. But the thing about it is, for their opponents, how do you prepare? So the Vetoes fly in. We've got the Train Inferno bends immediately. FaZe don't have to worry about that. And Ancient Anubis and Nuke, I'm not seeing anything too surprising in this Veto. FaZe going CT on the first map. We've seen so much Inferno come through at this major, at least in these last couple of stages. When this starts out on Ancient, I'd love to look back at the stats for the event and see how many times Ancient has even been played. Because in the games that me and Connor have casted, we really just haven't seen it that often. We know what FaZe games look like on Ancient. Very deep into the game, they get crazy. The question is obviously just about consistency. I think if they played as well as they did yesterday, then we can really talk about the chance of a FaZe victory. But for now, you'd assume that the odds are still going to be slightly in favor of the MongolZ. Those are going to fly in a second. And I would really love to know personally. You know, I might take MongolZ at a 1.8 or something like that. It looks like a 2 to a 1.8 here. This shows pain. Just want to make sure that's correct. But yes, even when you switch the logos, the odds are the exact same, and that makes sense to me. People feel like it's going to be close.
I'm one of those people, Mohan. I think that this is one of those moments where we're going to get a chance for MongolZ to maybe kill a bit of the hype train. What about that?
Yeah, maybe their best, hardest challenge so far. It really just comes down to Simple, doesn't it?
As it always should have.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Waste no time into the pistol. MongolZ on the assault will waste no time. I can see them already. Ooh, they're looking at that B site. Play with the timing ever so slightly. Look to get this show on the road, but they give a bit of time, right? That little timing they gave over is what Elige is going to use to climb up into heaven. So man down, local hero, sitting on the sidelines of the pistol. Simple not able to get his with the Berettas, so now you've got 3 players charging headstrong into you from the exit, and this pistol goes swimmingly for the MongolZ. Again, you know, could have tried to rush the fact, but they just let that sit there in the open air for a second. FaZe try to sign up for a fight, and MongolZ remind them why they should have never thought they had the chance.
Nice and quick, like a hot knife through butter right there. That was a cave strat. I mean, call it a strat. This is a rush. It's as simple as they know this one comes down to aim, and FaZe just not have any answers for them on their way in. I don't think we'll get anything interesting on the buy here for FaZe. And actually, Mongols are maybe assuming there would be. They've come in with 4 rifles. Their #1 priority right now is just do not lose the conversion, even if we don't make that much money. That means 2 kills here for FaZe would be pretty successful round.
2 kills with what, though? Dinky USPs, the classic Liege P2000. And that looks like, from the HUD, an unsilenced USP on Simple. It's good to know that his confidence never left.
Yeah, he's Mr. Unsilenced. Everybody in the 3-1-3.
It is unsilenced, right? Let's check real quick.
That's who you know, Monacy started doing it, but that's who invented it.
That's a 5-7.
Oh.
Well, that...
So they should have got 3 kills.
That changes absolutely everything I was saying about Simple. That just goes to show the aura that he still has in the back of my mind.
The only one to spend $500.
I gotta get some new glasses, man.
I mean, you're just reading off the HUD, right?
Okay, we can blame the HUD?
Yeah, I mean, they're all pistols. They all look about the same. All right, let's see that investment at work.
Nothing. Not a single kill. So not the start that FaZe Clan we're hoping for today. But at least you can say all you did was invest that $500 on Simple.
I'm sure it cost more than that, Connor.
Yeah, me too, actually.
I'm scared to find out, to be honest.
Maybe a minute per round. If he was smart, he negotiated a per round contract. You're going to play for FaZe.
Did you say a minute per round?
Maybe. No.
$1 million per round? Is that what you meant?
No, I meant 500 per round.
Okay.
Lee spams through, and that is blitz out of it. By God, they've killed one. The Mongols can be stopped. At least out of the gate. We'll see what the recovery looks like with Senzu tucking on the smoke. Oh, he got the duel he was looking for, signed up for that fight, and Elise just straight up bests and barely even takes damage in the process.
That's an excellent round so far. I mean, this just changes the whole thing. You got Simple and him pulling back to CT, their fast rotations to A, and Mongols have made their way up short. Techno's going to spot one, too. It might be weird for him to push farther. Maybe he waits. Oh, they run right into his hands.
No weapon out at all. Oh. And Techno's going to go deeper with it with a second kill, so the recovery is now on in full effect. Frozen hears that push out from A main with the grenades that come with it. But the real issue is how the hell is FaZe going to get CT spawn back? Kerrigan's getting to that smoke grenade over towards spawn as Frozen tries to throw a spanner in the works. Will get a significant amount of damage into 9-10 at the very least. Rain's flank could also end up netting them something if it's well timed and no one holds it. Just that FaMAS trying to keep it back. That 75 health FaMAS supported from Temple. And that's 2 of them now tucked into that Temple. That tuck opens the door for Kerrigan. He's going to run up, catches them off. Oh. Good trade back from Techno, though, with a very fast reposition. Frozen's been waiting to get into this action, and he gets shut down. 3-0 start for this T side out of the Mongols.
I mean, what a round from Techno, right? Because what are they going to do after Liege gets his 2 kills in mid if Techno doesn't find that flank? Even if he only gets 1 kill, they still don't have the A site. There's still 2 players that can defend it, both in great spots. Frozen and Donut, 1 in CT. And Techno, he gets this upgrade to the FaMAS, and it's a perfect swing. You know, Liege is mad about this one because, you know, what are our B players watching is what he's thinking. It's not as if they didn't have anyone in the site. He just walked right behind enemy lines.
Slipped the metaphorical net. Walked in like he owned the place.
I'm going to try walking out of cave every round now. Oh, what a bounce.
Mongols coming out feisty so far this best of 3. Scary level of CS.
Yeah, we know Senzu is probably thinking about how good he is up until the stage, and then the fact that they're so close. He probably desperately wants to get there. He wants to get there on the right note. They lean on him. They rely on him a lot. If Senzu had a slightly better map back at Shanghai on Ancient, they would have beat Mao's. I think that's understood. But he's, it's a very young team, so it's not a moment where you go, oh man, he's nervous and he's old. Who knows how long he's got. All these guys will just keep getting better.
It's always good when you know that the shaky nerves aren't geriatric.
Yeah. Yeah, arthritic nerves.
It's that youthful flesh he's still got on the bones, which means the shakiness is mental. He can fix that.
Yeah, because it's fake, You
can fix it.
Mental stuff's all fake.
That's what they say, I hear.
You can't feel it, it's fake. That's what I was taught.
That's just because you exude confidence, Mohan, you see? Us mere mortals, it is real. The mental jitters, the pressure of the big stage, that sea of human eyeballs sitting on you just does something to Senzu. Cuts him through his bones.
Maybe the problem is that you appreciate them too much. You've really got to think about the game in front of you. And that's the golden question for everybody performing at this level. How do you do that when everyone's yelling at you?
Terrorists win.
The irony is sometimes they're not even yelling against you. They're yelling for you, but just the sheer tenacity.
Oh, the Mongols in America?
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's crazy, their fan base. But it's because, America loves an underdog.
Yeah, and Asians.
True.
We love Asians in North America. I don't know if they'd beat out FaZe, though, on stage. That's
right,
the one
that's
team.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Johnny jabs in the server on the other side of it. But there is no roaring crowd here. 5 rounds into this progression game. That is yet to come. The Moody Center beckons. We got multiple teams locking in their spots. Nothing but great company in top 8 for Austin. Kerrigan doesn't get naded to oblivion at the start of this round. But that also means they have to forego the forward cave control.
If Techno's going to be on point, that's going to be the hardest sign here for FaZe for sure, because he's a guy that can pop off. His average consistency is not always there, but
God, it's just all so well-oiled. MongolZ starting to slip through middle. We get Frozen taking a glance at it from Donut. He hears the rumblings of A main, knows this splits inbound. Bodies now confirmed in Donut, full flash. Absolutely toyed with. Elige is desperate to try to get something going as 910 finds his first kill of the game.
Let's go save.
And it is nothing allowed for them. Just this Mongol spacing out towards middle. You gave them an inch there and they worked up as a unit. Frozen trying his absolute damnedest to do something. Goes down empty-handed and it's a 5-4 round win for the Mongols to the 5-0 lead.
It's a hard game to call. We saw the betting odds, how close they were. And if it wasn't for MongolZ just having to prove themselves a little bit mentally in the last 6 months when they've really been taken seriously as a top 5 team, the odds would truly be something like 2.5 to 1.7, something like that, right? I think that we know that FaZe can come back out of nowhere, but in terms of who's playing better CS, MongolZ are playing better CS. They are way more in control when they're playing well. So this game's all about form, right? It's really about are FaZe going to reach a better level than they did yesterday, like they did the day before that, like they did the day before that. It was very fair to be like, oh, they're not going to make it through the stage, and suddenly here they are 2-1.
It's a fun little outing for Simple as well. His first time against the MongolZ.
And I'd say, put them both in overtime, then we give it to FaZe. Everything before that, give it to MongolZ. So it's really... This game is mental.
Well, mentally, I'd rather be MongolZ at the moment. regardless of whether or not FaZe realize they can win those close late affairs, because this is 6-0 MongolZ, 5-0 Techno, a 4-2 Senzu. Just a strong start for the real engine of this roster. Just you wait till Blitz and 910 get going. Silver lining, that 4-player save in the previous round nets them a half-decent buy, and again, we're gonna get that MP9 in front cave trying to challenge. Kerrigan's taking it. He's gonna go flying out, but the flashbangs are so good from 910. Kerrigan's so adamant about taking that early duel. There's another chance for FaZe to bring it back, but Lige would have to extend out and really commit to this MongolZ bit.
Simple looking for his first frag. Ooh, well, it's a frag grenade that he'll find instead.
Absolutely owned by that one. M4 trying to peel away from the pillar of sight. And in that moment, Rain actually clips Techno's head.
Great shot.
And he sees that as an invitation to then take up space within the site again, right? He was looking to fade back, but with the kill, he pushes forward. And Lige will do the same thing out towards middle. This is a bit of a resurgence from FaZe, from 3v5 to 3v3 and positioning on the right site.
It's quite risky because there's still lots of time to go A. They can still go donut. They can still walk back to mid. And right now it's quiet. So they'll end up leaving, actually, because, you know, Mongols will rotate oftentimes.
Certainly not one of the rosters to freeze up in these moments when they have that extra time.
Wow, going main. That's interesting. Usually this would be a donut play. They are aware that Frozen's still alive, however, and they have time to walk it, actually. So this is pretty good calculation here. 910 as well. He doesn't want to die, but he does want to make presence. And
backside player.
Yeah, it's Rain's committed rotation in. That changes things. And now it's time to start running, however. You got to go plant.
I think they're still going to walk it out just to the contact of the leash, where Blitz rips another head off. And they're going to put that bomb down. Remember, 3 versus 5 for FaZe, set up by 2 separate duels. Rain already 2 kills in this one, looking for a little more.
No utility.
Playing ahead of Frozen.
Oh, they picked up a molly.
This is both CTs with kits as well, so that's not a part of what's going to cause a scramble. Huge wrap back for Blitz through main into middle. He'll eventually look to add himself to this donut. Post plant hold. Senzu takes the bait off that one fake tap. Now this time it's a commitment. Rain sticking it all the way here. Blitz swings into it. 3v5 is the first Rain and FaZe round to be put on the board.
That was nice from Rain, right? We see that his move back into the site, which seemed like a pointless idea because at that point he had no teammates coming in behind him, so he wasn't loosening up spots. But when 910 comes in to clear the site, he just does not assume anybody would have walked back in. So thinking ahead and giving his team kind of the only chance to really make this round possible, Rain with his 2 flip-offs.
We see the POV there of 910, just that streamline of flashbangs, one after another. Poor Kerrigan ate it every step of the way. Challenge out middle for a Lige, but this time he pays the piper. Senzu insta-kill. And an open gap through Red Room forces Rain off that B site where he did such great work 1 round ago. It's gonna have to be another recovery from another man disadvantage if FaZe Clan are to win consecutive rounds early in this series.
It's another moment where Rain gets committed early, right? He could have been playing towards B.
Shadow advantage. What makes playing in that open space a little easier, but Blitz is sharp as ever. A second example of a quick time to kill. Kerrigan could catch this off guard. As it goes for its boost, he is down beneath 910. He'll find it. 910 hit that shot. That is a snap and a half down onto Kerrigan to drop him down to 15, causes the easy cleanup. And with 45 seconds, we've already seen Mongols with moments like these just kind of take their sweet time to minimize mistakes. Huge pinch coming in, 2 players pushing from beyond CT spawn. Simple chance to shine. Again, it is just Blitz with the headshot. And so it's safe to say now the floor of Mongols is rising. 910 hit that, kills aside. Individual level is on, and it's a 6-1 lead for this T side.
Yeah, Simple's getting used to them being just everywhere. They've got these walking flanks coming in from all directions. The rest of FaZe are a little bit more in tune with it, but they've only been able to stop it once. And that's the final kill here for Techno as well. Clean game so far for the Mongols. Got to be careful with those raw duels in middle. They're quite like FaZe in the way they're not afraid to walk up and take space as soon as they have a fight they think they can take.
Seen Elish pop open that red smoke, try to take a challenge. Haven't actually seen FaZe extend into middle, try to cut them off at elbow. This lead starts to make FaZe play even safer. Here we go. Fighting down a little more. There it is, that extension down mid instead. Trying to get this one M4 into the fray. Simple also with an op here. Looking for his first kill. But at least the aggression, that boost up mid.
Wow, look at MongolZ not freaking out. They're thinking about taking the A side. They would have gone already if they knew it was empty, but it's still actually not a bad site to take.
In these stages of the tournaments, sometimes MongolZ are just such a great beacon of hope for other teams to just remind themselves, like, to never get frazzled. Lose a player in mid. Oh, God, it's something aggressive. That's fine. Lean back on blitz. No room for emotion in a recovery round like this, because you've still got all the protocols, you've still got all the tools for the job, you've got all the advantage in this 8th one, despite Frozen's best efforts with that opening kill. Any Hail Marys here? Simple. Doesn't even try to take a chance through the smoke, and that is just because he wants this op to be saved alongside those two rifles. 7-1 T side for the MongolZ, making quick work of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they went to the site that didn't have the great guns. I mean, in terms of game plan here, they picked the weaker one. There was not that many grenades left over for FaZe, but it's these flashbangs have been so clean. Like, you see that, like, MongolZ are ending with so much HP as well. Like, whoever they're entering versus is eating these flashes no matter what site it is.
Terrorists win.
Do you think Ancient is the map in the pool where you need the most amount of shadow knowledge?
That's
in terms of like
great
CS2
question.
lighting, right? It's like,
I mean, it's just so important everywhere right now.
Both the both temple, cave, even long B, inside A main, donut. There's like not one juncture in the map where it's not relevant. I say that just because these Hail Mary moments from FaZe Clan just keep getting given away by shadows.
What's interesting about that is this was the map that was designed for CS2 before it came out.
Right.
It was a real test for all those shadows.
Well, from the shadows, FaZe Clan have to emerge at some point, you'd think. Otherwise, this CT side is toast. 5 rounds best case, good pop of the smoke. Elish has been trying to find those kinds of fights, whether that's in middle or now B, but the response is a quick 2K back the other direction. 2 separate frags as we get Blitz hyper aggressive down into the A site. Somehow gets out A main in the middle of all of that. Killed the player towards CT spawn. We didn't catch that one. Frozen inside sight. Gets it back on Blitz. Kerrigan recovering this one. Man advantage over to FaZe Clan. Low health for Techno. And it's Frozen from behind the sight box to get 2 kills. Rocks their world with a 3K on the round, despite Blitz's best efforts to unravel that A site from the inside.
That was not easy for Frozen to deal with. He teleported to all these different positions. Such good awareness from him. He was getting hunted down. I mean, Blitz was standing on that single box. Could have peeked him right or left side. Frozen knew he had to get to a better spot than just getting trapped in Donut with the split coming his way. So, he made a heads-up decision. Excellent A play out of him. I thought this round was finished over on the B side until those next 2 kills came in from the MongolZ. They're working everything at the same time. now one to keep the half buoyant.
Kerrigan outnumbered on that smoke. Doesn't know it. No noise announced by MongolZ until it fades. We've seen Elige constantly prodding these smoke grenades, trying to get these openings early. Throws himself back over to the B side after having seen nothing in middle. It's going to leave Simple and Donut just holding off on the cross. For the time being, no real positioning for MongolZ to extend out mid. They're looking at this B site with spams, with a little cave control, but a well-timed aggression. He gets away from it, though. Slick moves from Senzu to get out. Blitz's lurk will get clipped by Simple. And as we get MZinho coming back around from spawn, Techno thinks he can get one over Kerrigan. I don't think so.
Very tricky.
Finn hangs on to the caves.
Got in front of that molly early.
This really starts to take the options out of the MongolZ hands.
Simple finally gets on the board here. Perfect timing, looking for 2 in a row. And a nice shot through the wall on Rain, but he's still alive.
We'll force him to tuck in. Cave player coming at this one as well. MZinho slides out, gets the headshot onto Rain. Insta-kills Elige. You know there's still the Cave player, and you know Simple's rotated that op in. He tries to get that peek out from Cave. Simple instead steps forward. MZinho not feeling safe enough to plant, but that means Senzu's got nothing to offer us here. He will be lucky if he survives this. Mind you, money on the FaZe side. Maybe they let it go. But him going for that short peek to take a fight versus Simple instead of prioritizing bomb.
Who? Oh, MZinho?
Yeah.
Well, he dies because Senzu misses. Senzu's supposed to be holding his cross, so he just missed an easy shot right there. We didn't get it from his POV though.
But he also peeks, right? MZinho peeks short instead of just planting bomb on pillar.
He would have died before he even got the shot off.
No rest for the Wicked, apparently. Round 11 goes right back into that frozen fast heaven move, and it's a 5v3 again. Make it a 5v2.
Oh, clean.
Elige has been pretty adamant about challenging these smokes. This time he gets his lineup. And so this half starts to unravel a bit. FaZe Clan, it took some time, but they are now standing on some solid ground with 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's a couple of individual plays, but now it's really getting team-based. And MongolZ want to grow a half and keep getting more aggressive as it goes on. But they've, I think, had a little heat check, and FaZe have earned the respect. But one good kill at least here for 9-10. Alerts the whole team to his position very early on.
I think FaZe's adaptation to get aggressive in middle was the perfect way to kind of take back a bit of this half.
Yeah, instead of a Elige playing from behind the window smoke every round.
Ooh, they're on the prowl. Chasing.
Go plant.
No time to make his move. 9-10 just tucks in.
Counter-terrorists win.
Anybody coming down that corridor?
They think he's in there for sure. Houdini, bro.
Mara using a pause for the final round of the half.
Justified by the fact that it's T-side. And also, they just, ending on a good note now should actually be kind of a priority before you go to a halftime break. You really have allowed FaZe to show that they can win. It was looking like there was nothing here. And we haven't got screaming back and forth in this matchup. Both these teams taking it very seriously.
That's true. It's all business. Should be. I think if you're FaZe Clan, you understand. This is a real challenge. A very successful team in 2025 in the Mongols. An early shot for Simple bodes well for FaZe's chance to continue this streak into the second half. Ooh, he lands that, trying to play around with him. Senzu ends up losing 90 health. Now it's just off stuck in the back of sight, though. There's the recovery. Mongols, every time they lose an opening fight, there tends to be this rebound, and Senzu's hanging on to Donut, as eventually Kerrigan's going to try to take it back. He's got Rain to work behind him. Smoked over towards sight was Simple, now removed from all of this. And so the Mongols are going to recover a final round on the half because a slow play from Senzu gets it over the line. The Mara pause into that last round to just kill FaZe's momentum ever so slightly.
I mean, of course he is back.
Not really.
He's reaching the he's back thing for sure. I think he's back.
He needs time. We can say that. Like with the 3-2, it's not like there is no wow effect.
I don't know if he's like obviously back to his old form. Obviously he's been out of the scene, you know, for a while competitively playing. But obviously we've seen like the glimpses of that old style, you know, and feeling the recoil through his body when he's shooting his bullets, you know. But I think he's having inconsistent times here and there. But you know, the sky's the limit for him. He has the mindset of the best sports athletes even out there in the world.
You get these POV shots during the major, like from the back, when the guy's playing the game and you see him playing. I feel like, you know, he's having those moments really hard to play against him just because you know he's gonna hit the shot like no matter what, and he has a lot of flashy plays. I don't think it's gonna be like it was as before. Obviously there's gonna be glimpses, but maybe not the same.
Since we're gonna play against him, I don't want to say, but he's back. I think like he was always capable of doing it, so it doesn't matter if we just give a break or something. When he comes back, he was one of the best players in the world for a long time. I'm not worried, but I'm excited to play in the server again with him. So that's why it's gonna be a good matchup. Many trash talks and everything, but it's good to see him around.
It's nice to see we got a little life out of FaZe Clan today. A real opponent in the Mongols who look to run into yet another major playoffs. Back in Shanghai, it felt like a big shock that they made top 8. Felt like they were taking over the world. Now it's just become a regular scene to see them take to the playoffs of each and every event. This should be no different. But the fact that FaZe were able to string 3 rounds on a CT side together means maybe they got a little fight in them. Not easy to size up the Mongols when they're playing as well as they all are in this moment.
Yeah, there was a time, man, where Astralis always choked in playoffs. And right now, that's sort of like where Mongols and Aurora are at. So you don't know when a team is going to just crest that final hurdle and really take off. Question is, will they be able to do it at the most stressful event that we've got?
Zinho signs up for the donut duel. And it's a 4v3 here for FaZe in the pistol momentarily, but already a couple more defenders. One of them gets gushed for 99. Elige will round it off with a second headshot onto Blitz.
I like how you said that. 99.
90. Hey,
it sounded like it was on sale.
99.
Oh, this is massive, isn't it? Oh,
he sees his little hands too. Beretta pop. Suddenly FaZe felt a shiver down their spine. It's okay though, Simple stabilizes the situation temporarily. Techno does not have any kits, but he does have a lot of bullets in those Berettas. And he just lets those things rip. Not able to find the player inside smoke. He's got to let it go. FaZe clan take pistol. And so yes, the Mongols did sprinkle in one final round back in the first half. Maybe it's a good thing that they did. A slight stoppage of the momentum from FaZe, but a pistol round robs it right back.
No, this is lovely. It looked like this game was done, and now it actually looks like a comeback is entirely possible. I really wasn't sure if they had the tools to just keep up with the style of play and, yeah, just the unfamiliarity to this team, as well as like how high level their Ancient can be. But, well, of course FaZe can play Ancient.
But they can only really play it once their opponents have a lead. So that's what happens out of the gate.
Right.
It's better to give Mongols the early round so that you can win all the clutches at the end of the game.
So that they can reach their full net.
It's that FaZe philosophy. Rain said it in an interview about Simple. We're going to play some FaZe clan rounds. Simple's got to accept there will be mistakes.
Yeah,
there will be mistakes. That's FaZe.
I love that. Such a great quote.
910's gonna rock Kerrigan as they try to take over Donut. It's actually costly. A one and done from Rain is not ideal for the positioning that FaZe clan get out of this, but Simple drops the bomb in middle, says, hang on a minute, let me work. Takes a step into the red room as Elige draws a lot of attention over towards Donut, where for sure the Mongols expect more players to be. Trying to get that SMG ever closer. Simple takes his chance to strike down a player on the back line. Frozen picks up the bomb as Simple comes back. You've got multiple players up in Donut. I think head B. I mean, shoot your teammate in the head if you want, but just eventually get to B.
It's gonna work out. They're slow on the rotation too. They don't have full confirmation on both players, and I guess there's still a small chance this round comes back to them on the A site. So look at this, man. This plant's gonna come down quickly, and you have 910 on the other side of the map, like the other side.
I say good on Simple for taking charge in a situation. Leaves the bomb, goes red. Kills a player, drops smoke. Kind of had Mongols' hands tied for a moment, but Frozen ends up being found out by Senzu, so this retake suddenly on. Simple slides out, taps away for the Senzu kill. Has no idea where 910's at, but now he hears it, and
by the way,
around, can come around.
Simple started this game 0-6.
Wall bang the GOAT.
And now he will be positive for the first time in the match off the 1v2.
Lovely, Simple recovery.
Knock, knock. Just like that, game's within 2.
But it hinges on a FaZe clan T-side. They haven't had anybody really disrupt them as they walked out middle. Blitz's challenge with the Desert Eagle. It's going to get bolstered. 4 more Mongols standing behind him. And so Simple signs up for what he thought was a duel. Turns out to be a shooting gallery from both directions. Still man advantage, maintained from it. And obviously with Util, it's FaZe to control the situation, to curb the enthusiasm of the Mongols' red fight.
This little bit of presence from Elige has drawn a lot of attention, but it's almost as if they don't believe it, because they're bringing Braum to the place where there's 2 CTs,
big
2 Deagles.
That big box hold from Mzinho gave him a chance. He will collect a leash. Fire to one side. It's an isolated duel, but it's a hard one to get into. So they'll drop Techno first. MZ still working with his cover. Gets another one. And he's got players now stuck on this bomb site. It is only Senzu left. He takes up the same position. Looks to be inspired by the young gun. Another deagle demanded of him. Front donut. And the duel's right there. The fight's so close, but FaZe emerge victorious.
It was way too close, the amount of times they let him escape behind single and come back, and yet, he doesn't get that last deagle shot off. Good idea for those deagles to come over to A that round. And again, we aren't getting there's no ambulance noises, there's no goading them on, there's no anything like that.
It's respect, Blonders. Easy for Mzinho. 9-10 as well. Comes back for second serving.
Great tracking.
There's a bunch of utility coming in, but he didn't feel too flustered by it all. 9-10 looks for yet another in a 5 versus 2 situation where the Mongols shut down FaZe in the blink of an eye. Tried to get that MAC-10 jumping out middle, but M4 to the back of your skull. Certainly not an ideal start to the 16th round. FaZe Clan had a high hope of tying this game at 8, would have to do so with a 2 versus 5, but they find the first kill just to pique your interest, just to keep you FaZe Clan fans on the edge of your seat.
I was. Stylistically, that was a momentum call from Kerrigan, you know, to be like, we win this round, then suddenly it's, we're not scared of you. Oh, we're the way better team, even though we've just tied the game. Mongols stopped that entirely, very calmly as well, so that's a nice win for them. Very key moment. And with the nature of rounds like these, you either, you know, you win them with having a lot of live, or you fall flat on your face, and we got the second option instead. And the reason that happens is because you come into a site where you haven't used a lot of utility, you haven't defaulted, so almost no one's, you just, you know, whoever gets that first entry will topple the site, but they can't find that. And so it's a tricky move from FaZe, sort of left on display, but it gives MongolZ a lead.
Neo comes through with the instant timeout, his last timeout, having burned a couple back on the CT half just to get the 4 rounds they fought for. So any control of the tempo between rounds is now fully in Mara's hands. Oh, until we inevitably get to overtime, of course.
Simple went from 0 and 6 to top fragging.
It's nice to have him back.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike is unarguably in a better place with Simple in the server. He's got some catching up to do, of course. Just happy he has the chance to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played too many hard teams yet, to be frank. So being in a team like MongolZ would be a statement.
Just really wasn't a very ceremonious departure from Counter-Strike. Not showing up in Australia with Na'Vi, talking smack about the state of the game, and then going into an extended break.
Yeah.
A flop of a comeback with Falcons.
I thought it was the end, like he was going to retire, and then it's like, oh, why did he retire like that?
Yeah.
So at least come back to FaZe. Well, that's,
you know?
That's the way you do it.
Chance to prove he's still got it as well. And I think we've seen it in a few rounds at times. A flash of brilliance in a moment like this when he enters the round with a single AK. You know, this is where he's supposed to be their savior. Blitz has got other ideas, but Kerrigan sweeps in with a gun. Ooh, Mzinho gets the wallbang headshot. But you know, you could feel it there because it's Simple, because he's getting the multi-kill going, because he almost got FaZe into that bomb site when everybody else had pistols.
You know, he's got real aura. It's Mzinho. He's got a clean game going right now with the lead here for the MongolZ. Very handsome scoreline.
It's the face of a man who's locked in.
If you do that hard enough, you can turn it into VR.
Yeah, okay. Screens turn 3D. I think that's just a lack of blood flow to the brain, though.
VR?
No, it's in your head like that. Going all tense on the spray downs.
That's how you get #1 on the year.
I say to hell with nose strips. Use less oxygen.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone wear nose strips on stage and get #1.
So this one gets swept up.
As someone who wears nose strips every night, players, please stop wearing them on stage.
Does anybody wear them on the stage, though? Chopper,
That's the thing, they never
right?
make it.
Chopper? Chopper
Yeah,
must have been the one. Won a major.
Yeah, I don't know if he was wearing them at Shanghai, though. We saw him at the Bounty, I think, wear them, so
yeah, right.
Can't remember.
I love how
but even he doesn't wear. He saw everyone else putting them on. He stopped wearing them himself, and he was the only one who looked cute in them.
I love all our gadgets and gizmos, the hand warmers, the sleeves. Glasses, contact lenses. Goddamn cybersport cyborgs out here. Oh, MongolZ able to hold the leash back.
It's a
again
monster.
and again.
23-7.
Been trying to get those fights, and it costs Elijah's his scoreline. He's down to 9-17. He's nearly died every single round of play. Frozen will recover from the same angle Elige died on. We go back 3v3. On this close cave fight, though, there's more Ts than CTs. And Senzu, well, he just gets bested by Rain in the head-to-head. Techno 4K has a choice to make here. Do you try to hold off on ramp and concede the control of cave where you know they just tried to get in?
Time is the most valuable resource here for FaZe, so they'll re-spread out and get to the ramp. But this is going to end a B split. They even have time to get Frozen up through mid if they want to, but they don't have full info on the CTs. But at the moment, it's 1-on-3. Bomb looked like it was about to leave. I just wanted to escort Frozen, I think, really quick. So this is the best possible split you could ask for. Techno, how are you going to find this out? They're leaving short open for the flank.
Yep. Perfect. Also, didn't have an additional smoke. So that's fine late in the round like this. Doesn't seem like it's kind of given Techno what he needed to know. Never suspected that that flank was open. Didn't want to turn away from sight. And FaZe Clan just go into the slow squeeze. And a very critical kill there from Rain into the cave to open up this B-bomb site, to put that pressure on Techno, and to give FaZe a chance to answer in this T side. It was 3 CT round wins straight from the Mongols, just putting them on the brink of securing that 12th, and now the answer comes out with majority alive.
Yeah, that's a real FaZe moment, you know, like he needed to take that chance right then, even though his teammate wasn't perfectly lined up for the double swing. And if he didn't get it, then cave is capped, man advantage now is even, and it's pretty much impossible for FaZe to win, but it's such a chance. So Rain trusted himself. That'll be his 10th. Keep themselves at a map point. No more timeouts.
This is it.
Until we get to overtime, which is promised.
It's the FaZe Clan guarantee.
You agree with that, Connor?
More or less, but, you know, personal differences.
Full up on cash here at both teams. Round 20. We've seen some interesting looks in mid, I think, from both sides. But with MongolZ coming here, you just wonder if FaZe going to try to fight at such an important moment.
Leash keeps doing it, so the precedent's been set for him to continue these tests of middle. And even after he died last round with one, Frozen slipped right into the same fight. So there is this affinity for the duel. And Elige, just chucking utility out, but doesn't come full swinging wide. And you can see why. Still multiple bodies inside the middle of the map. Senzu ends up nading out Rain. Kerrigan's going to return the favor, though, with a frag of his own. And this is a huge fight getting geared up for this lane. Kerrigan looking to get pinched from both ends.
This kill could be everything.
Just missed the timing on the fight before the flash popped. And then a recovery of mid-control, at least attempted. But Elige goes down with nothing this round. Stuck 9 and 18.
That flash was so excellent. They had players in position, and you see the first layer, second layer, third layer offensive attack here from MongolZ. They're on the same page when it comes to that. That's where there's such a fun fight, actually, versus FaZe, but right now they're just winning too many rounds.
Senzu's repositioning his op, but it might be just with enough time to get ahead of this two-player main commitment.
We saw him miss a key shot on the op. Sometimes he pops off, sometimes.
Oh, that's huge because 9-10 still over towards Donut.
He can hold the cross. They don't have a smoke. Oh, they have a smoke for it. They have a smoke for it.
Blitz is taking over CT.
They're not using it.
No, they peek ahead of it.
Still missed anyways.
No way that both those players come into raw duels versus Oppers and walk away unscathed. Now side by side, Blitz taking a sniff at the CT smoke, opts not to go through it. Techno's going to take over Donut. Both defenders met by smoke grenades for the moment. And still you're watching FaZe just try to position their way appropriately to close out this 2 versus 4.
Simple took a fast step. He's going to take this duel.
Oh, he's against the wall. Blitz comes back, hits the dink, can't finish it off. And Techno dropped. 2v4 out of FaZe Clan.
No, it can't be. What a round from FaZe. I mean, it all rests on the fact that 2 Oppers miss easy shots and are set up. I mean, Senzu sets up awkwardly, 9-10, no excuse.
It's this Fromple duo, coined by Harry and Hugo.
I don't like that.
Fromple. Isn't that what that sounds like?
Would be triple.
No, we kept the O from Frozen.
Oh, I see, okay.
Nice!
They said the title was a work in progress.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it doesn't sound great, but it hits hard. Oh, flash from lane. You know he's stuck in now. Blitz. He actually gets a chance to leave. At the very least does a bunch of damage. But Elige catches Mzinho. That's a red room kill through the edge of that smoke. He's looking for the deep positioning versus the pistols. This is FaZe Clan to get within 1 round of the MongolZ. On the MongolZ map pick, nonetheless. And FaZe just let it slow burn. No need to be running around making mistakes at this point.
Once again, time is their best resource. Winning spot. FaZe coming out of this round rich. I don't think they're even worried about losing. They just want to make sure it's clean as possible, and that'll be the entrance in. Max 1 player left. He'll go down to Elige. Good round from him.
21 rounds into this game, still no trash talk.
Yeah,
Not
seriously.
one pop off.
You know, I think everything up until today was funny, and like, let's try to actually nail the vibes so that we have fun playing together and, you know, keep the expectations a little lower. But now it becomes serious because it's their hardest opponent at a chance they can actually make playoffs, and they've shown themselves that they can do well now. So
I think also a little fight fire with fire. A lot of the younger, lesser experienced rosters were kind of weaponizing that rowdiness. The Legacies, the Namigas.
And I think they'll get fun again in, you know, the next map.
Ooh, in the corner. No, wait, Blitz wins that. Ooh. Just here's Elige frolicking around in that middle smoke, and he was on his own. They are still geared up to hit this B site, and it looks like FaZe are going to go in with conviction.
Great move from Mzinho.
Trying to challenge forward, no real vision for the defense. Deep smoke as well. Kerrigan's going to continue to press his luck. Senzu gets his frozen, but there's Kerrigan charging down short side like it's nothing.
No plant yet, man.
A 3v5 demanded a FaZe. MongolZ's gonna try to dive onto the bomb. And it's great cover from Simple. Kerrigan goes back to short. They catch the guy within it. Simple takes the next one, and a double man advantage to tie up this game.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe they figured out this round.
3v5.
2 planted, 1 planted on the side of the bomb plant, on the side of default, 2 on long. MongolZ could have stopped that if he went the other way around the pillar, but just didn't expect that at all. They got confused by the smokes. The player snuck out the short side. There were so many moves there from FaZe that it's just like, how do you call this? From a 4v5 spot.
2 versus 4 between Frozen and Simple. 3 versus 5 in this one. These last 6 rounds of play with no timeouts as well to change up the pacing of it all.
And look how quiet they are, even after a round like this.
Nah, it's all business today. Playoffs on the line. Looking to put the previous Simple outings in the rearview mirror and full focus on the Moody Center. 11-11. I'm gonna make a wish. This game never ends. Low utility though for the Mongols.
Full investment here.
They want this round.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's not like they need all of the utility, but it's not like it's been a lot of fast rounds here from FaZe. Holding mid as this round goes on, it's going to be very difficult. They're going to just basically need mistakes to make this happen. And Raid said sometimes there will be mistakes.
Just missed it.
Oh, so just close. And he gave his audio away. He has no idea someone's close.
Kerrigan tries to set it up, and it works! Not to mention, Kerrigan then finds that spam through smoke. At first, just a distraction. And then a swipe of the scythe. We go 3v2, but MongolZ comes out from Donut, loses the duel to Frozen, who's been so good for FaZe. He has been rock solid. A Senzu clutch queued up. It is an ace demanded of him. And as he looks for that offer on the angle, missed shot, open invitation, a little more damage onto it. No way! No way! Not on Simple's watch!
And there's the first roar out of Frozen. They take 12 before MongolZ. How in the world? With the lead and the control that came in earlier on, FaZe have proved it. They've made magic happen again.
7-1 lead for the Mongols at the start of this ancient map. There's your final blow.
What an unreal comeback.
The loudest we've heard FaZe just yet. Still a solid buy for the Mongols. They pull that one out of the hat.
Solid buy.
Was until the nades are gone.
It's one less gun than last round. They're gonna have 3 MP9s coming into this. Going out for the same bout of mid control. Like FaZe found a way around it last round. They're gonna lose a lot of time if they try to go for flanks. Plus they got these MP9s in place. It'd be nice if this ended B, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna.
Great flash to get them out. Elige controls it. Little SMG spam from the side of that smoke. This is a glorious position to be in if you're FaZe Clan. And we've seen them in these kinds of advantageous spots. Just slow it down a bit. Let the candle burn. Target set. A-site beckons. They are hitting it headstrong. The best rifle still out there on the Mongols field. Stands between them and an A-site post-plant. Fast move from the Mongols. Rotate. Drop ball from 9-10 though. 2 SMGs and 5 FaZe players all giving cover, all coming together to make a statement here in Austin. A map secured off the back of a 2v4, a 3v5, those classic FaZe antics. with a map win in their back pocket, FaZe Clan take this series to Anubis. The Mongols came out swinging, no denying that. A 7-1 lead on that T side of Ancient looks strong, right? The pack of players moving around the map with agility. But FaZe Clan had other ideas because FaZe Clan know that they can win any map in any moment. And we saw that happen with a 2 versus 4, a 3 versus 5. FaZe Clan, they just never know how to lose.
I mean, are FaZe Clan Brazilian?
I don't think so.
Are they Liquid?
No.
Then how are Mongols going to beat them on Anubis? Because they've lost to every other team that isn't one of those two things.
Really? Every other team?
Yeah. So they got an overtime loss versus Aurora, which is a great team. That's
great.
Obviously.
Yeah.
They've lost also to a Brazilian team in Furia. They lost to also Liquid another time. Complexity as well, which again, good Anubis team for sure. 3D Max and Vitality. This is their worst map right now. They can still win it. Mongols can still win it, but right now in current form, this is their worst map. They're struggling to figure out the CT side, so a good start is imperative here. And talking about good starts versus comebacks. Simple in that last map.
Insane.
Over 2 rating, right? And that second half on T side, baby. How many people are going to pull that off? He went from 0 and 6 to top fragging by the second half. And they won the game, right? It's not just cosmetic.
He kind of gets stalled out on camera. Rain tries to push his body against him. Elige with the Berettas, though, over on Fountain. Working solo for the time being. A lot of a rotation coming out through storage. Elige gets a triple kill with the 2 pistols. 910 shaves one off from storage before they can get it going. Hands busy on the plant. Simple's gonna charge it down. 910's got the answers they need. Here's the rebuttal. Frozen, he knows where you're at. A single tap, all it's gonna take. And a flash to try to burn off time. No kid out there, he just taps him out, waiting for that duel. Frozen just plays it cool.
That is such a hard fight for both parties. It's a headshot angle. You can pick which way, but it's high-low, so you kind of feel like you need to just stay up there and aim. And obviously, Senzu is a guy who, on those pixel peaks, can be super dangerous, but Frozen just as confident. It's a solid close. Got to be a critical pistol in this game, right? Again, the struggling CT side right now for Mongols. FaZe just made that massive comeback versus them. Mentally, this game has proved to be so tough. This is their first outing versus another team that now they've got to prove they can take down, right, outside of playoffs, and then prove it again inside of playoffs. So there's a lot on the line, I think, mentally for the Mongols in the greater scheme of things here. With the addition of Simple.
Who's on a noob too? Didn't take him long to find confidence in the series.
But it's actually, you know what? Like on the second rounds as well, economically speaking, shotguns are kind of unmatched if you have the right spots for them. You're making so much money. You one shot.
Although XM is reduced to an SMG bonus.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, 600 like the SMGs. Machine
okay.
taught me that the other night.
Man, I don't remember when they changed that.
Me neither, but I'm going to believe Machine. And I understand this thing is a different beast from the other shotties. Here's why. Just letting that buckshot go. 910 and Blitz, however, find kills. So be careful, FaZe. You're now at a man disadvantage. Kerrigan's trying to make a move. Doesn't actually get found out by that Tech 9 floating outside A. So now Kerrigan's position seems valuable. But at the same time, there's some uncertainty here.
I think it's a Tech 9 coming in. So, yeah, that's really good for Kerrigan. Plus, he catches the drop down. That's pretty much the perfect spot for him, especially with this play going B. So let's see if they walk in and find him or not.
Ooh, gets up along the wall, and that's a little too far ahead for Mongols to have expected it. Frozen creeps in with the M4. Rifle duel on that pillar. Ooh, he's got to be careful. Now it's 2 Galils looking to go. Peek around the obelisk, costs Blitz. 910 slips back, and the trade's good. Rain slides out with the SMG, makes a little bit more money. There are rifles to be grabbed. FaZe hang on because they were just facing a force buy loss.
Another bounce back and recovery here. Kerrigan's move is the really important one. His 2 kills. And he didn't even have a good map on Ancient, but he did from the perspective of calling, I think. Ooh, MongolZ would have liked to take that. Again, like, you lose a pistol, but you have a second chance to win back all the things that I mentioned you could lose, which is like the confidence, the momentum, starting off on the right foot on CT side. You get it all back if you just win the second round, so they don't lose, or they don't win on that chance either. So the buy... Okay. 2 Galils, an AK, a decent amount of utility, but this is... Defaulting off this is going to be kind of hard. Let's see if they do something quick.
Meanwhile, you got that simple op floating out on the field. Elige sees a few players on bridge, wants nothing to do with it.
They got only one inside of the A side, so.
Simple's freed up to rotate, though. He will be that second piece of the A defense as Elige just leans back and spawn.
That's such a great nade on Blitz.
Yeah, from Rain as well, from downtown inside that A site.
I think they should absolutely take advantage of the new chemistry on the A side. It's a hard site to defend in the first place. But the MongolZ, they look like they just tested. They're going back to B. Good utility, man, here for FaZe.
That frag grenade felt like it could have done a lot more damage. It's all right, the rifles ripped through flesh. Frozen with a double, there's the response. Senzu back at it, and Simple waiting for a target. Here's that bomb being planted, won't stop it. Elige and Rain to work alongside him, but they're met by fire on the approach. And over towards Temple, you've still got that smoke grenade in front of Rain, so this is gonna buy critical seconds for the MongolZ. Low health on 2 of the 3 kits on all of the FaZe players. Could still be a strong retake. Further damage done. It's Rain now low. Galil can get nothing. It all falls on Senzu. An ace demanded of him. Gets his 3rd kill. Missed on shot. That's all 5.
Oh my God, Senzu, what a moment. The spray down, the clutch, and the post plant. I was just about to talk about how incredible FaZe have gotten, and it looked like their last chance was the one to steal it away. But they come into this. Both gets utility on 2 players. Senzu, I think, with the only AK. And he pulls the clutch out.
You are correct. It was Galil's and Tech9's for the others. Good bit of early success here for the MongolZ. Could do them so much good. See the effects. It's MP9 here for Elige. Pistols for the others. Blitz, though, up close. First death goes to the favor of FaZe.
That one op shot gets missed. And it set that up, but just right back into jeopardy, aren't they? Blitz going down.
So Mac 10 retrieve plus Simple actually brings a kit into this round just in case a retake is needed. They don't have a lot to win with, but they have enough to win with. Rain 5-7 facing the approach, slides in, gets his 1, cleaned up by Elige. It's a 2K for Elige. It's the bomb down in front of them. 910's gonna try to get vision back. He misses his op shot, and so critical missed op shots in back-to-back rounds opens the door for their opponents. Techno, no K.
Literally.
Walks out middle with nothing of an answer, and that is just a single MP9 on Elige and the 5-7 over towards main that gets all the job done. FaZe right back to winning ways.
We're going to look at this round as the one round that Senzu literally needed to ace for MongolZ to win. That's a 1v3 situation. This could have just been a clean streak here from FaZe. They win this with basically nothing to work with. I think the funny part about the ace site is that it's hard to hold, but you don't necessarily need good guns to hold it. You just need 2 players in there in the right spots, and those were the ones. You have Rain take advantage of the shadow with an MP9 behind him, and then suddenly turning the corner from the T perspective is actually kind of awkward, especially if you don't get the first kill right away. I mean, besides that ace, FaZe are actually in general, since the start of the second half of Ancient, are playing actually super well. Like, everything looks good.
And I'm partly surprised to see it and to say it, but at the same time, why wouldn't it come together? It's FaZe Clan with just the most amount of experience.
For sure.
Star power boiling over the pot. It's everything you could hope for in a roster. It just has to come together. And of course, in the final hours of Stage 3, it seems to be going the right way, although they did just forfeit a bomb plant versus majority unupgraded pistols. There's Deagles floating out there. Retake's already looking strong. No casualties until Senzu gets his one. And so be it. FaZe Clan, round like this is nothing to them. You can take your money. We've got this 4-1 CT side.
Dude, if you aren't actively watching CS, you'd look at this roster and go, this is obviously the best team in the world and a super team, right? They got Frozen, who is the best player on every map in the pool for Mouse. They have Elige, who has historically been the top performer in North America. You have Kerrigan, obviously. Then you bring in Simple as the 5th, and Rain is the original best player on FaZe. Like, it all seems like it was supposed to work. But the thing was, it wasn't so much about, oh, this team will work eventually. It just seemed like they were going in the wrong direction entirely. That they were going to fail, but for different reasons. That just personalities and roles and things that were beyond the... because the roles did change a ton. So it was fair to be like, okay, well, you know, Elige coming for ROPS, like that, maybe T-sides, that makes sense, but that wasn't always working. I mean, Simple maybe really has tied everything together, it feels like.
The amount of positions that Rain had to forfeit for Elige as well.
And the unfair part to Elige was Brokey's form was going down before he joined the team. So if Simple can play well, like he just had that huge T-side, you know, comeback. Like Brokey wasn't putting up halves like that in the last few months, unfortunately. So incredible they've done it this quickly with Simple coming out of the team. But also, how many other players could you know, would you be surprised by if that happened?
It's just so FaZe to put it together for a major.
Yeah. Yeah, how many more majors? How many more major finals with FaZe in them before we're not surprised?
It's just so FaZe Clan. We hit the minute mark.
We talk about a lot of storylines, right, for every team coming into events.
Of course.
We talk about them as the years rolling on every season. We keep up with them, keep updated. Simple winning this major, it wasn't even a storyline we talked about. Obviously, it would be one of the most insane things we ever witnessed.
Sure.
But it wasn't even on the radar with the amount of teams, who was playing well, who should be there.
Kill advantage goes to FaZe Clan when this clash finally starts to unfold at 30 seconds. Simple in the comfort zone, and FaZe Clan in the driver's seat. 5-1 lead CT side.
They have the wheel now.
Slow squeezing around as the Mongols finally started to get footing towards a site. You know, the only thing crazier than Simple winning this major would be Legacy winning this major.
Thought you were going to say Elige, but yeah.
That's the only other, you know, Cinderella story that goes beyond FaZe Clan. The beauty of the
both are
Simple doing it,
possible.
you can believe in it a little more.
But now if it's Legacy in the final versus FaZe, Simple's going to be the MVP.
Of course. I feel like you give Simple another golden opportunity to prove that he still got it. Come on. You got Elige by your side as well, so you know the crowd's going to be on your side in every head-to-head. It's nothing like an American on stage to get the Texas crowd rowdy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be doing an accent.
Flash and a smoke for this A-side approach, but met by utility at a minute. Again, slow moves from the Mongols. FaZe just leaning deeper and deeper into the lazy boy, getting comfortable. Rain multi-kill, Simple on the scene. Never too far off in these last few rounds. Just ready to get into any sort of antics. And Senzu trying to get his hands on a gun. Desert Eagles not doing the job for him. Smoke grenade again to try to give a little more space. They start to swarm down. Simple's had enough. Just running him down with a pistol, supported by the players behind him. Majority alive for FaZe as they are not even pressed by the Mongols right now.
I don't even know how they'll be able to win now. The funniest part with Simple is like historically, like when he's come on as not just a stand-in or a new team or whatever, but like way back, he once, it was Hiko who came in as a stand-in to play with him on flip side, and they had to have someone translating for Hiko because they weren't speaking English the whole time. But Simple and Hiko became best friends. That was one of the most unlikely things to ever happen. In this team, it's been Rain out of nowhere. Simple loves Rain.
Ooh. How can you not? It's the tenure on this roster. And nobody got a career like Rain. Uh-oh. It's exposed and still brings one down. And again, here's another example of just Simple so ready for these fights. Simple is ready. He's still have a day off and get ready for the playoffs.
He thought he was going to fall back.
He's playing the type of CS that is just round winning. Borderline disrespectful in the fights he's just taking to the Mongols. 4 kills in the first half of Ancient. A plus 2.0 rating in the second side of that first map.
Bro, their mental is destroyed.
We said mental wasn't real, but I could see it falling apart for the Mongols.
Yeah.
Oh, walking into Frozen. This is a beautiful, big, beautiful FaZe clan.
They're kind of like the glass you put in front of a fire extinguisher right now. They've just been absolutely shattered on the lightest touch, to be honest. There's still room to come back into this half. It doesn't feel like they can do it. Look at this, 910. You can just see by the angle 910's holding that he's expecting, because he would be himself, falling back a little bit after an op goes on cycle. But the confidence from Simple, he's 2 feet in the other direction. He wants you to re-peek. He doesn't even care if he dies. He's got a teammate behind him. They're playing 2 different games at the moment.
I drop you smoke then. Okay, yeah. Guys, I drop one flash. I will buy
Oh, poor Mzinho. He was amazing back on Ancient. Kind of got let down, to be frank.
And all the Mongols were playing well for that first half of Ancient. Felt like that's what was going to keep them ahead of FaZe for this series. It was just the fact that at the start of the day, every member of the Mongols stepped up. Mzinho 0-8, you know, we highlight it. Hell, Techno's only got 1 kill as well. Mzinho just gets stuffed on the smoke. It's a Rain double. Fast swap to the Galil. And they've been constantly trying to challenge him.
How did he even know he was in front of me? See anything?
No
Rain?
way, just sprays through the smoke.
Oh, he's up on an ace!
Almost all 5 for Rain. And that wasn't even super well supported. Just one man, 2 guns, 4 kills.
Mongols have won in this game was an ace from Senzu. It was a 3-on-1 post-plant situation. It was a full control round out of FaZe. That's the closest they've gotten. Oh, he did. He saw.
Oh. The shadows of Mzinho welcomes a bullet storm from Rain.
That's why Simple loves Rain. That's why.
Rain 14 and 6 off of that round. Oh, FaZe Clan, ladies and gentlemen. The team that don't miss major finals. The mainstay of CS2. But taken back by 910.
Those were insane shots, actually.
He gets a triple kill in the middle of all that. Felt like FaZe had this game under wraps. There's the answer, but it's okay. It's just to extend the Rain highlight reel, perhaps.
They definitely had that round under wraps. Those are crazy shots.
Better put them on the highlight reel, because I don't even know how 910 got all 3.
If they keep their guard down, though, for a second, Rain's actually going to see him.
Oh, he slipped in between them.
But
oh, He's in between them, but Senzu gets the better of the duel, and so somehow, some way, full house between 9-10 and Senzu. 2v5? There's a kill sprinkled in. At least, I mean, those are the two players that get all 5 kills. I'm gonna need a replay, and let's slow it down.
Yeah, it just all happened so fast.
Yeah, 2v5.
Dirty shots.
Surgical precision. All right, well, that's what happens when 9-10's had an AK, and he's had enough. See if they try to rinse and repeat, but they put Simple on jail. Kerrigan holds back one player towards Evo.
Getting stronger.
They're just going to try to charge him down, and multi-kills go both directions. Simple taps right back into the Matrix.
They wanted to run that back, but man, they were just on autopilot.
And maybe another reminder that it's going to take individual heroics of a whole other caliber to even give any rounds to Mongols. An ace for Senzu for the first, a full house based on 9-10's triple for their second, and barring that, nothing else in this half with only 1 round left to play.
My jaw is on the floor right now. Unbelievable. FaZe made a comeback in the first map, and now they're up 9-2.
Oh, hang on. MAC-10 aggression?
Yeah.
Never mind. Nothing to get excited about for the Mongols. Maybe this B long play works out once more, but 9-10 jumps up. Simple absolutely feeling it as he yet again tears them limb from limb. One by one, they fall at the hands of Simple. Rain's right there to scoop this up. It's a double-digit CT side. What was once a Mongols 7-1 lead, map 1, has felt like nothing but FaZe's playground ever since.
Hey folks, welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We got some clip I think we have to watch. Let's get to it.
Ooh, Shanghai Major.
I predicted that already, Finn.
David, you want the flash?
Yeah, flash me in. Oh, what?
He's blind, he's blind, he's blind. Insane flash. Why you don't commit, David?
Yeah, man.
That's fine, we got this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, I peek long now? Oh.
That's impressive, bro.
Unlucky. I mean, it's pretty important round, some might say no. But I wasn't nervous here. I think there was like 75% chance to win this round still. Oh, but honestly, this round is insane. Yeah, and this jump shot. It was completely quiet on TeamSpeak. No, he didn't even say he killed side, no?
You could just hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah. I remember there wasn't that much of a count between the two. But here, Magus thinks Rob's 1 HP, bro.
Oh my god.
1 HP. Not even close. But meanwhile, Brokey's biting his fingers off. Making a jump shot in a tight moment where if he doesn't hit the shot, he probably dies.
We lose the
round if he dies, so get spammed through the smoke. So Pew remember this round just because it's 12-10. If we lose the round, we out. But that round is, in my eyes, one of the highlights from the last few majors, and I think therefore it should be a high culture rating.
Would be probably way higher if you actually would have won the major, but
the impact it had and the arena, how loud it was, because I don't see what's happening. I just see the crowd goes really wild. So for culture rating, you don't get a more exciting clip in the most important round of a major. It's third map, it's 12-10, but I would give it 8 out of 10, just for the impact and how many people talked about the round, and I think people will still remember this round in 4 years.
It would get much higher, you know, if you would have won.
It would be a 10 out of 10. If you won that in overtime, that would be 10 out of 10 as one of the most memorable moments of the major.
I think 8 is pretty fair. So what, moving to the individual brilliance, I would go like 7. 7 for me is...
I think it makes sense for 7. I think Rain hit some good shots, and Rob's deciding at what moment he wants to jump. He jumps after Rain gets the kill, so he's playing off his teammate, try to get the second. So yeah, I think 7 makes sense. So more culture impact than individually performance.
This was Culture Clubhouse.
Checkmate.
That is a quick one tap to Zontix.
FaZe Clan in an absolute dominant position here for the Anubis game. We knew that with the results MongolZ came into this map specifically with, that maybe they'd have their hands full, but barring an ace for Senzu and a 2 versus 5 from 9-10, it is nothing but FaZe, which for the fans of North American Counter-Strike who only have a Liege left to cheer for, you got what you wanted.
And Simple spent some time on Liquid, so we claim him too. Yeah, this last half was, I mean, MongolZ felt like they just threw in the towel mentally. Zinho ends 0-12 after having a really, really strong Ancient, and they collapsed, and FaZe did the exact opposite, which is like the perfect formula for them, obviously. Gotta be careful about this push. It's being watched. They cannot afford to lose a pistol right now.
Let's get one on Simple. That's good.
Man, the MongolZ, it's their T side is their good side.
I just hope Zinho doesn't finish with 0 kills. It's a nice headshot on a Liege, finishes the job with the little health Rain had left. Zinho's gonna press in. There it is. First kill of map 2. Blitz is gonna collect another one, and it is the MongolZ with a much needed pistol round win.
Let's be honest, you weren't cheering for that. It's always funnier just to have 0 kills.
No, not when they're young like that, you know?
You're lying.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope, I am an empathetic guy.
No. I know you better than them.
And myself?
We were having tacos with Alexi, and I was always thinking, man, why did he get any kills that train match? It would have been way funnier to just go 0 kills.
That's true. Alexi did say, man, he said, oh, God, dude, I just got owned, man. It was horrible. It was so bad. And you went, yeah, it was funny. You had no kills.
Yeah.
Right
it
to
was.
the face.
I mean, yeah, that's honesty. Thing is, you were laughing, too. You just didn't say anything.
I was laughing that you said it to his face. Hey, Alexi, I like the way you sucked.
Yeah, that's true. That's just how I felt. That was hilarious. You know, if he was really bad and he's never going to win anything ever again, I wouldn't have maybe said it.
Okay, sure.
So I guess that's part of it.
Yeah, if he
same with Zinho, you know. You're not beating down on a bottom feeder over here. He was trying to carry MongolZ last map.
That's fair. That's fair. Kick him while he's down.
That's the best time to kick him.
The best time to kick him. We've learned that in Austin.
Yeah, Kassan got mad at me for my Nico joke yesterday. Did you see that?
No. He's mad again?
Did Laundress take a shot at Nico? Did I hear that right? And I said, yeah, and I didn't whiff. Everyone's fair game, man. It's, you know.
Blitz on cleanup. Liege wants the 1D, but he's not going to get it. There's the 4th for the MongolZ. A first much-needed pistol round win, and then a much-needed conversion round.
Yeah. I remember getting 0 kills in a match. It was the worst day of my life. But could you make fun of me for it? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. If you're that sensitive, you're not going to win anything. That's what Katsad would say, I'm sure.
I never have. I hung up the mouse and keyboard. Oy. Careful.
It's a good peek, though.
Every round is a much-needed round, and these are much-needed guns that the MongolZ need to hang on to. By much. Ooh, that dangerous cross, eh? That open road, that moment where you're exposed to long B, but they don't get caught. They just slip into the cover, down in E-box. Elish finds an entry. Good hold from Techno over towards water to at least stop one side of this attack. Bomb plant regardless.
How you going to pull a retake off right now? 3 players coming in. They have considerable utility, to be honest.
Gonna try to soften it all up first, huh?
Oh, no. Gone for...
Can't be affording that. That smoke grenade would have cut off half of this post plant.
Yeah, Techno relied on it.
Are they still going to try it? They still try to push through regardless.
Oh, I almost feel for him on that angle, but how did it actually bounce off the wall there?
I don't know.
You know, it's such a small lip of the ledge. You know, a moment like this, you'd say, how's that nerves? But also, yeah, I guess it's deep enough that...
I mean, it's a celebration for FaZe Clan breaking through versus guns early, but it's just all kind of spoiled by what looked like bad clipping.
I mean, when you miss nades like that, even if the nade has no impact, mentally, everyone coming in is totally on a different page. You go, oh, it missed. Then the guy who's out there flanking thinks about it. The guys who are pushing him through the smoke are in a different place. It kind of just, it can really rock everything in a bad way. Just not what MongolZ needed right now, unfortunately.
Even just calming it causes that little bit more panic, because everybody thinks it's going to be there.
Yeah.
You got to make sure everybody knows that it's not. But they should be focused on the crosshairs in that moment. It just, it'll put you into a dark spiral.
Well, at least the spiral might end soon. It was crazy to see FaZe in a 2-1 position, and now here they are versus their hardest competition, potentially winning 2-0. And fast, to be honest. FaZe winning in under 3 maps. It seems like it would have been impossible, especially with the way that an Ancient started.
Jumping MP9 from Senzu, no surprise on that one. A struggling Mzinho, the only line of defense over towards A. Rain gets what's left of Senzu. Mzinho gets aggressive, and it is a Rain triple kill as his reign of terror doesn't stop. 19 and 9. Alicia's gonna flex out through the mid control. FaZe on the brink of a 12th, and it's a Rain quad kill from the depths of Canals to give them 8 map match playoffs points.
Man, we're seeing amazing moments out of Rain. We're seeing great scorecards out of him on multiple maps now so far in this run. It's up and down, but when it's up, it's high up. Wow.
No! Go forward. Go, baby.
Sitting beside your biggest fan probably helps. Him and Simple, 38 kills combined.
Alij looks to be the one to lock it all in. It's fast frags again. There's just so little to work with. FaZe had their tires spinning in the mud back on Ancient. And this is just total control of the situation at this point. An unbelievable scene to have Simple stepping up to the pedigree that he does in this series. The Undertaker from 6 feet under to now playoffs in Austin. We know that the MongolZ struggles this year have happened on the big stage, but in games like these, they generally step up to the call. Not today. FaZe have a date with playoffs. Frozen tried to keep them kicking and screaming at the start of all of this, but believe your eyes, Austin, you have your hero. Alij will take to the stage in playoffs.
They did.
One and only American to do it in this slow return to NA for a major.
Not the easiest draw, incredible performance. Rain and Simple together nearly had more kills than the entire team of the MongolZ on that last map. MongolZ, unfortunately, shattered like a glass in that game. They allowed a massive comeback to take place. They put themselves in a terrible spot, I think, mentally, coming into their last try tomorrow. But for FaZe, Alij getting to step out in front of the crowd, for FaZe qualifying it, considering the circumstances, considering how much disarray there was in this team in terms of chemistry, individual performances, everything. Map pool, it's amazing that it's come together in this way. But how surprised can you be when it is, again, a major?
Yeah, when it's a major and when it's FaZe Clan and when it's an Alij who said at the end of last season, I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure I'm in a position to win in 2025. And those wins, he had no clue where they'd come from. But to do it in Austin, that's the dream. For him, for America, for NACS.
FaZe with Simple make it through to the playoffs of the Blast TV Austin Major, and your first playoffs since Rio. This feels like a long time ago. How good does this feel for you, and also the fact you performed so well?
Bro, I feel so happy. I mean, I don't know, but first of all, thanks FaZe for opportunity. And without them, without Javi, who wrote me on Instagram, I would probably sit on fucking bench for more time. And I'm so happy that I'm gonna play on stage in front of United States people, in front of people around the world, and I know that you will support us on stage. And next chapter will start on next week, and I'm so glad that we are in this chapter.
I got to ask you one thing. Donk made a comment when people were asking him if you were back, and he said, okay, you live with how you went on the stage before, you know, went 3-2, and he said you don't have that wow factor anymore. How does it feel for you? Do you feel like you're back?
I feel like I could play much better. Of course, I need more practice because sometimes I get nerves at the beginning of game.
Really?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's so important games, and you understand that playoffs so close. And yeah, I mean, at some point, Donk is right. I could do better, and I think I just need to play more and more each day and each tournament, and I can get my form back.
Does it motivate you, though, when you hear, like, Donk say that about you? Does it motivate you when you hear other people say, like, oh, he's not back yet?
Yeah, I mean, but don't like other people, you know. Everyone's saying different things, and if you always think it in a bad way, that's going to be bad for yourself, you know. But if you take those words as a motivation and you want just to prove them that you could still do better, you know, yeah.
Well, welcome back to the major playoffs. A huge run for you. FaZe have done it. Let's see how they continue.
Those oh-so-coveted spots in the Moody Center slowly getting taken, and both these teams want a chance at that playoffs. We've got Na'Vi versus G2 coming at you guys now. Going to give you one last second to digest that simple performance.
That was insane.
And now we're into Na'Vi versus G2.
All right, now we're just wash that away, and we go into Na'Vi versus G2 just like that. Mirage Anubis Inferno, we won't be getting the train that Na'Vi love playing lately. I think they're fine with that, considering how their Spirit game went.
Yeah, it's such a flex. It's like it's such a statement of, we had a good boot camp.
Yeah, as G2 would love to be able to, you know, float it in this situation, but
nay.
So, I mean, G2 are sort of like, what's happening? Because they beat Pain, who actually just qualified to the playoffs earlier, played amazing.
Pain?
Pain. Oh, sorry, they just their 2-2 game.
Yeah.
Or 2-1 or 1-2.
Yeah, they were 1-2 today.
Okay, sorry, didn't qualify. Survived to.
Stop spoiling the scripts.
Yeah.
Come
so
on,
we'll see Pain in top 8 eventually, but.
Mohan.
So, anyways, G2 beat them, and in that game.
Yep. Tell me. Get it off your chest, baby.
It's so hard to say why Pain lost so badly. You know, G2 came through on Dust 2. They made them look deflated. They really didn't look like they were bringing in any kind of special game plan. I won't say that G2 played badly. Their CT side looked excellent. Sure. The T side was just like some real simple stuff, and it was exactly what they needed to bring. I think you know, Na'Vi are maybe a step up from Pain.
No doubt.
But you don't really know what you're going to get from them either, man.
On an individual level, you would hope that their average is just good enough to go toe-to-toe with G2, so let's call it a close game off just that. But then, you know, if Pain fell to the simplicity of G2's T-sides, I don't anticipate Blade letting that happen versus Na'Vi. You know, I think it's going to be, barring some kind of individual heroic, which is possible. Again, you never know when Hunter is going to drop the best map of the year. You never know when Mob's going to take over a server. The possibility is 100% there. And Hades has been hot on the op. But in those mid-round calls, that is where the question over top of G2 and where the praise for Na'Vi goes back. Yeah, I think that's why they would be the favorites statistically in this one. But the question is by how much and on what day?
Yeah. No, we've been kind of like tripping over our words trying to describe this. But I'll say mid to late rounds. If I had to forecast this, mid to late rounds, Na'Vi will be better. We'll get good entries out of G2. And if Na'Vi cover their choke points like Pain didn't when it comes to the walkouts, they'll basically crush in this game unless G2 have a different game plan than what they pulled out versus Pain. So that's how I'll put it. We'll see what actually happens. Here comes G2 on T side.
It's also like that shine of Na'Vi from their major and all the events that came with it after has gone to the wayside. Missed the last 4 playoffs at the last 4 events they played. Can't afford that in Austin. Bit's gonna find first blood. Alexi Beat collects his kill on the pistol, and so very quickly we're down to a 2 versus 5 for G2. Bit of cat control, bombs down behind him, and it looks like CT's pushing beyond that bomb. JL trying to chase down this last frag, will find it in the ladder room. It is a convincing state from Na'Vi to kick this one off on Mirage.
Little set play here towards Beat, stopped really easily by Na'Vi, who are in perfect spots in connector, getting that smoke blown open. Oh, that's an excellent shot out of Bit as well. Wow, everything looked very sharp there, just from the perspective of aim.
Nice, boys. 6 fucking shots.
To be honest, that's what it was. And that train game versus Spirit, it's just like they couldn't buy a trade, so that was another concern for Na'Vi.
Single smoke for Hades.
Yeah, and the cure for, you know, the walkouts is active spotting, and that's a lot of jump spotting. But G2 built a lot of momentum fast on their attacks, and even though they're missing, you know, Nico and Monacy, which made those entry rounds so much stronger, they still have lots of entry power. That's where Mobs can come in.
Peels back just as that risk from Underpass comes through. And it doesn't look like G2 are going to find any footing in this one. Little dink for JL. They can afford to lose 2, because that's the number of MP9s out here. But nobody barring the 1. It is a triple kill for JL, just getting in with a little bit of practice before the gun rounds start flowing.
So the first 4-1 here comes out from G2. Go right into a tech pause. Some extra time to think. Luckily, we aren't really into the thick of the action.
It's a fast one. Headset swap.
For Blade.
For Blade. Got to make sure that headset's working.
Be so exciting if Blade couldn't hear you play one round. You could just do all kinds of stupid stuff, and he couldn't catch you.
Oh, holy moly!
What just happened? Someone.
It's Aurora and Maus going down over on the A stream.
Is that the end of a map, though?
Nope, that is, by the looks of Scorebot, 5 rounds back and forth.
Okay.
They're getting into the nitty-gritty over there.
What's the...
With Maus having a map in their back pocket.
Maus
Long journey for Maus, huh?
Yes.
Long journey.
A little O2 will do that. O2 will do that. Good practice, though. They needed it.
Yes, sir.
They needed every overtime versus
every
Liquid.
Overtime, every warm-up capability. Whatever it takes to not go 0-3, 1-3, or 2-3.
I honestly think you're blessed to get to play like long, drawn-out overtime games in this stage and survive. I think overtime is just a point where practice, it's kind of just like you're going to the gym and you get that, you know, those last few sets are the most important because you're really pushed. Those are the ones that help you grow the most. If you come in and just do a few light weights, 5 minutes of each muscle or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere. But in those overtime games where everything is out on the table, you've used all your strats, you're fully warmed up, I think that's where you grow the most as a team. And all the pressure.
First gun round, G2 wastes no time, taking over middle. From a tech pause to a top mid swing. Oh, well lined up there. Emed doesn't actually get either of the 2 kills on the players that he tags.
Was that a smoke that was a little off on purpose, or did they block it at top con? Because it felt like there was a small gap on the right side or something.
I mean, Emed was falling back. It is possible it bounced off him. We'll let the detectives figure that one out. We'll see what G2 do with their first man advantage.
All right, a cut noise, walk it to beat. Snacks, if he peels back at the wrong time, it's going to be a little awkward. Oh, that's wait, what?
Bit
saw him and then thought he was just going to leave, so.
This B site looking prime for the taking now because Alexi gets off site to try to deal with Catwalk just because this is really Snacks opening up a can of worms that Na'Vi don't understand.
Yeah, oh, he technically could see a foot right there.
Dude, he is
sneaky beaky.
Sneaky SOB.
Some things never change.
The Palace kill. Unfortunately for him, Alexi's in the connector, but at least Hades trades that one. So looking like 4 strong, still standing for G2. Guns make a world of difference.
Snacks flipped around early, walked into underpass. Bit thought he has absolutely no idea that I'm going to be following him. Goes to check top mid.
Owned.
Snacks just turns around.
You can't pull the wool over Snacks' eyes.
No.
He was born for those sorts of moments. So early days here on Mirage, and G2 with a round win. If you're G2 and you roll out of bed today and you have Na'Vi as an opponent, on a scale of 1 to 10, how intimidated are you by this version of Na'Vi in Austin?
I'd be pretty intimidated, I think. I mean, I think the only thing that's helping G2, I mean, what's helping G2 a lot probably is, again, like, all the expectations aren't them. Usually G2 are just, there's so much pressure on them to just get, you know, to literally win every time they're in the major.
Right.
And I think this is the first time they've ever experienced not having that. It's weird. We're still finding out what the form is like for a lot of the top teams.
Wonder how the members of G2's organization are handling this newfound kind of lack of expectation. Total opposite to one major ago in Shanghai.
I mean, they didn't even have a boot camp, right?
True.
So, just kind of ignoring them, it feels like.
Hello, guys?
Yeah.
Hey, make the most of it. Exposing the smoke in middle is not going to give any angles over to Na'Vi. Wonderful versus Snacks and Connector in a moment before this A commitment comes out as Hades now brings that bomb from middle. And Wonderful is going to go down with nothing. Met by fire though, so it plays around with the timing of it all. Bit on a reload, gets spammed through triple. Emet emerging from the jungle smoke, but the Snacks recovery gets one back the other way. That's bomb dropped in bottom middle. Not ideal for Hunter to have to go and grab this. MP9 up on the roost, dealt with. Now he's only got 16 health, and JL sitting pretty on 91. But Hunter very quickly repositions. Window duel. No, he gets it!
Oh my, with no health left over. That was free for JL. Hunter making that rotation around, caught him totally off guard.
One bullet from JL connects, and that is Hunter down. Instead, 1v2 to tie this game early.
Ooh, I need to watch that from JL's perspective. How far off are we talking here? I mean, for Hunter, just to play, he's got to make something happen, right? He knows it's so unlikely that he pulls this off. Can we please see that back from JL's perspective?
We
Could
might
we
not have it.
Yeah.
Quick, somebody at home go get ready to download the demo.
Yeah.
Where did those bullets go?
To be honest, like, I only saw like one tracer at the bottom of the window.
Kind of ping off the windowsill. Hunter just slid out into that one. So you got Na'Vi with their head in their hands early on. Alexi knows damn well how close that round was to a win. Frag grenade to try to soften up this pistol up in ladder room. Very little to work with. Obviously, P250 and a Deagle both here in mid. Both have now fired off. Gonna try to cheat through this smoke into a USP. It's a good dink. Snacks will deal with that, no issue. JL trying to put this Desert Eagle in between the T's. And he has slipped the net. He'll find the first. Snacks slides out, low health, now down to 1 HP. And he's still trying to fight for every inch of this bomb site. That's Hades to scoop up bomb, but it's Bit to scoop up the AK. No Kevlar, and a nade in front of him is gonna end it. Still majority alive. G2, early response with this 3-2 lead on Mirage.
Nice rounds out of Hunter. And honestly, Snacks also in the pain game in terms of individually, he was excellent. He got lots of great trades. His aim's looking extremely good at the moment. So frustrating moment. It's funny because like even at pain game, we saw moments in rounds like this where G2 just approached them pressureless and won some situations. They're like, Pain, how do you let that go? So if Na'Vi are the ones suffering from that the most, that's going to cost them some very important spots. Well, at least if you don't boot camp, you can't be exhausted from one.
That's a great point. And a good jab.
Just been jabbing everyone today.
Yeah, what's up with you?
Just feeling a funny mood.
We got a real funny guy over here. Oh, tech pause, no laughing matter. Little sound issue still to sort out here for the Na'Vi.
I feel like everyone's jerseys are at their best so far this major. Like in terms of all of the new ones.
I like the new G2 one. I like the new Heroic one.
Yeah. I can't think of any other ones, but the FaZe kit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like that Na'Vi are no
Vitality
longer
and being pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
So, what other teams exist right now? I think that's all of them.
That's every team
in the world.
Issue sorted. Let's go. Bomb and spawn. Double underpass walkout with the one top middle, and nobody from Na'Vi wants to be that first death. Ooh, Hunter gets caught. Oh, it felt too good to be true, and he had a reason to be worried. Ime hears that smoke pop, doesn't believe that somebody's not coming from it. And a matter of timing gives Na'Vi man advantage.
G2 put a lot of effort into that tactic, and it's quiet map without that going on. So where do they go from here is the question. Man, CTs were everywhere in that spot. MongolZ didn't realize. Jumping headshot.
Snax got his. Heavy God slides out. 2 players from Palace. And Wonderful's position. He catches him off guard with it as he let the first 2 get out for free. So nice sweep of G2 from Na'Vi. 4 players standing. All's good. Like you said, a lot was behind getting Hunter up into that window. And I don't doubt that Hunter could have killed Ime had he been ready for it, but a matter of timing gave the blind side to Ime.
Yeah. I mean, I think that being that's pretty on purpose. I think the one thing about again, like G2's calling, it's gonna be simple, and sometimes that's just all you need to do. But in a moment like that where your one tactic gets called out, you're gonna have to still be able to make some rounds compelling from a 4v5.
But it's the way it falls flat, and that's those moments that has me believing Na'Vi win this series.
Yeah.
Versus other opposition, then maybe G2 can still make it to top 8 here in Austin. But I think that's a good early sign for Na'Vi. That G2 fizzled out. However, they can still punch, and punch hard at that. So Snax getting his into connector reopens the possibility of this one. Ime gets dinked with that fight, tries to slide out of the corner. Not gonna happen for him. It's JL on a recovery for this one. A challenge up into the window. They know JL's in ladder though.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
And so Hunter turns his back, dies unsuspectingly again, and it is a chance for Na'Vi to hold on to this 3v2.
Guess he got up there fast, so he thought maybe I have a second to do something sneaky. Bit standing here, top con, and MongolZ, perfect angle on him.
That's his second kill of this map, trying to get his game online.
He could go try to fight JL. I think that's maybe what he's thinking about, but JL's outside the ladder room now.
Heavy got more concerned about MongolZ. It means Heavy God's gonna... so I thought.
Timing is crazy here for both teams.
That's a great read from JL. He was so preoccupied with MongolZ that he was gonna forget about Heavy God until he thought about it at the perfect moment. Hangs onto that ladder room, which has really just been an issue here for G2 in a couple of rounds. Slick move from MongolZ, tries to chase it all down with 12 seconds left. Gonna need the kills, and JL's had enough of that. 4 kills for JL on an absolute tear out of the gate.
Yeah, that was a pretty monster round.
13 and 3 off of that one. Woo. Maybe a bit of a free kill on Hunter.
It's a nice move to get into the ladder room in the first place, though. After he got his kill, it's a refrag on middle. Emma was, got caught off in the window, so if JL's not in every one of those spots, this becomes a losing situation. We don't see this eco out of G2 as well.
Here we have a round where Na'Vi are going to take back control of the game. P250 serves as the tip of the spear. Somebody just spray back there?
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to tell them, right? Snax just told him he's an underpass.
Yeah. I mean, all right. Hey, how'd they know we were here?
Bro! Alexi's got backs turned to him. Glock drive-by. actually puts an M4 in the hands of a T. Hunter then uses that to get a second kill. No.
One more crazy kill, Hunter.
Peeks into the window, occupied by all of what's left of Na'Vi, and unfortunately Heavy God has fallen off the apartments with no bomb possession. Na'Vi end up winning a 5th round versus majority Glocks, but hey, at least the underpass is tagged.
Forever. That's theirs.
You can see Snack laughing too after he did it on the player cam.
Yeah, because he just vandalized a wall. That's what you do after you do graffitis.
Because
if you were a cool kid growing up, you'd know that.
I grew up in the country, bro. Nobody tags trees.
Oh yeah, true. Can't really see it that well.
You think I know how to write?
Oh, drop the raspberry back in there. Nobody can do grosser noises better than you, man.
Why did he tag underpass in a silent walk-up B round? Snacks, you're a crazy guy. Crazy guy.
It's called a double fake. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, okay, sure. There. All right, there's the angle. There's the spin. Hunter sitting back in the apartments this round as it is free mid control for G2 yet again. You know, JL's been this like constant roaming threat from ladder room, so I feel like if I'm G2, I'm looking for him because it feels like he's never too far off.
I think we're seeing the correct approach from Na'Vi. It's just watch every walkout, because that's like, again, the antidote from their pain match. And then, and if it goes late into the round, I think that's where G2 actually are in danger of running out of time and stuff. They struggle to evolve from this position sometimes, so we'll see. Still 45 seconds.
Here's that activation of JL. Trying to slide up at
that
the perfect moment. Snax is going to get a back turn to him. There's the response, but the trades are good for G2 at 35 seconds.
He did not clear that properly.
Got one stuck inside a window in Hunter. Imez back is going to be exposed to it. He's in an awkward place, but I mean, hanging on to the close smoke at 25 seconds makes total sense. You've got a player inside, keeping his head tucked. Double for Imez. Wow. He just locks down the connector. There's the walk up from A, and now Heavy God trying to find out where Imez got off to. We hit 12 seconds. Fast move from Wonderful. Throwed off that lurk. Wallbang just off the mark. You gotta get him out of here. Heavy God burns him wide. Imez fights the entire time and does it on his own.
He had 100 HP before that fight took place. 3 kills without taking any damage. It's a stressful round for everyone else, but he had it under control.
His first 2 perfect lineup on the MongolZ headshot.
If he could have died right there. Honestly, his teammate didn't make noise. Inside of the window, that would have been it. Dying after time. What a moment.
We're sprinkling in a little star power today, aren't we, Na'Vi? It's a nice version to see. Fast Tech 9 flood into A. G2's got answers, and that answer is pace. Electricity through A. Trying to expose anybody on cross doesn't go as well as Na'Vi would hope, and so difficult retake to try to put in position. Top stairs player has to fall back. Deep smoke towards spawn gives Hades a little wiggle room with a teammate to stand next to.
It's gonna be the last few seconds on this retake.
Yes, sir, but they're
gonna try it.
Player over towards default, just keeping himself tucked. Great flashbang. MongolZ actually gets a team kill to even help out Na'Vi. Imez locking it in versus the sandwich fight now. And the player from the corner's crossed over to the other side of default. Clean is G2 with the Tech 9 flood on A.
All it took was that opening duel as they came out of Palace. They all swarmed. 1 player left on the site, and the 4v5 retake fails. Nicely done from G2. It's a lot harder to win from that spot than people realize, even with a 5v4. The retake moved at a pretty good pace, and like the T's didn't have all the great spots. There's no Molly firebox, which is the real winner of the round, I feel like, for G2 in this position. Oops. After the Ima dying after the Molly round in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Na'Vi are dead broke.
Straight to the save, so sick call, Snacks. Charge him down. You want it? Take it. Drop into the underpass. Doesn't go too well. USPs go swinging for the fences. And they don't get over it. Single kill for JL. All Na'Vi find with the USPs. So could be a tied half if G2 have their way with this final round.
Yeah, no, anything goes. Yeah, yeah. The full USPs into not the best buy here for Na'Vi as well. Distinct advantage being the op. 2 MP9s here for Na'Vi. 2 ops here on T side for G2. They can throw one away surely for another rifle. 2 op T side.
Hey man, they got ideas. Opening moves from G2. Oh, they've been buried. Oh man, that could take an extra second there.
Swap back.
Could have been Alexi dead. But he has smoke and flash. Hang on. Not really getting all too much done. Mob's only getting to the exit of underpass now. They just walk back at those B apartments where Alexi puts that smoke down at 55 seconds. Oh. Ima's gonna burn.
That's a great molly, actually.
There's a great amount of damage. That's 50 off of him. Alexi, the more he supports this cat play, the more that door towards sight remains open. JL's under a lot of pressure now. Somehow wins versus Snack. What? Back at it. And MongolZ gets another team kill. But luckily Hunter is able to emerge out from the B app, so there is still a little life on this one. Bit slips up from Cat in between the two T's. And as they get off site, Bit finds his one. But the Hades trade frag into the wonderful cleanup. That is it. G2 post plant doesn't go too well. Fast moves from Na'Vi is going to catch him off the 7-5 off of the back of it. Ladies and gentlemen, they've got themselves a 2-round lead.
I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
I'm not talking about that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do we get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what unhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty.
The orc dispatches of him and knock a dog through it! That's disgusting!
Welcome to Katowice, dog. Moving aggressively.
Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it? With this kid, with this monster!
Some wild antics there from G2 at times, but individual prowess, we'll call it. Na'Vi getting 2 rounds over top of them. Still openings for sure with G2 being able to sprinkle in that like aggressive Tech 9 A rush. There's reminders so far in the first 12 rounds of play that
that's their core strength.
You know, Na'Vi better be on their toes with this one.
Again, G2 can be weaker in the mid-late rounds or whatever, but if they lose the opening duel, their strength has always been. Feels like no matter what substitutions you make of the players, that they can get 2 kills back really fast if it's in that same attack. So I like that they leaned into it for the pistol. And now it's only a 2-round gap. It's a relatively successful half so far. This pistol could mean a lot. And they're getting out pretty far here. Oh, nice find here from MongolZ.
Yeah, JL's got the fast answer because of how close he was. Tries to go beyond it, gets himself a second.
JL is frying, 21 and 8.
Only player though so far this pistol to get a kill. Imez gonna get himself a double as well. So these are the 2 best performing players of Na'Vi coming together. Still a gap in between them, but watch Snax clutch this. Bombs over towards ramp, bottom connector player giving him all the info he needs, and Snax goes hyper focus on it.
Yeah, is he gonna expect them to have, he probably thinks this is JL, right?
I think so, yeah. JL comes back. Oh! He's able to finish it off. That little 1 bullet miss gives Snax a chance, but enough's enough, JL says. Second pistol in Na'Vi's back pocket.
Yeah, just a great round from him and Imma. Obviously, the aim is just fantastic here. G2 got themselves into a good spot with MongolZ's first frag, the info as well. He knew that someone was right under him on stairs. But the shots were too clean. And JL's one of those players, again, his impact is so high. But if you see his kills high, his rating and impact are going to be even more surprising when the match is over. He gets so many openings and somehow so many closers as well.
It's a treat when JL is on this level of his game. This is the sort of head-to-head where a single individual reaching into that level of Counter-Strike will make a difference. You look across the board for G2, you see Hunter at the top of it, Snax behind him, and unfortunately, got to start to address it. MongolZ, very rough game.
Yep.
There's a lot of deaths on his behalf. Still time to recover, though. We learned that with Simple out of the gate back versus MongolZ. 4-kill first half into his best series in a FaZe jersey. JL, though, tip of the spear, weaponizing his form. Wonderful and Alexi start cleaning up the bodies inside of the B site, getting a little nuts here versus MongolZ, jumping at him with SMGs and whatnot. Bomb plant uncontested. Hades, go ahead and save that. Scout or not, Ima actually gets the kill off Catwalk.
Damn.
And that's 4 standing for Na'Vi with a 4-round lead. And G2, who had no real chance at holding them at bay. Look at this stat line. 24 kills, 8 deaths, 14 rounds into play.
And he also struggled on train. We were poking fun at Alexi for that map versus Spirit, but JL also just had a dud. He's back. And Na'Vi took a long time to get laced up for this exact, but all of a sudden, it was everything, everywhere, all at once.
Leaves G2 in tatters. Couple Desert Eagles out there on the field. There it is. Bit completely vacant A site. So in on that ladder control for the MongolZ Eagle. I thought they were going to try to take the fight to top mid before Na'Vi had all their pieces in place, but they really just wanted ladder and held. And Bit finds the open road, but hang on now, because a couple of kills and they think they could still just take this B. There's the Deagle that they tried to set up, now succeeding. JL's starting to get a little crazy And as Emet catches MongolZ to make sure that the gun can't be picked up off Alexi's dead body.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planted A, all's good. I mean, it looked like JL wasn't even really putting effort behind those wall bangs.
Yeah. He was right about the general direction, that's for sure. So, all 5 deaths again here, making sure there's no saves for the CT side. 3 up as the round ends. Double digits real quick. It's a lot of momentum G2 have to fight against. And I actually liked, I didn't have any, I had, you know, too simple on T sides was something I felt like is a drawback for G2 when we talk about these better teams like Na'Vi. But on their CT, I don't know if there's anything I would have changed. I think they had really good, solid CT sides so far. So we'll see if that's going to work out versus this team. Obviously a lot of emphasis on Hades to get comfortable quickly in a team, new team.
Had a chance for the man advantage here in the 16th round, but one missed op shot. Na'Vi will be a little more cautious about approaching Cat. Op quickly shifts positions with the M4, taking over the B site instead as Hades. MongolZ peeling away. Emet tries to find that fight. Nade.
Nice.
Gets him. Snacks finishes it off, and Hunter gets his. So 5 versus 3, looking comfortable for G2. Activates Bit on the A site walkout. His headshot swift. Meanwhile, MongolZ is able to contain the A site. Still needs to deal with mid eventually. How do Alexi and JL get back into this round with 40 seconds?
I don't know how, to be honest. I mean, they're spotted here inside of middle. There's a lot of CTs close by. Maybe that's one way. Uh-oh, that's a bit of a mistake.
A little smoke fade,
and they know that's going to be supported.
These kinds of moments, these fights that G2 think they can sign up for. 24 seconds remain. You know that Opera is over towards the B site at one point or another. And he still waits for it. Gets a chance to best Hades. And now it's Hunter instead inside of the jungle. Hades loses that angle. Alexi fighting for the bomb site. He's got to dive in behind triple, and he gets there.
No
bomb
spam?
is planted. Spam misses. Both players come up, and Alexi gives it over to Hades one too many times. That's a disrespectful jump. But Hades was missing shots, so why not test him yet again?
I mean, that was Alexi just playing to win. If he's not there at that moment, he gets the CT as a better fight. He can go up to top ticket. If he's unspotted, if he stays on triple, then he's obviously in grave danger of that stairs peak and someone crawling up on the left side of him. So round that gets way too close anyways for G2. And it was because of when they tried to fight mid, they were just really unaware that there was both T's here. They also, didn't necessarily need to take those fights. So it got expensive. But it's a good early round out of G2. A good start. Two great kills from MongolZ too. A refrag on Bit when he came out of Palace had to be fast.
Versus Bit. Bit confirms the position, but it's MongolZ to get the kill. Damn, down the ramp, huh? MongolZ with another one on Alexi.
Let's go, MongolZ.
Just 2 frags through smoke. I mean, the ramp smoke looked like it was fading, but that one in middle, that is Alexi dead trying to get up onto Catwalk. Now, Emet loses his teammate to work with, so his job of joining up with the bomb in apartments made that much more difficult. 25 on the clock.
Yep, just gotta be Snacks.
He's ahead of the 2. With the bomb and has support over on Arch. You see this angle from Hades? That should keep Emet out of the action. Molotov goes beyond. 12 seconds, they still haven't gone, and they don't like the odds of it all. They don't like the look. They got the heebie-jeebies, and they let this one slide over. So 7 rounds secured for G2, and a push from Snax. Does he go further?
He can try to run at this if he wants to, but I mean, they're pretty far tucked now.
And they'll get to save. 3 rifles held onto here by Na'Vi. They hadn't convinced themselves that they were going to break through this round.
So,
oh, it's both through smoke. Okay. And this one? Oh, hell yeah. That's got to be such a good round for MongolZ because it's just the sort of kill where your intuition rewards you.
Yeah.
And in a game where you're already struggling statistically like he is, he needs that reminder.
Yeah. I mean, you compared him to Simple, and he's looking for that bounce back on CT side. That's how you do it, man. Smokes aren't walls.
Did it with a FAMAS too. Great control. That nade in 4D. Tags up Wonderful and JL. That'll do wonders for the FAMAS and the 2 A1Ss still out there.
Looks like Na'Vi just aren't expecting that to happen again. Coming back in a similar fashion.
Pop-up, Wonderful gets Hades in the background. They know Heavy God's locked in this corner. He slides out, missed chance from Wonderful. A USP damage. Unbelievable that Alexi's dropped down to 1 point of health here.
Nearly died.
Took way too long to get him out of that corner. Smoke grenade into jungle is going to cut off vision for MongolZ. Not that it stopped him in the round prior.
No spam in. They're looking for the CT rotate.
Oh, Alexi, 1 health gets away with that plant. My God. Now he's going to get that op off site. Goes to hold over for the ticket jump up. Frag grenade to expose the smoke. Nobody home. Not that he can see, but they are indeed now already contesting with this site. Eyes over towards connector. Emad reveals himself, and Alexi's only working with that 1 health, 1 HP on this off. Snax down to the last second, sticks it all the way through. Great cover offered by Hunter as G2 close that gap to only 2 rounds now.
That's excellent. And Heavy God gets a little, like, I don't know if he's frustrated or just excited because he got those kills in the beginning of the round, did that damage to bring Alexi down to 1 HP. And it's off the pre-fire. He's in such a compromised spot with his teammate dying first, and he still comes up with so much. So yeah, man, the G2 CT side's actually very formidable.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, that's not the thing to do, man. That's jail time.
Missed window smoke from JL at the major.
JL time.
At the major? At stage 3? 2-1?
Not when you lost this many rounds in a row. NA, we used to do this, though. You miss it on purpose and you go B.
Ah, right.
It brings all CTs to mid.
Oh, okay.
So they think it was an accident.
Well, when in America, miss smokes on purpose, folks. Call it flavor. Snax under pressure, but well supported by Hunter, or so he was. There's that deadly Desert Eagle from JL.
Ooh, he's gonna steal bench away.
There's a few more Deagles around JL's. They know damn well where Snax is up to. They're not gonna forget about him. In fact, Wonderful gets the headshot. It's 2 low players in Wonderful and JL.
There's Wonderful. No HE, so a bomb plant could go down.
He even picks up Snax's M4, tries to get a chance at the window fight. MongolZ leaves it out there.
Anything.
Heavy God, he goes down, and there's the recovery for G2. So they lose the site in the end. Snax getting lost in that smoke. It's a 1-round game now.
Yeah, no plant. Should have been a very easy round to win, if not for that JL Deagle shot to get them out of the apps. Again, top fragging here, top performing, flashiest shots.
Counter-terrorists win.
MongolZ left a little to be desired after that first spray duel. That wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
But they still come out, 2 players standing with the round as well. Him and Hades able to fight out from the marketplace. Blade wants in for the 2nd time.
Blades usually coming into these attacks with a lot of energy, but I don't know if it's just a stress break that Na'Vi need, but
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Keep it up. Let's go. Let's go.
it's not like there's tons of holes here on the CT side or they're taking lots of risks or anything. They're just playing their spots well.
Quick reminder that Underdog offers real money fantasy games on all of your favorite Counter-Strike events. The one and only Counter-Strike event left this season, the Blast Austin Major.
Use code BLAST for $1,000, up to $1,000.
Up to $1,000.
Yeah.
Launders will give you $1,000.
Well, I'll give you thousands of dollars.
Or something like that.
Restrictions may apply.
Contest not applicable to the residents of Hawaii.
May cause diarrhea.
All we get this round is just a few frag grenades chained together. Bada bing, bada boom. But soon, it's going to be the mid-swing out for Na'Vi. Trying to get Ema out of underpass. Hunter just sitting back on Cat. No missed window from Alexi. There's the fight in Con. Second layer almost gets the trade, but Ema, 16 health, enough to stand. Hunter gets active off Cat, and Alexi holds that one back. So the man advantage held onto by Na'Vi. Op shot missed by Hades. His hands in the air in disbelief. Heavy God stands here with no support as Snacks is over towards that B site, op in hand.
Alexi has to make a giant rotation all the way around through ramp at 30 seconds, but that's Na'Vi time. They're pretty comfortable doing so. G2, no, this could come in slowly. But Heavy God, does he have a position to actually fight?
It's all about Heavy God. Heavy God, the only guy that matters right now is Snacks is still removed.
He's coming on Cat, actually, with the op.
Tries to take a deep angle. He's not going to find anything. Oh,
wow.
Bit. Great cover, because Heavy God would have had that planter exposed. Snacks will return a kill back the other way, but Na'Vi pinching their way into that A site. Very important kill from the bottom of middle from Ema to get away with that 16 health, that tethering between him and Alexi, the trades back and forth. You know, Hunter tries to be the hero of this round, but no multi-kill moments coming out of the G2 squad. They'll be lucky if Snacks is allowed to save this off.
Youch! No HE's coming in. But they're so close to hunting this off down. They'll grab it. 11th round, 5 dead here for G2. But man, they've done such a good job of building up a bank account. I think they're still going to be okay. It was a streak of rounds. Had Na'Vi scared for sure. No refrag out of connector.
That's a very important fight as well. Hades was pissed.
Not the easiest shot in the world for him. Jail on the smoke. G2 answered back with a timeout. Expecting G2 to come forward with a bit more instead of fighting in connector like we've been seeing for the last few rounds. Even though that's been successful, I think at this point, if they keep letting G2 get better and at their default and come forward more. Also, we got Snacks on a 5-7. That's a pretty distinct disadvantage. They can't. This map is going to be asymmetrical. They don't have any move that's aggressive. I don't know where they're going to find an edge.
That double off last round showing its cost.
So initial double swing off Cat, but that's just about it looks like. Again, severe weakness here with Snacks on this pistol in B by himself, but it isn't going to be a fast B attack, so that's fine. In fact, you can see the A attack taking formation already. No one under balcony. Got that ticket spot again from Hades. Doesn't have the gun he wants. But MongolZ and Heavy God have been studs on the A side individually.
CTs have smokes, they can block off Palace, but Bit for now still has vision. He's gonna get his utility out to clear corners.
Can the Hades do anything here?
Oh, he's already softened up to 67. Still trying to hold on, though, to default, and doing a good job. Gets the fight out Palace. Him and MongolZ combine. It's a double-man advantage. They put a smoke from CT in front of this. 3v5 post-plant for Na'Vi to try and fend off the retake here to secure that all-important 12th round win. JL's got the flashbang. Only piece of util here for Na'Vi in the post-plant.
Can he run out of ammo?
That's weird, though. They peel off sight. That bomb planted in the middle of it all. MongolZ gonna try to get it going. Jumps up down to 5 health. He knows he's got JL pinned in this corner. Teammates trying to help out. Wonderful gets his one. JL still fighting. One player left up in front of him. Knife out. Unbelievable. No kit, no clutch. JL hangs on, and he can barely believe it.
Oh, if I had a kit, it would have been a knife. It would have been 10 rounds for G2, but hey, they didn't have the money. It wasn't like they were all rich and didn't decide not to buy them. My goodness, the way that ends. JL actually does a fantastic job up until that moment, and to be honest, just is out of ammo, so. But like, look at this, how much pressure he put on CT before the retake can come in. Once you throw that missile smoke out, you're really hoping that you can start to scale, and every time they tried, JL kept spamming them. So it's like slightly embarrassing and scary, but also he did everything and they still won the round, so
He's
all good.
Embarrassed at the end, but that was a great play from JL considering he did everything he did with 5 health.
Yeah, MongolZ missed the reverse ninja jump up.
Yeah.
That's when he really turned into Mario. Started spamming the jumps.
I mean, you know.
30 and 12.
I'm sure getting knife doesn't feel too great, but if you're 30 and 12 and you win the clutch off it, I think that smile is just around the corner. 3 map points here for Na'Vi.
Just the way JL plays, just so much impact. Like so, and you got a 30 kill game like this. It's,
It's always a good time
fluff
for Na'Vi when JL's on this level. It's nice to see it going down in Austin at the major.
Yeah, I mean, he's on his Copenhagen cycle, right?
You know, the thing that people maybe forget about Na'Vi when it comes to the Copenhagen major win is the odds were so against them. Statistically, not a well-performing team, but they won game by game until they lift that major trophy.
Yeah,
so you could be sitting here in Austin watching this and feel not all too inspired by Na'Vi. That's fine. It's the same formula that got them the major win.
Yeah, and then JL was MVP, and they really, Emma just had a terrible event. Emma's so much better than he was back then.
Well, may not be over just yet because MongolZ finds the first one out middle. Heavy God clips bit, 3v5 demanded of them now. There are chances to grab better guns out mid. Scout shot leaves a bit of open space for the T's to cross out, but then Hades draws that line in the sand, and this one very quickly fizzles out for Na'Vi.
Actually, pretty expensive rounds here to go out by elimination, and with 25 seconds, there is a world where Emma could save. Probably didn't feel like it for a second, but you should probably try. Like, look at how much they've got left over. G2 are going to be running around looking for upgrades. They don't want to fight if they don't have to. And again, the 8 players in Heavy God, clean fragging, clean rifle work.
Very quietly, Hunter actually, I haven't kind of checked in on the stats, but 22 kills, 13 deaths. When that happened?
Well, he had 15 kills at the end of the first half.
That's true. Okay. Oh, forgot about that first 12 rounds of impact.
Nice boys, let's go!
One of the less inspiring rounds out of Na'Vi there.
This game's going 30 rounds, 24 rounds, right?
Kind of feels like it. Depends on what they decide to come in with the buy. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just saving the gun from Emma.
So, yeah, we're playing for 24 unless Emma goes God mode. Throws himself through the flames and opens up shop. First kills found on A. Got a whole pack of players right behind him. Ema's already found a second. JL did a bunch of heavy lifting. Ema right here trying to be the showstopper on Mirage. Hunter slides out from Ticket. Not the best of sprays. Now the pistols take their place in the front. And Ema hanging on by a thread. A single point of health. Him and Bit disengage from A with no bomb. They swap rifles, and it's Bit's chance to try to go headhunting. He'll spray down what was left of Hades.
Is this the golden AK?
34 health combined for Na'Vi. 2v2 remains.
They're playing it as a gauntlet. The P comes out! Another decapitation. 12 health between the two of them. And Hunter's wondering, how is this possible? This AK is going to get an ace.
Did you think that you had the grounds to peek Bit sitting down at the base of ramp? No armor for Bit. Hits the headshot. Big reposition as well, back around towards middle. They're going to try to pinch control for the bomb. There's never been a chance for Emet to get a gun, despite all the kills that have gone down. Highest performing player for G2 in Hunter, tucked deep in jungle's going to give them a bit of space, and he will finish off Bit. Now with 25 on that clock, a deagle shot? Whoa. Oh, not one, but two. A single AK kicks it off, 4 kills from it, and a deek to end. Na'Vi. Just enough.
Sorry, before we start, can I hear the questions? My scriptwriter he's not here. I have to be here on my own.
Scriptwriter?
I don't know. I don't know, no.
You could talk about the barbecue.
The barbecue? What's that? What do you want me to say? Is there something you like to hear? My writer just usually comes up with something charming or that makes me look a little bit better, but...
Yo, bro, I've got something for you.
Thank God. What is the deal with graffitis these days? Dosha Fionade. Wow. Oh, you defused the bomb? Insane. No way. You bought 5 ops? I'm sitting here. Third map, 4 headshots, saving the day. Major MVP. Where is my graffiti? Thank you very much. Can I go now?
G2 had real chances back on Mirage, but Na'Vi had other ideas. And one hero AK to end it when, honestly, overtime could have been the possibility. So Na'Vi, I think this is a motto I want to kind of get going. You know, all the teams have their own sayings. V is for victory, except for me, it's Na'Vi. Always just enough.
Okay, not born to win?
No, just always just enough.
Yeah, I like it.
Because that's
I know,
what
it
that
really
last
is.
map was.
That really is their motto, it feels like, for sure.
And I don't mean it with any hate either, because I'm cheering for the win here. I'd love to see a CS2 champion get back into playoffs. I'd love to see them break this dry spell of playoffs absences.
Yes.
It's time to turn that around, and with just enough finishing on Mirage, there's a world where they take it over the line here on map 2.
I mean, it's lovely to see that when it comes to the major, like, you really see it, you know, that with all the like, you can always dig a little deeper. Even with the 0-2 and the one, you know, the best of one starts and everything, the good teams are going to really just go as hard as they possibly can just for this one event. And another event, they might, you know, mentally give up or fold or feel like it's not their time.
Yeah.
But they save it all for this. And it still ends up sometimes being just enough. But that's the story of Na'Vi throughout wins. So they can replicate it, even if it looks close. And now they're on their map. Oh, MongolZ just won their game.
Really?
MongolZ have just beat Aurora on map 3 to make playoffs. They did it after beating Liquid. Damn, they were close maps. 13-10 for MongolZ, 13-11 versus MongolZ on Inferno.
Well, nice to see MongolZ powering up. One of these two teams could be the opposition for MongolZ tomorrow. The winner of this matchup progressing to the Moody Center, where thousands of North American Counter-Strike fans will be cheering for Elige. And booing whoever they play against.
Yeah, like, are MongolZ the only team that are going to make the crowd 50-50? Or
I don't know.
See if they even get there.
Only 8 spots, and a lot of them already occupied, so don't waste this day, Na'Vi or G2. Split down into the A side eventually comes through. They take their sweet time with it, maintaining control of the situation every step of the way. Imez gonna get challenged, puts MongolZ on his ass real quick, and Hunter 1v5. Oh, they're looking to deny the save even. They're coming for him. They better stick around with that bomb just to make sure nothing happens. But this is Na'Vi with a T-side pistol on G2's map pick, and all 5 members of the defense dead.
Good to see the game still going well here for JL. And this, I mean, playing here on Anubis is going to be just very difficult. Mirage, I could understand. I could make an argument. I could understand first map as well. I think G2 have been a surprise in all their matches today, but since Na'Vi survived it, now that we get onto Anubis, I don't foresee this one being close in the way that Mirage felt like it could be. We'll see. Na'Vi have absolutely been suffering on the map, but again, like the Na'Vi right now, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, this boot-camped major version of Na'Vi shouldn't be compared 1-for-1 with the Na'Vi that we've seen struggle in Astana, Melbourne,
They played the major. They played versus Spirit on this map. It was 13. It was 11 rounds they got yesterday. It was really close.
Train wasn't.
Train wasn't. Yeah, that's true.
Just for the record.
Well, I think they've definitely put some work in.
It's funny when a team prepares for a major like Na'Vi did with a boot camp and whatnot and clearly put time and effort into playing Train. You know, it's like, do you keep it a secret until you have to pull it out? But no, in their opening best of 1, they showed their hand versus Namiga. Won that one, clearly tried to challenge Spirit on it with a pick, and it blew up in their faces. So you gotta wonder how much more belief they still hold on Train, whether they think it just, you know, wasn't a good implementation of all the practice and reps they have on it. I'm curious to see when it comes back for them, just because of how lopsided it ended up being. And the thing is if you win this series, the next time we might see it, it's with the pressure of playoffs as well. So did Spirit blow up one of the great strategies that Na'Vi orchestrated for Austin in playing Train? Or
Early, yeah.
Or do they rebound? You know, that's going to be a fun story with Na'Vi moving forward. That's, of course, assuming that they win this game and qualify today.
So we didn't really talk about it, but coming into the veto, this is G2's pick, but it's a map that both teams, it's in the bottom map for them. G2 are coming off of 2 single-digit losses, but G2 are the team that Taz already said haven't boot camped. Na'Vi are the ones who clearly boot camped hard for this, and then they showed a really strong Anubis. Even though they lost to Spirit, they lost to Donk in like full form. So there are just levels to their losses, to be honest.
You say Donk in full form, but he could evolve again, you know.
Yeah, man. Maybe he's... You think he becomes Charizard or Venusaur?
You never know when it's the final form.
Donkasaur?
The Megalodonk?
The Megalodonk, right. Donklax.
Nah. Nades into the back of B. There's a lot of people home. They're just not peeping out the windows just yet. You step on the front lawn, they're going to start swinging. Unfortunately, though, for G2, they just don't have much to swing with. So some gimmicky stuff here, trying to play around on the smokes. JL's going to tear through them, padding the stats, making the cash, doing what Na'Vi does. 5 players strong here versus pistol stacks in the B site. And you get nothing.
So how's playoff shaping up right now? Because we just have Mouse go through. We just had FaZe go through.
Nope. That's Mouse playing again tomorrow, Mo.
Oh my gosh,
you keep getting excited, buddy.
People are qualifying.
Anybody who wins today,
they're just
playoffs,
surviving.
Playoffs, playoffs.
Yeah.
Pain's like...
Okay, so we have Spirit, Furia, FaZe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the winner of this game.
And the winner of this game, okay.
You get playoffs, and you get playoffs.
Can Lid and Vision still make it?
Lower bracket, right? We got Legacy Mouse, MongolZ Pain. That's what's sitting still.
That just sounds like opportunity to me.
Down in the 2-2 pool. I think Pain make it again.
No matter who they play against?
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean, we don't know who they're going to play against. I mean, what if it's Mouse?
I think they could beat Mouse.
Well, then who would they lose to? MongolZ, okay.
Up here on middle, holding. And first shot's good out of Hades. Had to wait a while to get these guns going, G2, but first kill is theirs for the taking. And they need kills because they still have 4 players with 0. That is the first kill of G2's Anubis, and it comes with a second.
Hot shot.
Emet burned away from camera, unable to assist.
They're missing a smoke here, or they're just waiting?
Oh, he walks it out, gets dinked in the process, so that's...
Just that kill pushes the CTs back, though.
Yeah, but
this allows them to walk on site.
Look at this crawl underneath. Ooh,
oh,
JL.
just from behind.
Ooh, it's gross. Slips up next. He even hits the leg shot, so Hades whittled down to 36. Mid players low, they'll know that. But it's still a retake demanded of G2 with 2 players who have yet to frag. Hades, all 3 kills so far this round. Here's the recovery out of Na'Vi. They gave over just enough space to get into that site. MongolZ finds number 1 and only has 16 health on Emet left to deal with. Bomb is not planted for middle. This is going to cause a frantic Emet to come running down from camera.
Oh, the flash is too good.
Hits it the mark to perfection. He's got a kit, though. He's going to put that flash up. He's off of the defuse, but he hits the headshot.
Nicely
comes
done.
back in with a clutch. MongolZ getting his first kills of map 2, and that's the first round for G2.
Very clutch out of MongolZ. Very scary when he gets hit with that full, 4-second flash. You'd think he'd lose all hope at that moment, but plays it properly. Just doesn't just try to stick the defuse and hope. Very good round out of Hades, man.
Yeah, triple kill, much needed.
terms of the defense. I don't think they have to set up any differently necessarily. Hades found some good spots right there. You know Navi are going to feel out. Both these teams are taking till about 40 seconds to really make decisions on what sites to go to. Did he touch it? That can actually have an impact on E-Box, but it doesn't look like it. It's moved. I like that. I mean, Navi, they don't appear to call out a spawn a lot. Like, they really build into the round, figure out what you're doing, and then are able to morph into an attack afterwards.
It's an element of their play that I'm always going to praise.
Yeah.
Because I think it's just like a great showcase of high-level Counter-Strike when you do that.
Because they don't have to count grenades in the freeze time. They can try to hold on to them, and they know how to very creatively come up with the just right amount to make an attack happen. It's a formation of an A-split again.
Any group of schmucks can call a rush out of spawn. Takes a bit of class to do it like Navi.
A lot rests on Snacks.
Flashed in, Snacks' support. Ooh, okay, his support comes in the form of JL. Imez Nade's gonna clear Heavy God out from the corner. Alexi B gets active down through middle. He leaves Wonderful behind him. He's got an op dropping him, though, in the process. Not allowed to actually find footing on site. Wonderful's being hunted from behind. And with that, all eyes on Emat, 1 versus 4. Plenty of targets already on the scene, and he's not going to get out from main either. So G2 stand tall to the test, despite Snacks getting flashed off Fountain and him needing to be a set of helping hands. It's the JL team kill that makes it all the easier.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Snacks gets his kill, they lose the setup, but the TK helps, and the MP9's in a good spot. Again, the way they put themselves in these spots is really good. Ops are getting their kills. Same A-split comes in again. Navi didn't believe that it would be as solid this time.
That was one of those awkward team kills where like JL doesn't shoot because he doesn't want to get the team kill, but then he hits that point of no return where he's just got to make the sacrifice.
Yeah.
But by the time he does allow that extra second to pass, now he's been dinked in the background. It's kind of the worst of both worlds in that way. But we'll see if it actually stops him from continuing this tear. He is still 7-2 off of the back of an awesome first map in this series. Finished Mirage with a 1.96 rating, 30 kills. Everything you could really ask for. This time A main, a little less occupied. MP9 for Heavy got a long close wall. Yeesh, but the A main contact, it goes well at the start. No second follow through from the other attacker though. Op goes back down through camera to try to bolster the site. JL slides up from E-Box, just the MAC-10. All he needs for the entry. Open door for Bomb to go run and join him on the same path, but all the while, Alexi is stuck here, locking horns with Hades.
But Hades, he's the one who needs to move. This attack is coming in on the other side of the map.
Alexi taking his time, playing with his food here.
No plant just yet, so...
It's finally going down. Wonderful gets it in uninterrupted, and the other two CTs have just sat stagnant around Hades. He knows he's locked in. I'll sit here for another 40 seconds.
I mean, as long as no T dies, Alexi doesn't have to move, so Hades gonna have to come into his view.
He looks to send Hunter up forward with him. That's what he's been waiting for, but by the time it happens, check the bomb plant. It's at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Calls the point of no return. This is 3 players alive each team as Navi extend their lead again.
And that's how you play that perfectly if you're Alexi. I mean, it's...
By not playing.
yeah, it's hey, being pro is easier than it looks. Just chill there. Not overextending. Kill the bomb time, and that's it.
Terrorists win.
4th round gets 1. What's cool about this is, like, they actually just make it seem like it's A 3 times in a row, but it's only one player committing in and they get a kill. And again, with Na'Vi, it's not like a set fake per se, but it's JL with just himself a lead up through E-Box. And he knows that with this kind of play, he can at least try to hit the other side of the map. Just puts so much pressure on the rotations. I think Taz knows the camera's on the other side. You think Blade can read lips?
I think Blade can do anything.
There's probably things Blade would never tell us that he can do.
Blade can do anything he wants. Blade wasn't a Counter-Strike coach. He said he'd be a director.
Oh, he's a Counter-Strike director. Look at that.
Yeah. Producing a solid result so far.
Ouch.
It's a class act from Na'Vi. 6 rounds into the game. Of course, Snacks taken down to a quarter health. And while we can look at 80's op shots and sing his praise and look at MongolZ with that multi-kill once, it's still 1 frag for Heavy God, Hunter, and Snacks. So that's going to be a much-needed step up from the majority of G2 if they've got fight in them on Anubis. Alexi B gonna jack down what was left of Snacks. No pop-up from Heavy God immediately. Oh. He gets there, and in doing so, looks for a second. JL down into the teens. Both survive, pistol in hand. Heavy God on the approach.
1 health.
Feels like both of them lucky to be alive. Looks like the target of Na'Vi has been set on this B site, and MongolZ kind of floating between E-Box and Long. Utility coming through, announces the approach. Good kill on Emat, and then support from Hunter at a distance. Gets a second one on the bit, and it's clean. MongolZ ends up getting a multi-frag. There's the step up we needed from Heavy God and from Hunter. 2 players who had a 1 kill each coming into this round.
That was such a delicate situation for MongolZ. You saw that he had to dodge a flash that was coming through the smoke, but he also wanted to peek as his exec was coming. He got vision right before the flash came in. Got at a dodge, stood behind that smoke, and then even came back for a second spam kill.
Counter-terrorist.
Nice!
That's going to send Na'Vi down into upgraded pistols. High likelihood for a tie game off that hold. Uh-oh. Careful, Snacks. Hunter ends up catching both with the long B push.
There's Snacks' best friend, Hunter. He's always playing with him.
Just as you think you've got a chance to go for the boost.
Good chop down at the knees.
Drops the totem pole. He's been pretty solid over towards this A site as well, just kind of challenging from bricks, getting out on the heaven peak when needed.
Yeah, definitely.
That's never been a question so far on Anubis. Good defensive opping coming out of G2. 5 players stand tall versus the Pistols. Exactly what they need to walk away with the majority of the round wins in the half.
So it's not the crushing T side that I think I expected personally from Na'Vi. Some good responses from G2 winning the right rounds.
Nice!
Despite losing their 2 strongest players, G2 still have a lot of fight in them.
Sorry, you mean those 2 players that aren't the major anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones that helped G2 start at the stage.
So there's 1 round off guns. This one still has a limitation. We got Wonderful on a Deagle, but Na'Vi want to make the buys happen while there is still some extra runway. 4 rounds left in this half. A half they're supposed to finish with majority rounds. There's no Hades on this A side at the moment, which means none of that off angle holding.
They smoked themselves out.
This is a pretty open door for Navi to at least take some space if they can put themselves into the post play. And Alexi comes down to perfect.
No!
Slices down through camera, the timing to a T.
If he waited any longer, they might get suspicious of him. Perfectly timed from Alexi. Damn, he left that hold in ruins.
And they put those smokes up themselves as well.
Yeah, yeah.
They put those smokes up and stared at him.
Yeah, true.
And Alexi comes down from camera, perfect moment.
Yeah, I wonder if that was totally advisable. I mean, the molly wasn't stopping Heavy God from peeking behind it. Sometimes it's good to smoke the mollies just so the T's have to watch things that they weren't expecting, but in that spot, I don't really think it made the CT hold any better. Pretty needed round after how much economic trouble Navi have gotten into. Uh-oh, from this angle.
Well, that'll throw a wrench in the works for what was supposed to be a smooth finish to the half for G2. Luckily for them, money's still great.
Looks like Hunter is very involved in that last tack.
Carries the spirit of the Kovac.
The Soul Kovac.
Looking to approach it even with all that damage done. Great flash. It looked like that was supposed to stop them. G2 thought, no way they just slam into all those nades, but Navi's timing catching them off again. And JL follows up with the further of the frag grenades. Middle has been bombarded to the favor of Navi.
Oh, with those 2 kills, they're going to try to walk in the middle. This is an early move from MongolZ, though. They both immediately go to check their flanks, him and Hades. But they're going to kind of give it up. You know, B becomes vulnerable. There's more way they can... I mean, honestly, both sides are pretty vulnerable right now. A side, in fact, totally open. This now becomes odds of Navi being able to punish the exits on top of win the round for free here. If they play their cards right.
Anything Ima does from this point forward is just bonus.
He just locks off this exit, so if they come in for the flanks afterwards, they've got everything covered.
Yeah, this is, oh boy, this is looking dire for G2. Opening kill from Hades, though, will help. Navi then stunned for a second.
Yeah, I guess.
Are they testing us? But no, there is no attempt at the retake whatsoever. This round win will be Navi's. The question that remains is how many players of G2 left standing?
Emma took one step over here earlier. It might have been heard.
It's looking to join up from the B site. There should still be an attempt to clear these guns out. Make your jobs all the easier in the follow-up. It gets shredded. MongolZ holds the line. There we go, fighting for those 3 guns. And they will be valuable in the dying rounds of this half.
It's a lot more expensive than they'd like it to be. Great shots out of MongolZ, but they are just exits. This flash has just been had such high efficacy for Navi. They've done it a couple of times now. It's worked out beautifully on their mid attacks. I think in that attack timeout, Hunter was specifically calling to figure out how to defend this properly, but they didn't find the solution there. No. And now they can't even spam back in mid.
This double long A setup has done good for G2 in the past. They feel freed up to try to take a challenge. Bit happy about that one. Just pops Heavy God's head.
Yeah. Now they might speed up in middle because that Heavy God kill.
Hades, not over by the bricks, but still hanging on to the A main control while MongolZ has to deal with fire on his feet. He peels back. They would have heard that bit of a burn. Good vision for the tease, even with MongolZ finding a headshot. It is a fast EMET trade, rapid action here from Navi to cut down a B site and to push G2 into yet another extended save.
Yeah, I don't want to have to do that, but what can you do? 2v4. 2v4, 1v4 now. Just Hades and his op, and JL is looking pretty hungry to try to find him. This actually could be a critical save, just considering the amount of money they have left over. Another good shot from Hades.
He will just not let go of this beloved op. Just Bit now. Oh, I said just Bit, but there's actually the split from spawn.
Oh.
Alexi's dropped out of it. Oh, Hades running for the hills.
There we go.
He refuses to let it go.
I mean, it's, you know, you would love to be able to be a part of the round win with shots like those, but they avoided him entirely, and him saving that op is not small. So last 2 exits have been unsuccessful here. Navi try to hunt him down.
I mean, early on, that op over towards A site was a key piece to why G2 won their earlier rounds. That triple kill from Hades, they got a retake going for the MongolZ clutch.
Yeah, Bai comes in, obviously, behind it as we are here on round 12.
Effectively avoiding it is a great strategy from Navi, so watch it get weaponized, you know? Final round of the half, if Hades is the guy hitting shots like that in a save, unleash him a little. MongolZ ends up finding a long-distance MP9 headshot for the first kill of round 12. G2 just need to convert a man advantage for a 5th on the half.
Dude, he was on the other side of the gymnasium right there.
Ooh, Bit was thinking about it. Heavy God doesn't get his challenge just yet. That A main hold now bolstered by Snacks. They go 2 A main, 2 in E box. If anything, there's some wiggle room for EMET to walk out B. But he's not getting active just yet. Wonderful's gonna walk this op in.
You kind of got to pick your spot and then pre-fire.
Oh, lands that. Trade's good. Second corner, held onto here by Hunter. EMET's gonna get active. Great coverage from Hades on the other side while bomb possession is there. G2 take a 5th. It's not off the back of the Hades aggression, but rather a MongolZ MP9. 5 rounds on a CT side. Is it enough for G2 to keep playoff hopes alive?
Ah, bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6? So much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a FaZe. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
All right, taking life by the horns. We got a little action at a G2 at the tail end of that CT side, and 5 rounds on a CT side of Anubis. I've seen teams win games with less.
Absolutely.
So why would we doubt G2 at the moment? Looks like the op in Hades' hands is online. We got a couple cheeky MP9 kills. There's still a reason enough to believe that Na'Vi may have their hands full for the second half. But like we say, Na'Vi, always just enough.
Always just enough. Yeah, it's never one-sided, that's for sure. But the T side will be the real test here for G2 for sure. I think we've seen more good stuff from them, CT side.
Okay, it's a hard charge into E-Box. Wonderful feeling frantic. Dual Berettas, rip 3 down, turns it over, an assist from Alexi. It's a slaughter on the B site for Na'Vi.
That's the dually round of your dreams right there. I mean, Robs' 2-second ace, maybe a little bit better than that. Hard act to follow, but
barely better.
Yeah, barely better, my goodness.
Shreds heads on those first 3.
Yeah, you mentioned nice to see some star players pop out here for Na'Vi. JL has some help.
Just because I'm going to celebrate Na'Vi or G2, whoever qualifies for playoffs in this nature, but I want to see a little star power from Na'Vi before the playoffs start.
Yeah.
Because then there's no second chances, you know? On an individual level, you fall a little flat now. Worst case, go win 2-2.
I mean, we casted Copenhagen. Na'Vi played bad in the Legends stage and then still qualified.
Yep.
You know, they barely got through. So as cool as that is, you just don't want it to be every time.
You wanna see, for the Na'Vi fans, a reason to believe that they could make another run happen here in Austin. This one, absolute freebie of a conversion. Nothing for G2 whatsoever. Only 47 damage on Wonderful.
And this will be the thing, if they actively spot like Pain didn't, and there's all these 4-1s or 5-man takes that G2 like to do, they're not going to be able to get into these sites. I think they purposely don't block here in order to get a chance for the lineup. It's going to take some creative calling here from G2 to pull something out.
That bridge smoke to find a vacant middle of the map is definitely information for G2 to work with. There's a lot of control that comes with this. Flashing down through camera. Utility trajectory is going to let him know that there's an MP9 down here. It's a one and done from JL. Hades holds off on the water. Alexi's going to forget about the rugs drop. That player comes wide swinging back around for him. Snacks gets cleared out though. There's a lot going on right here.
Yeah,
and it's still trying to lead to A. Wonderful with a bad incendiary.
Wait, Emma's going to catch him on the way back, but will he get the kill? No.
Had the 1v1. Hades has a triple kill this round already.
That's good awareness from Hades, man. I mean, Immo was in a spot so early, it might have been hard to predict, and Wonderful's going to sit on the site hoping they come back to him, but why would they?
I mean, Wonderful missed his incendiary. There's no denying that. I do still think that Anubis is the map that has the messiest clipping.
It definitely does.
We got some trimming still to do, you know?
Absolutely does. That's where when Mazinho missed his smoke, yeah, he could have had a little bit more room, but also like Anubis, yeah. It's a lot better than it was, but
of course,
it's still got some issues.
Great map, love it dearly. Absolutely deserves its place in the pool. But let's trim the fat. We're a lean, mean Counter-Strike machine.
So the attack's obviously a little disjointed. Like, the camera players are dying before the A-main players can even commit. But ironically, if they had been more coordinated, then this attack would have just ran into the site that had players on it.
Damn, Hades.
Yeah, great from Hades.
It's a good 2K in a pretty frantic-looking situation from his perspective. It's always nice to get that over-the-shoulder camera POV so that we're reminded.
Do they have a strat called Na'Vi? So Emma said we play Na'Vi? That's awesome. If they do.
Talk about patting yourself on the back.
I love that. It's probably a strat they stole from 3D Max.
It's not plagiarism until you prove it. MongolZ taking over middle. Finds a bit of vacancy. Nobody on the other side of these doors means MongolZ gonna keep on creeping. Thing is, they're coming off of the back of a round where they found all of this for free, so if he thinks that Navi haven't adapted, he is dead wrong. Oh, but the headshot swift from MongolZ.
It's such a barber sometimes, man. That was so swift.
That is a lovely kickoff for G2 to get the 5v4, considering this is just MongolZ operating on his own out middle while we get the majority of the pack gearing up for the A commitment with bomb.
But they're scaring up towards A. There's still 3 CTs here. They block for the moment, I think, to make sure they can get rid of MongolZ, but he has already moved.
Yeah, changes positions, but he's going to come back. He knows that they're trying to clear him out. Oh, the wide swing gets punished. There's MongolZ's second frag. The players over on Fountain both fall to bit. MongolZ is yet to come down from camera. Smoke over towards main.
The bomb's there. They have to go now.
20 seconds. It all needs to be recovered. MongolZ waiting for his third serving. Hunter right behind him, and a Snacks 2K close.
Woo! Okay, Snacks with the closer. He was struggling this game, but he's back. I don't know how Bit got those kills, but it looked like it was all over from there.
Looked like a well-timed heaven peak, I think.
And that only makes it a 3v3 because MongolZ does unbelievable work from his spot, pushing into mid, getting his first kill so easily. There's a CT here, there's a CT camera, there's a third one that comes in, and Alexi. He takes care of 2 out of 3.
Close call in that one. Nearly a 3v5 pulled off by Navi, but instead spiraling out of control and in pistols. Not pretty.
They call, they don't see the early rush, which is what, you know, their B attacks are going to look like sometimes, and they immediately start turning it over. The default is pretty agnostic. We don't know what G2 are going to go into. You want to see them try to sniff this out, though. They don't have a MAC-10 to scout, but coming late on the mid timing, and they're running, actually, so this will be heard.
Trying to just catch somebody off guard. Hunter's AK could be up for grabs, but it's held on to. For the most part, it was supposed to be.
It's 2v2.
That's the bomb control as well. Now, CTs don't grab any of the weapons, but my God, they've got G2 startled. Bob's gonna find JL, try to jump back through the bridge, and so Bit, 1 versus 2, 4 health.
And they could take this bomb and now leave. They know both players were up here, right? Bit,
they leave right away, then they're gonna leave guns.
Wait, don't make this mistake here.
No, no, no. Hades is watching that smoke. Hades was watching that smoke.
Oh, the timing. Okay. Oh. Wow. Hades, awesome shot though on bridge.
Yeah, turning that down into the 2 versus 1 really just lets you slow the situation down, play to your own decision. Not supposed to be getting away with 3 pistol kills like this. Made all the sketchier by dropping the bomb, because otherwise they just push into A site, plant, retakes on. But at least with bomb down, they also go back to control guns. Here it is, final timeout in regulation called by Blade.
And even though there's a couple of G2 wins there, they were also expensive. That was the round that G2 were supposed to make money off of, so this is an opportunity still for Navi, but the CT side has not really got started. You know, MongolZ is feeling it in a spot. He has a habit of going back to it. I know that's in the back of Navi's mind.
Three players B early.
We got Wonderful on MongolZ duty here. Hades coming in. He's been the carry for G2 so far. Good timing on this.
Yes, sir. Wonderful popped early. E-Box under question here. Snacks trying to slide in behind the fire. He's got Na'Vi feeling pressed. They go for the push. Walls gets the trade back, but it's JL with the double. Third piece in Hades here to help out off of the back of a opening mid kill.
They have to think about going back to A, right? Surely.
Hades met by Smoke, looking to be the hero here of round 18. He's concerned about a flank. They don't actually know if there's some sort of weird timing, but
the bomb's starting to get out of here, but it's also waiting. Maybe Na'Vi are going to doubt themselves and start to walk back, but yep.
There's the departure. They can catch this mid kill though on Snacks.
Yeah, this is actually a chance
going back
for G2, honestly.
Smoke grenade goes down. Snacks looks the wrong way. He has another nade in hand. Ooh, fight on the smoke. Still Alexi on 46. 20 seconds. That bomb is going to end B. There is no doubt about that. It is bit with an off. Misses his chance on the E-Box player. Won't get a second shot off, and so Heavy God hits him in between the eyes. Alexi B's position, well known with that duel he had against Snacks. It needed to be bit. He had 2 shots on the op, both miss, and so G2 tie up on this T side early.
Obviously only a hobby for a bit. You're not going to see that very often, but I'm sure he almost wishes he had a rifle in that spot. So G2 with the re-aggro after Snacks gets the smoke down on camera just early enough. 1 second later, and he gets swung on. So really well played by him. 3 players up for G2. They do a bit better than even on their full eco round that they were supposed to make money on.
Terrorists win.
Game's 9-9, even Steven.
Nice boys, let's go!
And again, Haiti with the impact. Outdoes wonderful straight up, just patrolling here. It's a nice resume builder for Hades.
Flashes, but missed chance from Alexi.
It'll be hard to get that gun back, too. Good find for G2.
Floating in front of him. Slowly pulling apart Na'Vi, slowly establishing a lead in this game. That's what's on the line here as they control the attempt from Bit to get back into the action where Alexi started this round. This CT side is starting to drop into a free fall. It was a pistol, it was a conversion, and there's been nothing ever since. Na'Vi don't get a single kill on this one. G2 starting to hit hard with a 1-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, between Mobs and Hades, they're getting impact in all the perfect spots. That rifle play in the middle, Hades' op kills on every other round basically have led to round wins. Wonderful needs to get his round.
Knocking on the door of this A site. Full force G2 to attack A. Wonderful, you said he needs this round. Well, he kicks it off with a headshot on Snacks. The site under wraps here for G2. Molotovs come from beyond it. 0 flank in position here for Na'Vi. It's gonna have to be the 5v4 retake, barreling out from storage and through camera. tease. There's no more smokes here. This camera smoke is eventually going to fade, and then Na'Vi are going to try to smash themselves against this bomb site. Few grenades to try to loosen up the hold. Hades starts to come back from main. Bombs past the halfway point. There's the rebuttal. MongolZ and Hunter kills all over. And the Bricks player's the last one up. It's Ema to try to force this. But time's on their side. A 2-round lead as G2's T side is the answer.
Right underneath their nose was MongolZ the whole time. Ends with 4 frags in that hold. The first guy they could have picked off on that retake was their nightmare. Perfect headshots.
Let's go!
Getting the opener for Wonderful should be good enough. That site is definitely retakeable with the utility they had.
Turns out G2 have another 2-man army. MongolZ and Hades. Early on, they were the only sign of life for G2. They have held on to that form. And they've sure as hell held on to the momentum of this T side. That is 6 rounds straight. Again, Na'Vi trying to be disruptive outside of the B site, but it's a passive Hades who does not miss shots at the moment. Hasn't always had a chance in some of these rounds. And that's where Na'Vi were so effectively just avoiding him back in the first half. That's how they ended up getting the rounds they did, when nobody else really had it online. But this T side is starting to turn into a bit more of a MongolZ highlight.
This one's a little scary though. 30 seconds, actually. It's very scary. Oh my goodness, G2, what have you done with the rounds?
These are those moments where we kind of criticize G2. These are the chances that Na'Vi have to pull it out of the hat. Eagle shot from Wonderful. Oh! Turns it up to the player top ledge. Now the pressure's on. Hades is out of the round. MongolZ's still alive. Heavy God catches one over towards Bridge. How does he get in? He needs help. There's only 5 seconds to spare. This player on jail's got a back turn too. And MongolZ rips it from their hands.
One could have hid, and he could have got that Deagle kill, and instead the entire crossfire dismantled by MongolZ. Sub 10 seconds.
G2 will play with your heartstrings. 12 rounds off of this.
Terrorists win.
The stickiest situation yet.
It's a deflated looking Na'Vi as G2 have resurrected themselves in this game. Head spinning after MongolZ unravels that one with 8 seconds on the clock. Bit burned down by half HP. He's got to just reel back into the site. They're going to let Hades have this early angle. Just waiting for somebody to make a move. Any kind of an assistance to come out from that temple should get its wings clipped. Should. But last round, we also saw G2 play around with the clock to a point where your faith in them started to waver.
Yeah, they took a long time.
And they're kind of doing that same thing here as well, but they've still got MongolZ in the action. 40 seconds is plenty of time. Far more than what they had to work with last round. MongolZ slips down off of the bridge. Into E-Box he'll go, and his tear is not stopping. Surpasses Hades with these 2 kills. To 22 frags goes the Guatemalan. And as he sits inside of E-Box, that bomb's gonna walk across the bridge. They are still, again, playing with a dangerous amount of time, but if they head A, this is their round for the win. MongolZ is just going to try to keep everybody busy on the opposite side of the map, and as they go sprinting down into a vacant A-bomb site, the retake is on for Na'Vi.
And they know it has to be a plant here. They're going to try to find wherever the mid lurker is. Hunter waiting.
Here's the approach. Sits pretty on the wall. Nobody there to trade it. Wonderful gets Hades, though. And Heavy God's position's going to catch them both off. That is 8 rounds straight out of G2 on a T side, facing a Na'Vi with a map 1 win. We go the distance in this one. It's playoffs in Austin on the line. The show doesn't stop here in Austin. We are going to Inferno to try and separate Navi and G2. Navi that looked like they were going to run away with Anubis for a moment, but that streak of uninterrupted rounds puts a real dark cloud over top of Navi, because now it feels like the odds of G2 getting into playoffs. That's right, folks. G2 into playoffs at the major without MongolZ, without Nico. It's alive here, and it's in their hands.
Yeah, you can see that by the odds, by the bookmaker, Navi are still favored, as is to be expected. But that was an undeniably great second half from G2. I mean, MongolZ is just awesome. The expectation for MongolZ is that is Nico and replaces Nico, and it was like kind of unfair to expect that when there's no like sort of star offer beside him. But we saw that with Hades having the game that he had, he did play to that level. It was fantastic. Clean headshots, multiple multi-kills, and what can you say? They're moving well.
Just got to take that momentum and ride it forward into an Inferno close. Two legendary Counter-Strike organizations on a legendary Counter-Strike map.
That's a big nade to miss.
Peek around from Snacks. Clean. Snacks feeling confident going for a fight like that. Heavy God has to forego a bit of control of the brackets. That's 39 damage of a teammate for JL to have to handle. Hades gets his. Then he eats that flashbang. Hunter's just going to go for the hide behind the boxes on site. Do they let their guard down?
Yes,
One over top of Graveyard gets found out. Luckily for Navi, Alexi has that instant answer. Now Snacks has already started with one from Banana once upon a time. Do they think he flanks mid? Or does he cheat his way through this smoke? Oh, he emerged at the right time, but he missed his chance to kill Alexi and get away from that pit angle, so it is Navi with a T-side pistol win.
That's a very clean pistol win overall. I think there's a shot to the back of the head, everything like that, but they get the first kill. It's a nade miss that would have done so much damage to players who just fell back. At least Snacks came in at the perfect angle to bit out, and I think that bit actually had some utility on him, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
Either way, clean snipe. And you know how much G2 love winning pistols. They have been very good at them.
Already down bottom middle, this MP9 gets wild. Scout was hoping for a target a little sooner. Hades goes down. Heavy God gets aggressive up into the apartments. Is this going to be Emet to try to dodge that? But it's not just one. It's two players up in the apps. And so they catch him off guard. MongolZ getting aggressive like that, throwing himself in between the T's. This force buy could work. Another challenge over onto the arch side. Helping hands on all directions.
Oh.
And this is only wonderful now. 1v3 with Bomb. Nowhere near this site, though.
I think when Imma got by, obviously can't see the full map, but it felt like going B with the split from Imma made sense. But I think from Alexi's perspective, he needed some support. The instant response here from MongolZ. That's where the dread sets in. Wonderful 1-on-3. You know, Wonderful is somebody who I think at this point has more rifle clutches in his career than he has op. Well, and his op performance on Anubis wasn't there, really. He's got a smoke, he's got a molly to work with, one player on the site, and
extra
he's going
time
for the wrap.
Yep, it's the right move to make.
But
just got to make sure he clears all these corners, because Snacks is kind of intermittently checking both. Wonderful comes out, doesn't clear it.
No! That's a crazy spot for him to be in, but full credit, Snacks. 10 steps ahead.
Ugh, the disrespect.
I love that.
Spits on his grave.
Nice one.
Extra money made, and the fact.
It's overall just a little bit sloppier from Navi, isn't it, though?
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice! You had the right idea wrapping around coffins. Just had to clear all your corners. Easier said than done. Navi get real quiet after popping off with the pistol win. It was a scary streak of rounds on Anubis to not be able to stop. The pistol was a very momentary relief.
Right back to the struggle. Go Na'Vi.
There's not a lot of upsides with Inferno, some people would say, but I would say the ability to pull off half-buy rounds like this makes the map special. You have a little bit of utility. It can get very scary. The CTs don't play for info, and G2 don't play for info that often.
Hades gets wind of what's going down. Gets a chance to reposition into Library. Snacks is going to need some help, I feel like. It's good damage done. Snacks doing a good job of just dodging this one. And you know there's somebody else still towards Library. That's handled. Now that all that's left is this Na'Vi 3-player banana push. Mob's going to beckon them in. Come and get it. Drops JL in the process and gives the Galil over. That gets swept away. No bomb plant.
Nice.
No problem. Triple kill from Snacks. Looking locked in. Mob's by his side. Full focus. And a G2 lead early on Inferno.
Yeah. Na'Vi not looking too good. I mean, in terms of their micro here in some of these moments, they just don't have the right follow through. Alexi and Emma get split off. They both get picked up as they're going through. G2 on the other hand can't ask for more.
God, that pistol win, if anything, is just a sour taste now.
Yeah.
You were reminded what it was like to win for only the shortest moment. Right back into the blender. This is one of those fancy European 20 speed setting blenders.
G2 win this game, they're never going to pay for a boot camp again.
G2 win this game, they're never going to pay for a star player again. Say, yo, Mario, you got any friends?
Meet my friend Luigi.
Yeah. Oh, really nothing for Na'Vi in this one, huh? A little bit of damage for Hunter to have to stomach. That is it. MP9 makes a bit of extra cash for the road, and G2 just sailing through Na'Vi at this point.
I opened up Twitter this morning, crack one eye open, and the first thing I saw was someone in my group saying, in all caps, people need to understand that Na'Vi are still the best team in the world and the rankings are just rigged.
Well, that guy forgot to take his medication. Na'Vi fans, stay numb. Feels like at any point, though, somebody's going to bail him out of it. JL's going to be signing up for every single banana fight, all map long, attack, defense, doesn't matter. He will be here. He will try to hunt you down. And if he can tap into the ability that he showed us on map 1, G2 could have a hard time holding him back. Second kill from JL. Just gets in with the duels, no grenades for him to throw, just straight up fights, wins both, flashes to follow suits, and a rotation from CT Spawn with a nade to almost give Hunter an angle.
He is so good at focusing in those very confusing moments. When there's flashes and nades and everything, JL, it feels like that's where he stands out from other players. We've seen him play Inferno once this stage. It was that game versus 3D Max, and he absolutely saved the day.
Yeah, I like that assessment. He's somebody who can really block out the noise.
Yeah. So very comfortable in chaotic moments.
Well, good on him, because that double kill is what got Na'Vi this round. You open up B site. The rotate was banking on somebody getting exposed on the cross. They were cautious about it. And it's looking like a 5-strong situation here for Na'Vi as they take a second round win. 3, 2.
You could see him kind of revving his engine before he goes for this peak. And understanding how the next fight's going to go too.
who's called this one. Taz.
If Hades and Ultimate played together, who would opt, Connor?
Honestly, Hades. I think
Yeah,
Ultimate has a higher ceiling, but I think Hades has a more consistent play. I like Hades.
Hades pops off too.
Yes, sir.
Once in a while.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
His thing is just he clearly gets, like, in the past he's gotten nervous in some big moments, but it's kind of everyone grows up and gets better at that.
It's one of those things I didn't really say yesterday with us casting the Liquid loss, but you know, it was an amazing final map at the Major for Ultimate. If only he could have shown that day one.
Yeah.
Liquid truly could have weaponized him. Feels like versus a lot of other opposition at this stage even stage 3, that version of Ultimate gets Liquid out of that dire position. But alas, they're gone. And here's Hunter letting them cross over on Arch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, kind of disrespecting the fire there. Alexi, feet on fire, goes running towards the bomb site. Hunter actually ends up chipping away at him from the library door. Heavy God's under pressure. His SMG hits the ground. Snacks is going to try to fight out from Arch, but no, sir, not this time. Na'Vi get their teeth in on that A site. Dig deep for the jugular. Felt like Alexi, of all people, just really threw all the caution out the window.
Yeah, he had one moment of freedom to turn the corner on Arch, and then he realized, well, now they're just behind on timings. Let's wrap the site. They don't have to fight mobs here. Avoid B entirely. They all get their very good off angles and get their feet planted. 4v2 in the end. One of the faster rounds we'll see from Na'Vi here on Inferno.
Terrorists win.
Some pretty strong wins for G2 on Inferno specifically. It's a map that they were weaponizing in Dallas with a victory over Lin Vision and 3D Max. They beat Aurora in a best-of-1 on this very same map as well. So even though Na'Vi have a bit of an answer in these last couple rounds, you should still expect good things from G2 to close out this series.
And after we saw that Anubis T side from G2, you know, it's a map they have the good bones for.
Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere as well, right? That resurgence back on Anubis.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, it felt like they were fighting in the first half, but they dominated the second.
It was a pretty risky pick for G2. They just knew that it was the bottom of the pool for Na'Vi, but they themselves have not had many wins on it. Ooh, bit pushed back from this peak, so they were about to go for the lane split. Playing pretty far back on Banana, though. Again, this is always going to be the downfall of G2. Not very good at fighting for space. Getting vision on this map. So back on the sights. Hunter will try to change that. Nice one.
Just a solid shot.
Yeah, they went in off a flash, but it didn't hit his mark at all. But they, again, like, they have all of Banana to themselves. Like, they could exec off of this if they want to, and that's enough. And G2 are not moving. So even though G2 got this first kill, they could still very easily lose. 18 seconds, and Na'Vi got to go.
Playing with that clock's a dangerous game. 10 seconds left. This fire's still burning. Flashbang's going to make it very awkward. Oh my god, they don't even pull the trigger. That is a failure and a half out of Na'Vi.
Oh boy. And they might die after time. They don't clear this though. Oh. What has happened here to Na'Vi?
We have not seen a round like that.
Yeah.
You better call
honestly,
a timeout.
I thought with this new G2 lineup, we were going to see time trouble for them many times. We saw maybe one round so far where they've actually gotten close to it, and I think they still won. Na'Vi, though, that's a horrible sign. Yeah.
Yep.
There's only 2 sites to go to. You know all the nades. Look at the clock. Saying a lot more than that, though. My goodness.
Ooh, Alexi kind of shaking his head off at it.
It's just a matter of focus, right? They actually had both sides of the map the entire round.
Blade said, "Don't make me get the belt."
Yeah. Next time I stand up.
So I'll turn this car around.
This is not a new map for Na'Vi.
Scary sign. It's all good if you fix it, but scary sign. Great sign if you're G2. Not even get tested in that last one. Trying to lean down middle at the moment as we see the nades pop over on Banana. And Hunter is getting away with quite a lot of space here. Off holding for the wide swing. Pit and JL.
The bomb.
That's 2 kills, but Hunter is still in a powerful position. Trying to chase it. He'll drop the bomb, and it's kind of awkwardly inside of the smoke as well. Can they scoop it back up? A dink on a jumping Alexi. Hunter has 4 players still to deal with. They are all low. One of them's behind him, but he gets past that.
This is a crazy move. Is he just going to die off this, though? We'll
JL
see.
still picking up kills everywhere else. Hunter, a lineup in the corner. He gets another 2 kills. The bomb can get picked up, and it's going to be Hades left on the opposite site. They go scrambling back to A.
Yeah, they heard the op shot. So, I mean, Hunter gets 3 kills on this round, but JL's 2 are obviously a little bit more impactful at the top of Banana. So the flank comes down. It's a good try. I don't know if Hades is going to go for this, but Alexi and Bit are low. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Man, that's the kind of round that, you know, it's going to make your skin crawl if you're Na'Vi. Everybody was low, stuck up inside Banana. Somebody's gone missing in the middle of that. And that's crazy, too, because when Bit flanks bottom middle and he doesn't see anybody, it's either Hunter's hiding in one of the cubbies waiting for the mid flank, or, guys, he's standing in that smoke.
I mean, Alexi literally saw him. He jumped over the half wall.
And the fact that 2 players in the corner get clipped by him. Again, they weren't working with a lot of health, so it made Hunter's job a little easier. But to go to, or from, losing to the clock into getting out of Banana with some 40 HP between you.
2B, 2.
Nice fucking round again. Come on, we shackled a little bit, but then we fucking fixed.
Yeah.
That's a good assessment to the situation.
I mean, everything JL did was great. So.
It's another great round. Just forget about that one. Forget about it. I mean, JL will be that leader if you need him to be. He will step it up. I tried to allude to it at the start of this. He is just going to slam himself against Banana over and over until you stop him. Took a wild mid flank to do that 1 round ago. Banana retake util comes out from G2. Will they actually come clear it? Looks likely. Ooh, they eat a nade on the approach. That's not ideal for MongolZ.
Missed the nade again. They missed it on the pistol as well. Look how much damage they missed out on.
Still gets a kill. Half health there for MongolZ. CT peek. Big move from Snacks. Signing up for that fight. Takes JL down a peg. Look at the health that's left for the 2B defenders that decided to sign up for what they didn't know was a 2 versus 4 on Banana. Really good job making damage happen while that util gave them.
Okay, so they're going to try this now. It was a 4v5 last time they wanted to go B. They have Car. But this time there's a 3rd guy in the site. They're going to go earlier, but it's a harder defense. Guess the 2 guys are pummeled down.
Over the top. Molotov not making it uncomfortable. Positions holding strong. MongolZ down low. Snacks though. Keeps himself crouched. Crazy turn from Ema, but the helping hands of Hunter get this one over the line with 3 still alive, and it's a G2 5-4 lead.
I like the use of the surplus player here on the site. They're both playing similar spots, so unlikely one of them's going to get cleared, especially G2 knew there was 3 here. They would have just gone to the A. Gone to A instead. MongolZ makes up for that HE they missed, and Snacks also gets away with this. JL, Weapon X.
Counter-terrorist. Nice!
Never thought I'd say this about G2 in this game, but the better team is in the lead.
I know you weren't super high on G2 coming into this matchup, but that's, I think, because we had the bias of casting the Pain game where...
No, it's not that. I mean,
what was it?
It's the interviews.
Oh, right.
I mean, it's Taz literally saying, we didn't have a boot camp coming into this. We're not playing well.
Our practice wasn't good.
They didn't practice. So, yeah. But you brought up that that also means they come in, literally no one has expectations for them. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, you can see expectations all over their faces.
Hades gets popped trying to go for the mid-peak. This is an open door for brackets. That's what Na'Vi might be thinking, but it is still a crossfire between Heavy God and Hunter. Susceptible to the balcony hit. MongolZ trying to get something going on B. You know you've got JL locked in, so this is a very critical 1v1, and MongolZ is going to win the duel. He does it with losing only 40 health. They'll take over apartments in the process, but at that same time, G2's peeled back into sight. So now the balcony is not free for the taking. Bit missed that timing, still gets the kill and reopens the possibility. Hunter punches in from side of short. Snacks from the pit, gets active after he held back Bit, but unfortunately for G2, it's not enough. Not enough to keep MongolZ out of a 1 versus 2.
Well, where there's a MongolZ, there's a way.
He arrives on the scene. He's got to wait this smoke out. Doesn't have a kit to play off of, has a bunch of utility if he wants to try to fluster this pit player. But it feels like for now he still has the element of surprise. Alexi B just riding off his back. Lets Wonderful take contact instead. Oh, and it's an instant headshot from Wonderful out of pit to tie the game at 5.
Excellent. I mean, staying still in a moment like that is actually so hard to read if your MongolZ coming into the angle. You're so far away from it. It's much easier information for Wonderful. There's the risk you get pre-fired, but it is a sliver of an angle. So they deal with that. It's actually 2 of Wonderful's trades again. Oh, actually, he gets 3 kills in this round. This one seems to be the most important.
Terrorists win. Nice!
A close call, but that's frustrating for Heavy God. He was up there on Halls, got caught off by Bit. This round is a tempo. Nothing releases your frustrations like having an eco. Gets 10 times worse if you lose one, though.
No dice. Heavy God. Popped by Bit again. Hades gonna try. But to tap back into that conversation we just kind of mentioned again, the whole lack of pressure for G2 and the fact that this is probably the first time ever in the organization's history that there isn't that level of pressure because they don't have those big star signings that need to be in playoffs. You know, they are in the middle of a huge revamp. The future of this roster is unknown in this temporary, so far, Hades signing. You know, there's 2 jerseys really in this space that when you put it on to win events. That's FaZe Clan, that's G2. At least that was always the golden rule.
Before? I mean, what about Vitality?
Well, nowadays, sure.
Okay, what about...
But I mean, like, the aura of the org, you know?
Okay. Na'Vi?
Nah.
Are you going past or future now?
I am where I am, man.
I would have it FaZe, Spirit, Na'Vi, G2, Vitality, and then it gets a little questionable with others.
Terrorists win.
But we're talking about brand value and how popular an org is. Like, G2 are top 2 or top 1, honestly.
And finally, they have a chance to just see what happens.
Show up in Austin, try to win, see what happens. Well, you're going toe-to-toe with a CS2 major champion. A team that constantly gets into these top 8s despite their struggles in playoffs. You know, that is what Na'Vi have become. No semis or grand finals for quite some time now. Sort of turning into the gatekeepers of the space in that regards. But here we are, final round of the play, of the half. G2 still keeping numbers over towards B.
A lot of pressure coming down on Heavy God at the moment, who's 1 and 5. No double pit setup.
Starting to feel like Na'Vi like what they're going up against at this A site, so towards the tail end of this T side, they have now targeted this half of the map. Balcony's been going well for them time and time again. Imez afforded a lot of space up short side. Hades dead with nothing. Heavy God's yet to be found, but they know he's nearby. He tries to get it going. Oh, he gets a back turn to him. His teammate's dead. The pistol works. Unfortunately, it's Hunter who has to go down with nothing, much like Hades did. Heavy God tries to make up for it. It's going to be the Snacks and MongolZ 2v3 attempt. Final round of the half. And Na'Vi lean on this affinity for the A site to get that lead established. Assuming they let this bomb pop. 2 kills to close it out. A 7-5 half again. But we know what happened on Anubis when they were sitting in the same state.
Question is it enough? 7 rounds for Na'Vi as they took control of that A site towards the end of the half. Felt like they really figured out a solution to the defense, and unfortunately, I think it comes at the cost of Heavy God and Hades. Hades had a phenomenal Anubis alongside MongolZ. Can't be said about Inferno so far. Unfortunately, just floating down at the bottom of the board with that other A defender.
Yeah, it was a lot more MongolZ. I think this is a map that's maybe a little bit more punishing for Hades to come in and learn exactly how to play against Na'Vi and with G2, his new teammates. So we'll see. B round coming in hot. Lexi will throw a smoke down in front of it and start spamming. Taking a risk by blocking here. They might just start shooting at him.
Oh, yeah, they're going to figure it out. JL to the back of the site, down at the hands of MongolZ. Oh, nice pop from Hades. The only reply in the form of Bit's headshot.
You don't see that working anymore. Standing in the smoke when players are bursting through. Not in CS2.
Bit gets slammed to the ground. MongolZ catches a headshot, and G2 immediately back to winning ways.
People, they're so used, if they can't run through in 2 seconds, then they know it's getting blocked. It's going to get calmed as well. And that's one of the only players that is going to have vision of fight. So,
It's like maybe if it's on like a choke point, like an apartment, I just think to myself, ah, shit, I'm clipped on a wall. You know, I'm stuck on the door frame. But if I can't get through a smoke on banana,
especially when you're riding the outside wall. So, yeah, we saw like Hunter just turned around, but he also was running into Alexi on the way in, or someone was.
So that's both teams splitting the pistols.
That's what you want to see on map 3. Full test here for Na'Vi, man. This could be the end of the road for them.
They want major playoffs. G2's going to make them fight for it. G2 not playing with the burden of high expectations.
One more in halls. Won't get spotted. Bit extra damage, but that's it.
Bit just has Heavy God by the back of the neck.
Oh, true. It's been a nightmare for him out of halls.
Yeah. He swept
Stop
sides.
finding you on both sides, son.
Thought maybe this would be the chance at a solution. Bit's still in the apartment, still killing Heavy God.
I'm the landlord. I'm here to collect. It's the first of the month.
Your rent's rising, and I'm not going to fix the fridge.
Good luck. Give up.
5-7 for 1.
Not bad.
That thing started cracking away, but single kill all they're going to get. No kit for the defuse. How cheeky you feeling, Alexi? Because you got a lot to save here. Kevlar MP9. Hunter with his guard up. Drops Alexi B up in the apartments. Looking like majority survive, unless this Desert Eagle, now MP9, has something to say about it. But it looks like they're going to avoid it. Looks like they're wary of this. And so, believe your eyes, G2 at the start of this final half of play in a progression game for playoffs. A rowdy Moody Center on the other side, mere days away. And we're tied 7 rounds all.
Oh, that would be the ultimate. Sort of like, it's like weird to see upsets happen so far, but this is to get to top 8 now. Like Legacy making it this far is harder than just getting through this stage, but also the goal is to get to top 8. And that's still undetermined. This result would be definitive for G2.
Let's go.
Because it kind of feels like as we get to the games that are for a spot in the arena, things have started to go down normally. Yes, okay, FaZe versus MongolZ is an upset, but it comes off the back of the GOAT having his best performance in that FaZe jersey. Seems like Vitality are going to beat Virtus Pro on the other stream simultaneous with this game. This is a hell of an opportunity for G2. They try to charge headstrong into Banana. And Ema says that is an invitation for him to get active, to pick up that MP9, to try to whittle away some HP before they can all depart. G2 just collect themselves at the bottom of Banana, and soon enough, they can try again. They've got all the grenades in the face of only 1 smoke from Na'Vi. Still plenty of time.
But there's 3 players, so it's a scary decision here because they get chased down, and the idea for Na'Vi was to influence them into coming back. they're making it seem like they were just lazily clearing all of Banana so that they would run away because now it's going to be an A stack. So Na'Vi taking a huge risk by playing one here. Oh, Lexi, perfect peek from Hades. 2 left here on the site.
Yeah, they're going to mow him down now. MP9 with nothing more to show for it. And that's what they need to do. Tap back into the showing Hades had on Anubis. And he was very much muzzled in the first half. You know, kind of struggling alongside Heavy God over at that A site. You said maybe Inferno could be a reason as to why he can't quite click with this very much unknown system for him. The newest piece of G2 as a stand-in. Yeah, that's cool. Just fill Monacy's shoes. But you get him on that rifle, and he'll give you a 3K this round to get through what was a stacked site. Yes, not as equipped as you'd hope for, but still a stacked site. Bit gonna try to run it down. Banana, does he get anybody dead? No, sir. Just him. 5 players alive. Excellent start of a T side here for G2 to cause this upset.
Oh no, JL just truly upset. And this is a moment where, yeah, they get the round they're looking for. The B attack, the re-attack, sort of they call right into Na'Vi. And this is a elimination.
Yes, my child suffered.
No, they're both crazy. The juxtaposition of that is unreal. I guess JL's the kind of guy, though. I mean, everything he does is funny, so...
What, having a mental breakdown?
But I'm
yeah. Goofs and gaffs. Here comes G2 to an empty A site off a double.
What's happening now?
JL gets his kill over towards Banana, but this round looks like it's under wraps. Here comes the bomb. Here comes the plant. Here comes G2's 9th round win.
I can't believe Blade was smiling in that moment. Have they just lost a round? And now this? This Blade's like, see, this is why I was yelling at you idiots. When he was so mad at them about that last round where they ran out of time.
Yeah, I mean, reason
obviously
to be
he didn't say that, just to be clear. He didn't say that.
You're exaggerating.
I'm exaggerating.
For dramatic effect.
He was probably saying some worse stuff, more creatively.
Okay, sure. Well, there's a reason to be dramatic because this would be a dramatic upset.
So dramatic.
To get G2 into playoffs. G2 into playoffs.
This is a draw that Na'Vi, with a boot camp and better form coming into their first game, should have been looking forward to. Maybe they didn't feel it would have been easy, but...
It's a huge moment for Heavy God.
Yeah, they put themselves in a great position. Heavy God, yeah, excellent round.
Double entry, what, he come out boiler?
But to be honest, like, we can laugh and JL's here, like, struggling, but, like, he's one of the only players really playing up to his standard, I feel like.
On the snacks flash.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was signing up for that fight.
You know, JL's going to be one of the people I feel bad for the most, for sure, right? We're not having a wonderful takeover. We're talking about Hades this whole time. That shouldn't be a thing. Wonderful is supposed to be stealing the show here. We're not getting bit Furno, even though he was pretty good in that first half.
We've just got a strong pack of performing players from G2. Between 12 and 10 kills for Snacks, Hunter, MongolZ, and Hades. And the guy that just got the 2K entry into that bomb site, Heavy God's got 5 kills after the fact, right? We watched him get bullied by Bit all half long. He couldn't get any openings going. Wasn't able to hold back the apartments at all. And that is why Na'Vi ended the first half with a lead, because they changed their target over towards that A site to close out the half convincingly.
Na'Vi in that pause just need to tell themselves they could still do this.
It's a scary thought that the self-belief may be wavering.
There's absolutely no... They've seen so much worse. They have been in so many worse positions in their careers. And again, no offense to G2, but like no boot camp, no belief that they were playing well, nothing like that. Like this would be a terribly embarrassing loss for Na'Vi, especially considering that it's a major, one of 2 major champions that we've had in CS2.
One of 3 major grand finalists. And the other 2 have already secured a spot in the Moody Center, so they're waiting on. Watching Na'Vi. Uh-oh. Little roly-poly. Smoke gets away from you. That's awkward. Great catch, for the record.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Any other piece of utility would be less awkward.
Great bracket crossfire, but there is that vacancy over towards balcony that makes things weird if Hunter decides to get active. Looks like Bit's gonna go deal with that as Wonderful finds his, and it's being held back. Hunter comes out, starts to clear them, but Bit's gonna get the better of it.
The bomb's going B, however, they're leaving.
MongolZ sitting here, just missed his timing on Alexi. He was sitting patiently and waiting.
That
But now
Molly's a little
Snacks will
shallow.
still have a chance at this 1 versus 4. JL comes back over from CT spawn. Snacks peeks into him, gets the headshot.
No time.
Clock's gonna decide this. Alexi puts it on ice, lets the clock expire. Now Snacks goes down, it's costly, but he will hang on to the back of this. Nade's gonna soften him up, but he's good.
Yeah, that's actually crazy important for Snacks, considering how close this game is that he gets the kill, stays alive. A lot of economic damage, so not even a clean round in the end here for Na'Vi, even though it started off full control. This high-low setup is pretty good. That was such an important move for Alexi. It was a little risky for him to try to do that, but I think he knew that the next guy was going to be lagging behind. And he had Banana smoked. Are Na'Vi alive? That's the question.
Feels like they're still fighting to get that confidence fully back online, but duels like this for JL will help. Comes at a cost with damage, but he's got MongolZ down. And a G2 without MongolZ alive is a G2 that flails just a little too much. No reason to extend around that corner, but Hades is gonna sit on the angle just in case they do.
They just barely missed that escape from JL, and he got out of there pretty smoothly after his kill. 31 health for him. And it's Na'Vi who play on low information. I mean, you have a player and a half in terms of the... Let's see. We got the MP9. Alexi B not switching out his gun. A Molly in play. Rotation's a little slow.
Oh man, JL trying to
he blocked that smoke. I think he blocked that smoke for 1 damage. Might give him an angle.
Alexi sitting back in the site, able to get Snacks down. Locks into new box. Now it's going to be JL's turn. That bomb, a late arrival. JL traded quickly. MP9 again. Alexi comes out. Oh, awkward here for Hades in a 1v4. Blinded and dealt with, and Na'Vi tie this game.
I need to see some of these nades back because there were so many flashes that came through, but those were not the CT support flashes, weren't they? They were the T-attack flashes, but it feel like they were just blinding themselves.
Yeah, it kind of had them stalling out. Yes, JL was dealing with it as well, but no, they did kind of stutter there for a second.
Came in so slowly, and yeah, Alexi got his kill pretty easily, but it feels like they just flubbed something on the way in. I'm not exactly sure.
What a duel for JL while blind to snap that over.
But those are the kills that MongolZ gets, and so he needs to get those too.
Nasty nade.
There's Heavy God down.
Nasty nade down Banana, and there's more to come. Oh, but it's the other direction. MongolZ doubles down on it. Alexi from beyond the grave plants that frag between his feet and gets the trade himself. Emet.
Molly?
Gonna see them continuing this pressure up into the B site. Emet tries to find it through smoke. Oh, but the headshot out of Snacks.
Man, playing with fire here.
And it's not an all-in, right? They don't pounce off the back of that. It's just a great moment for Snacks to secure man advantage.
Dude, they played with fire here. This is 3v3. Scary for the CTs, obviously, but this opener now just makes both sides so incredibly weak. It's going to be Bit alone versus 3.
Ooh, he gets his damage.
Nothing.
Damage isn't enough at this point.
Oh my goodness.
And there's no doubt in my mind that Wonderful is going to go for the save because he is limping through this third map. 8 and 12.
G2 are pulling them into the mud. I don't know if Na'Vi should be participating as much, though. They're breaking apart their structure, taking these raw duels. Happy to do so, but like honestly, G2 are keeping up. HP bars are kind of low, but this is a round with 3 alive. And Wonderful will be slowly hunted, but they're not really worried about that so much as they are their own money. It's a fine line between X Factor and irresponsible, and I think this line was crossed a little bit here from Na'Vi. It's hard to say exactly where. JL dying after they got their kill on Banana, maybe is what set this all up, but what a shot from MongolZ.
Let's go.
That's the sound of Vitality locking in a spot at the Moody Center. Welcome, A-Stream viewers. Final game of the day. Yet another progression match. If you're just joining us, you missed fireworks out of Hades and MongolZ to push us into map 3. Na'Vi took the first and have failed to close out the series since. Now trailing. Nade opens up smoke. Wonderful doesn't get any vision. Gets a lot of bullets sent back at him. A couple Hail Marys through that wall.
It's been very scrappy here.
The walkout! Snacks takes that walkout versus JL. Opening kill. Flash finds its target. Here comes Snacks.
No punishment for Wonderful. He'll just walk back.
Snacks really trying to test the pounce, and that one gets another piece of utility out from the defense, and at a good moment, right? 50 seconds still on this clock.
I think there's a part of G2 that's just scared to take it to A, though, unless they get that extra player down. Na'Vi will have numbers on this side of the map. Snacks is trying his hardest to multiply his presence, sell the fake on B. Here comes that attack.
There's no resistance on the brackets. They don't know about the numbers.
It's not bad for Alexi. He can really turn this corner after they commit to lane. If they're not coming Arch, it's going to be soon where he knows that. In fact, he might peek in a couple of seconds. Him versus Snacks coming up.
Ema keeping his head down towards Pit. Alexi and Bit get theirs. There's nobody to come this way. It's all on site. Ema's just waiting. Pops up. They've let their guard down. They don't know he's milking this. And he doesn't get his second immediately, but he recovers with all 3. And that is why you play it patient.
Oh, they forgot about the potential for Ema from the pit. They thought it would be Bit if there was someone there.
Almost drops the ball when he can't track the player. Jumping Van recovers it. Gets the kill in the backdrop instead.
This is actually a very brave call from Na'Vi, right? They lose top banana control. This could have been a B attack. There are 3 players that come to A, and they all play with the conviction that it will be an A attack, even though they don't actually have the information. This is big for Alexi. He also gets the kill on Snacks, who is going to come in on the late wrap. Perfectly counters his timing, and they don't get scared by the fact that Snacks is pushing them on banana.
Just perfect target selection for that clean kill in the background.
This round's worth 2.
Little burst from Emet. Enough to tie this game at 10-all. A little more needed from Wonderful, but everybody else for the Na'Vi squad is kicking it up a notch, and the frag grenades catch MongolZ. Down he'll go. The first victim in round 21, but there is still a chance to just play with timing if they want to test the balcony. Heavy God versus Bit is a head-to-head that Bit has come out on top of so many times, but this is a critical one, and he gets him flashed. Heavy God boots on the ground, and Bit has gone unnoticed.
They haven't gone wide in the pit.
He's going to announce himself as Wonderful gets the op shot.
He's just delaying. His teammates are all coming over.
Bombs over towards that site now. Bit still with some positioning. Hunter just playing it patiently. Waits. Turns attention over towards Moto. And this is now a wide open door for Bit. It's a wide open door for Na'Vi. It's a 5 versus 1. Snacks has been found out. Fighting every single round. They are back in the lead.
Yes, they got back in the lead. And again, I I know G2 are not loving trying to take A here. They're clearly uncomfortable to get out of halls. They're looking for an early fight. There's nothing there. When they try to reaggress, they don't double nade the big pit. They don't molly bit early. They give him so much time. He can throw his smoke out comfortably and wait, and then Ima saves him and allows him to activate. If he dies there at that timing, I think Na'Vi can still win, but this is why it's 5v1 as we close out the round. It feels like if G2 are going to win, it's going to be on MongolZ taking out JL, them taking the banana, coming back late to banana, but I'm not sure A is in the question right now unless they get low numbers.
Yeah, man, the way that Snacks almost pounced into that B site, right? That hesitation that you saw kind of creep into their heads. But what an opening that could have been. Shouldn't be able to find any openings in this one. Looks like G2 play for overtime. That's what it looks like, but maybe not what it is. Huge pack of players coming at JL. He lines that up. Fire down beneath them and support from behind. Alexi pushing this into a damn near unwinnable situation. Hunter 60 health with bomb and a deagle walks away.
Yeah, and they're scared, but they're still playing it properly. Like, as an Antico, it's perfect. Two players fighting on banana because you shouldn't be afraid of it, but also Alexi ready with Coffin's flashes. Alexi ready to make sure they can't plant. And we know G2, they want to take it to B. Hunter will walk through this. One great shot opens it up.
Oh. Incendiary down.
A second great shot maybe wins the round.
No way, though. Yeah, Wonderful keeps that scope up. Na'Vi keep that lead in hand and secure overtime with it. This is the same Na'Vi that lost the round to the clock. A same Na'Vi that didn't even execute in time to plant.
Maybe this
Blocked
is why
away, three players.
Maybe this is why Blade was laughing. He knew it would end well after all. Again, I think, unfortunately, G2 have one side of the map. It's like 50-50. The other side is sort of just locked off. They need to, this is a huge risk for them. It's the last round. Gotta have a great call. I think you're just clasping your hands and hoping MongolZ gets these entries on B because that's been the key to success.
Eating flashes in the process.
There it is, MongolZ versus JL.
Tracks that headshot, nails it. And Alexi B sent back to Coffins again. What's the support? It's Ime. He runs through CT. A cache of utility in front of him. But he doesn't actually offer to throw any of it. That's Alexi who's going to have to give up his position in the site. Full belt of nades grabbed as G2 give a bit of timing and space to Alexi for him to pick up the utility and now have a chance to throw it out ahead of the execution.
One rotation coming over. They're waiting out the molly here. They can see everything.
I think Wonderful's taken looks down middle, and he'll see nothing for the time being. Soon that's going to be a third piece freed up. Emes still quite far, but that frag grenade, leave it to Alexi to just place it to perfection. Hunter gets the quick trade back through this. MongolZ's going to be looking for kills. Emes looking to be the hero of the moment, goes running through.
Okay.
And that is insane. Exposing the players on site, Wonderful, but not striking them down. He is going to go to the save. We've got 24 rounds of play, map 3.
It's the one formula that has worked for G2, and they somehow managed to take advantage of it again. MongolZ delivers the 2 kills here. The first entry versus JL.
That tracking.
And to be honest, man, I feel like it should have been crystal clear that G2, even on low number, like at any point in the round, are going to try B if it's open now. They just failed on A too many times. And Na'Vi, Alexi did a good job of using all of his utility from different spots and finally calling a rotation over and getting his first kill off the flash, but like, they don't have enough staff there to make sure they can actually put up a reasonable hold if G2 want to try to come in. So after this happened, I mean, I'm surprised they don't call just a stack, to be honest. Maybe the thought is they just don't want to have to retake A, but...
See that value in the flash, though, because it was actually MongolZ to come off the plant to kill the guy coming out CT.
It was also just turned for way too long.
Yeah.
Right? He ran through.
Whew. Everybody having fun? Taz keeps an extra timeout in the back pocket, but this is the final round.
So they want this to all really rest on a single point of failure on JL to find his kill. Obviously, so much of Inferno does come down to Banana. But to be honest, man, like for Na'Vi, if they stop fighting fire with fire and start trying to take advantage of, let's say, a long flank on B, right on halls, they pretend to fight mobs in this spot, and we don't have G2 starting out with full A attacks. If they call that now, that would be pretty brave, and maybe it's what G2 need to do. We haven't seen them try it before.
JL's still flirting with death.
Hey, this actually is the call. They're going, they don't, if they pushed halls, maybe they would have died here. They are having JL win banana slightly in the beginning. G2 are trying to evolve this into dealing with their issues on this side of the map.
MongolZ is walking through smokes on B alone. JL's tucked around the corner though. This is both teams not really wanting to run all the risks on that portion of the map. Wonderful early angle in middle, given up.
Double pit setup.
It's no surprise now that the brackets belongs to G2.
Is this a wrap into CT is the question. Alexi fans out into CT himself. JL coming to meet him.
Yeah, they're giving up banana entirely in anticipation of an A commitment, but I think you're dead on. This is a snacks. Round 24, CT to B. Alexi sprays one down. JL's dead. It's all on Alexi. They clear it out with 3 players. What an act of misdirection.
Oh, they absolutely pulled it off. Something new here to the B site, but they keep MongolZ in the mix. He doesn't even need to get his kill.
Who says this guy can't call? Catching Na'Vi off guard with this one, forcing Bitten Ime into an unfavorable retake. Player roosting up above. Bit gets the first headshot. Retake's on. Bit's looking for a little more. Hades cuts him down at that distance, and it's a lethal crossfire as G2 push us beyond regulation.
Let's go. It has to go into overtime. That's lovely. A great evolution here for G2. Everybody was on the right page. They opened up Arch for, it feels like, the first time this game. They make it end on B, which again has been part of the winning formula. And they get these kills in CT, which is where it's new waters, where it's sort of unexplored territory. And some of those angles can be very unforgiving.
12 rounds into the half, they pull out something new off a Taz tack pause.
I don't even think he talked, actually.
Put me in that team speak, I need to know.
Yeah.
Either way, he gave an extra bit of time. Let those juices flow in Snax' mind. And they come out with the solution. But as now G2 will play 3 more rounds on this T side, I don't know if you get away with that again. Great solution to push yourself into OT. Now reset.
I mean, it's not a gimmick round. It's it requires a lot of time, I guess, to pull off, but it was clean. It's something that now Na'Vi have to worry about instead of just these banana plays, which felt very one note. So this has definitely opened up the playbook, I think, for G2. Set them off on the right foot here as we get into overtime. Even though there were no kills, it was such a good start to the round. JL happy to peek, didn't see anything, no fights right away. Kind of required them to go for proper bottom banana control to really feel comfortable. And that's sort of what they're establishing for themselves. Here comes what is just a proper R trap.
Alexi hopes he can hug the wall. Got tagged up. Oh, it's getting messy. Alexi's still alive, regains vision, gets a kill. More than he should have had. Felt very awkward for a moment. Hunter's gonna wrap back around library. JL gets wind of it. Is that aim punch?
And they've got, yeah, I don't know. It looked like it for sure. 2 players on the A site. I mean, it's getting crowded here. Heavy God doesn't have to find anything too soon. His team, why are the T's going to the CT spawn? Oh, Wonderful's going to pick one off.
Deep angle from him. Heavy God could bring this back at A. Reveals Bit's position, but not able to hold it. So now neither bomb site is in the hands of the attack. Bit, big reposition. Molotov won't find him, but they are going to have to hunt him down.
MongolZ and Hunter on the approach. Bit slides out. And he gets cleared by the instant MongolZ headshot.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about a back and forth.
So they traded a kill, but it pushed Wonderful all the way back to B. And then they knew they had this ISO'd. Bit alone in the site, perfect double swing. Wonderful worried about losing a second round and then not getting an op in play.
Yeah.
To be honest, not that the op's done much.
Got that one kill holding back the potential hit to B, and then that just sends them right into Bit's hands.
Not had much op impact from him.
Not at all. We had those Hades highlights back on Anubis.
A lot of O's.
His counterpart, not so much. Saving this off to make sure he keeps money. Same reason JL probably didn't have a helmet. Figured AK headshots are lethal regardless, and well, didn't expect to take one through a door frame. Makes that fight look weird, but...
Big breath here for Hunter. Incredibly messy spot. I think that's got to be the big one. Hey, you mentioned JL getting aim punched. I guess luckily it was a headshot through the wall then.
Nice bows! Nice!
Oof. This one's gonna sting, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
They had map point first. You gotta think about that. Snacks tip of the spear. They're coming for JL again.
Tries to chase him. Flashbangs from Alexi, though.
But they won't get him.
That is perfect defense support. The wide swing out from Alexi to get Hunter, who tried to trade all the way out. And now G2 versus 4 at a minute 10, and they're split up.
Feels like the first clear win that Na'Vi have pulled off on Banana in some time. JL will match the kills of MongolZ on the other side. And normally you don't compare two players this deep into the game, but when it comes to Banana, that's what it's been all about. Is there a world, is the question here.
Oh, there's definitely a world. But it banks on Hades clearing sight. Alexi eats the flash. Now they found him. They're ready for it. Heavy God gives the cover over. His 2 versus 4 is a kill in. Heavy God's low health. Oh, Hades down already now, so you'd think unwinnable. You'd think. Heavy God with a massive ask. 3 players coming at him. Slides out, dies to the USP headshot of Wonderful, and the game is tied again. Good early fight from JL. We've put a lot of pressure on him in this Banana duel, and the Alexi B flashbangs, so good.
Yeah. I mean, frags win rounds, but ideas win matches, and I think that's why we have G2 getting into overtime, is because they start to open up their playbook. I mean, now they're coming back to what worked for them before, but this is also still a moment where Na'Vi stopped winning even on Banana in general. They were really struggling with that. And JL gets this 2 frags off the flash. Can't help but feel like they're just going to run that back over and over again. Wide swings punished here for Wonderful, that's key.
Smoke down in front of the B hit at the same time. Really feeling like there's no option to go back if you're G2.
Sometimes you see Snacks as a lurker, so that might not make him feel like, oh, the boost works out well.
Sir, Snacks here. Now down, JL's gun's empty. Still gets away. Oh, what does he? Hunter's pistol finds it. A Glock through the smoke. To take away man advantage, to put you back into 3v3 despite that damage done on Hunter. He is stepping up when it matters. And there is plenty of utility for this retake. I mean, they could cause
a frantic backline with the fire, with the frags. But the thing is, that's not the position that G2 decides to occupy. They lean into coffins. They need to stop Emet on this doorway, and they will with both kills. Both him and Bit hit hard and wonderful. There's a response, some sort of answer, but it's late in this retake attempt. Final attempt in this first half of overtime. Deagle damage in. Time, though, expires, and G2 with a lead.
Oh, yeah, they won the half here on T-side. They made the comeback happen to get out of regulation. They put themselves in a prime spot in this game. That's right. This boost, it was this tactic from Hunter, as fast as they assembled it. And if it was any slower, it wouldn't have worked.
Let's go! Nice demo!
Such a good map out of Hunter.
Mob's fancying his chances. Up close on the smoke. Whoa, nades going flying over top of him. He sees that as an invitation. And he's gonna get into the corner unnoticed. JL is gonna fall for this. Oh my, what more? He backs up into him, you've gotta take the kill. Didn't like where that was going, so he decides, screw it, don't get greedy.
That's such a big find. That is such a massive find. Bottom B control. That's something that Na'Vi never even really tried to take themselves.
Na'Vi started off their T-side in regulation with a lot of banana play off JL. They started to finish by bullying Heavy God over in that pit. The Bit to Heavy God head-to-head skewed in Na'Vi's favor. And they can still end A once they come back to re-clear banana. But they don't leave anybody back there. An additional incendiary here for Snacks.
Yeah, Snacks over here tying his shoes.
MongolZ has also got one. That's 2 fire grenades at 30 seconds. I mean, this is going to be awkward for Na'Vi if the nades go down, but MongolZ makes a critical error. It's got to be saved by Snacks now. And the vision from Alexi, all he needs, this recovery is massive. MongolZ will be beating himself up as he gives up the lead.
Oh, he showed so much skin right there. Jumped around the corner, tried to do this Dolphin Peak, exposed his entire self, and ooh, it falls like a house of cards.
Golden opportunity. 2 incendiaries, 30 seconds, 5v4 at that. Na'Vi can barely believe their luck.
Yeah, not just a shoulder peek. Just a touch too sloppy, and that allows the game to get tied. From a 4v5, JL had to just watch his teammates play.
Terrorists win.
You cannot die to someone at car when you're spotting from CT. There's so much that oh.
Do what?
I don't know, actually.
He had an incendiary and a flash. Oh, he knows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he wasn't planning on playing pool with those grenades. I think he was trying to spot. If see nothing there, then he would molly car, right? He was trying to do that, and then maybe they push because Snacks is setting up his flash from coffins if they wanted to do that. But the initial peek to get the information is just so wide.
Yeah.
It's the only way that Na'Vi could have won. They found it.
Still feels like a chaotic energy going on in the Na'Vi side, though.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides. Anything goes.
That's high-octane Counter-Strike, dude. This is major playoffs on the line.
Yeah.
1st to 16. 15's a sigh of relief, but not enough. That's not what they fight for.
Oh, nades are excellent. Bulb's down to 4 HP. Lucky to be alive.
Making his late game even more awkward.
Again, G2 play low on information. Last time in regulation, many rounds ago, G2 gave up too much space. Na'Vi took too much time to exec, but this time they've learned from their mistakes. They're going to go into B.
Hades on this angle, could deliver. Oh! And he does!
A collateral?
Perfect timing for this. Perfect time to rock Na'Vi's world. 1 bullet, 2 kills. You cut the head off the snake. And the recovery is now going to be what? At 25 seconds, they use Bit's opening.
What are you going to do? Kill both Bit players? They have to come back to A now.
It's a low health mob.
Oh, now Bit can try to speed up. He has to help get this attack going. Otherwise, it's all over.
15 seconds. Hitting into this A site. Pit controls all they've got. It's Hunter and it's Heavy God. Leaning back as Na'Vi arrive. 10 on that clock. He drops another body. Back's turned. And Hunter steps it up. That's it. That's all. 15 G2.
Stone-faced Taz in the background. No reaction whatsoever. G2 pull this round out. The Hades collat.
Could not have been better timed.
The moment's set up here. He gets this one chance to shoot. They're holding back on the sandbags. They don't actually clear the corner. But from a position 5v5 with car control, a full exec they could have taken, any amount of nades they wanted to throw, there would have only been 2 players there. And 1 bullet takes out 2 of them. Can Na'Vi sustain this tragedy? They got MongolZ down to 4 HP last round. Their toughest mental battle yet.
A lot of time has already passed this round, and G2 seem content with this double up on the arch side. Heavy God has shown us improvement as this game's gone on, and Hades is going to find first blood yet again. Double from Hunter! The response out of Wonderful's there. They're still going to try to press it up against Heavy God. Can he deliver? He hears everybody around him, slides out, and dies. Wonderful's got a chance to plant now. 2v2 here for G2 to try to recover, to try to push themselves into the Moody Center. And they are so split up. It's Pit movement. It's fire in front of Bit.
Throw this molly. Snacks is coming back. He's picked up a new one.
MongolZ is looking for a chance to come through. Snacks is just going to keep setting things ablaze. It is Na'Vi waiting for his arrival. They cut him down. They've survived again, it seems. MongolZ over top of the graveyard, though, still has the element of surprise. He's getting closer until he gets clipped. Caught out. As Na'Vi will be giving themselves another chance, despite the best efforts of G2 time and time again.
Oh, one from Heavy God there changes it up. And he has to come up from the bottom of the board. He had a couple of good rounds, but overall, not a strong map. Wonderful takes him down here.
Nice! Nice!
And the duo from Ukraine, Sandstrong, in the end, 2v2-1. Another OT is needed. And if you don't get that collat again, now that we're starting on T side, I mean, the CT problems that G2 showed, they're going to get exploited. The best round was when MongolZ got to the bottom of Banana. They don't try that often. JL fell for it once. That's not going to happen again. Going to be a hangover of disappointment for one team who loses this match, considering how close that it's gotten. And MongolZ picks up the first kill again. JL dead to him again. We need to see that kill matrix. Wonderful on 7 health. Alexi up front. How much time do they want to use now? Not concerned about the op. Looking for that op impact from Wonderful. He gets taken out by the rifle. MongolZ with 3.
Okay. Surgical precision on those shots. Triple kill made easy. Quad kill like it's nothing.
He's getting better by the round.
Just vigilance on this B approach. Swings out to try to finish early. Bomb will be picked back up by Bit. This entire round on his shoulders. And a top orange peak to end this.
Wow.
Considering that's the same kid that overextended with that jump around the CT corner, that's a recovery MongolZ needed.
Yeah, he's made it up in multiples here. That's a beautiful round. His 4 kills are just absolutely exquisite. From dodging the flash, taking out the op, melting down Alexi B with the double headshot. Oh, insane aim.
Good call, Victor.
Good call.
He's trying to credit other people. You got to tip your own hat for that. That's just beautiful. Yeah, but maybe he was encouraged by Taz to
whatever it
take
was.
that half-wall fight. It's the right call.
And that's cool too, because in the first overtime, Blade took his timeout instantly, right before the first round of it. Same thing Taz does for OT2.
So Navi start from behind again.
With that multi-frag, MongolZ surpasses the 20 mark. 3 players from G2 now beyond that point. It is Hunter at the helm. Allowing a lot of space over to Navi and Banana this time. At a minute mark, they've got full control of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, like at least this time you've got G2 playing with this porch setup. But if it goes untouched, like if they don't flash them back and they don't have to rotate around, they're just going to end up being long rotations to be. It's still a 5v2 on this side of the map. Got Wonderful going back to pick up some more utility. Or maybe swap guns, I don't know. And again, 5v2 here.
It's a full-blown exec coming in at 25 seconds.
I mean, listen, there's going to be mollies everywhere. It's going to be a carpet of fire here with these 2 people holding.
Down goes that last flash. That's the last grenade they had.
Won't be any off
seconds. Snacks leaning into it. He's stepping on the flames. MongolZ falls down. Snacks holds the line. MongolZ just has to play off a little longer. Won't be able to stop it. Bomb being planted beyond the spray through smoke, and Wonderful quickly off the top rope. Gets the kill to CT spawn. They do overwhelm the B site.
Yeah, the bomb gets across. That first kill on Snacks allowed this to take place.
Frantic attempt to just try to spray away with the rifles.
I don't even think MIBR could pull this one off.
Just trying to strong-arm Navi out of that site long enough for time to expire, long enough for Hunter to maybe rotate in and cause further carnage. No attempt at the retake here. It's all about cost. Op kill for Hades for the road, but this is a tied game again and again.
The great match keeps on getting better, and JL started to become the only person lagging behind a little bit on frags. Everybody has sort of picked up. I think it's him on Navi on the other side. I think Heavy God obviously has left a lot on the table in this game. But he does great work. This is a very messy situation as they come up into B in front of that smoke. One good smoke spam could have totally changed the course of that exec.
You're working with small margins when that's what you bank on, but it is enough.
And again, like, you know, they have lane control, but they have 2 players tied up on A who are late. They have given up all the way to top car. It's a 5v2 exec. Yes, it comes down to 10 seconds, but you're going to always pick the team with car control and 5 players unless there's some sort of stack in the site, but that's not the case. G2 need to be brave about the way they approach this, right? When MongolZ says, good call, Victor, and he's the one on half wall taking fights at the bottom of Banana, the round where he's down at logs killing JL, shooting him in the back. Those are the rounds that are successful for G2.
The rounds they play to win. The round rounds they fight for the right to be at the major. But the ones they lean back and allow Na'Vi to make moves like this, these are the ones that Na'Vi rack up.
They're hearing Hades run away.
Absolutely squeezed in the middle of this site. Miss Chance, he's gonna get blooded down on, and Snacks comes out from Library with only 1 kill for all of G2 in that attempt of holding A. Nothing for G2 to be proud about with that one. But again, it's not active. They sit back and they allow for Na'Vi to make their moves. They allow for Na'Vi to establish a 17-16 lead with 2 round wins on a T side.
And they just that, you know, they actually do have a lane stack to fight against the bracket control. You can still lose that sometimes, but the difference now is the fact that Na'Vi have stronger A attacks than G2 do on their T side. They have consistently been able to pull out rounds at end lane, where G2 have almost never been able to do that unless they got lots of kills early on over on Banana or something like that. So this is where now, I think, now that we get this deep into the game, the options that Na'Vi have available to them, they're just a bit too great. And MongolZ can be excellent, but they need him over on Banana. And if Na'Vi choose to avoid him, this is going to be a new problem. So that's 2 out of 3 on the T attack for Na'Vi.
Is it enough?
I feel like it is, but you know, it is just a lead. You only need 4 here in this overtime. I think the buck stops with JL again, who will be playing Banana. Again, G2 have shown properly their rounds are successful when they are on Banana. They had the 1 B split at the end of regulation. You said they wouldn't do that again. They haven't done it since. It's one of those rounds that takes more resources and more time to call, so you don't bust them out all the time. But if this is going to be a game that they only can exec and win on Banana, then the buck will stop with JL. Here they end up in halls, looking to do what they haven't been able to do before. And that's 5v5, A split attack. And they want to come in a little early, it looks like.
Yeah, a certain rambunctiousness about this one. At the very least, just to maybe scare up the defense. JL's seen absolutely nothing over towards B. Very uncharacteristic of G2's T side so far. Bit is a rock-solid pit player.
They've had trouble scaling, man.
MongolZ trying to be the hero right now as he stands in front of Heavy God in the apartment. Excuse me, that's Snacks. The 2 of them side by side. Bit starts to lean in. They go for the boost to get a better angle. And that one gets unraveled quickly. 50 seconds if they want to go elsewhere, if they want to do something different.
They don't jump on it. There's no one sparting Arch at the moment. CT comms are going to tell them there's a smoke here.
Alexi coming through this, just puts out the fire so that he can take position behind the smoke. This smoke grenade going to take down some very critical amounts of time in this one.
Oh, is he going to turn around Alexi? He made the right play.
Oh, he gets back into spawn, reads that Hunter is going to try something desperate, and now a 3v5 is demanded of G2, or else Na'Vi secure that 18th round immediately.
No more time to go B. No more time to go B. 20 seconds, they have to turn to A.
Oh, they come back. Ema right there, multi-kill with his name on it. Hades in a desperate act to try to push onto site. He's got a guy right in front of him, and that's it. That's the 18th, the much-needed sigh of relief for Na'Vi. The A site is not one that G2 can take.
No, they can take it if they get their kills on B or if they fight there early, but they didn't try to do it. They wanted to prove it this time, and that's what OT is all about, right? You've got to start doing new things. They couldn't pull it off. They couldn't catch Alexi floating in front of the smoke. Alexi was very smart to go into CT to block off that option. It would have been JL alone if he committed to the A, and they already had a kill. They didn't need 4 guys there. They look to MongolZ again.
Wonderful takes a further angle. Heavy God has been struggling in the apps, but he flashes the sniper off the line. Oh,
he got him up.
Instant kills on B. Why do anything different? Wonderful ends up finding Heavy God on the other side of the map. Alexi working on his own here, knows that heavy numbers come his way. Could still do it. He sure as hell gives his team a better chance. They'll catch Hunter back towards middle, and now Hades, the stand-in, has to keep G2 in this hopeful chance to qualify for playoffs.
He smokes off Banana. They're both coming in from CT.
What a reposition here from Na'Vi. They've got grenades aplenty. Wonderful's been quiet throughout this game, and now he is taking over the server as it's gone on. Top of the charts for Wonderful. When the hell did that happen? We've got Bit behind him, Deagle in hand, and a patient Hades in backside hangs on, waits, and now he hears them on the bomb site. He's got to somehow figure out this angle. Wonderful's on the ledge. Wonderful's got it. Defuses to make it through. Never tell me the odds when Na'Vi is in the server. All three CS2 major finalists locked in for the playoffs in Austin.
Yes, they do it. It's so unlikely. There were points in this game where G2 were clearly the better team in the series, but by the end, Na'Vi proved they have more strength. Across the T side, the CT side, they make it happen. We go so deep into overtime, but imagine the bitterness of this loss, knowing you were so close to be able to pick this up. Commiserations to G2. They tried so hard, and they came so close.
It's a crushing defeat for sure when it comes to G2, but it is also a reminder that they are playing at this major with no pressure, and keeping a game this close versus Na'Vi is a reminder that if you're gonna put them down, to thrust them back into the shadows, you better bring your best. G2 still one chance for playoffs.
I've got Jail with me here, and after not making it through to playoffs, the Shanghai Major. I got Jail with me here, and after not making it through to playoffs of the Shanghai Major, where there was high expectations on this team, you come through after an incredibly rough season. Your last arena was back in Katowice, but you've done it here in Austin. How good does that feel, especially after how much you had to fight for this one?
Oh, it feels amazing, and especially we had to fight for so much for this one. Even though G2 is going to change the roster, I feel like they're playing incredibly well, and yeah, they give a rough fight for me on Banana. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you spoke about being bullied on Banana before, and this continues even against G2, mate. You're not learning from the mistakes?
I'm not gonna lie. If you ask Mobs, he's probably gonna say the same thing, and every Banana player is gonna say, I keep getting bullied, but just a part of the game. I feel like I didn't play bad, but it could have been a lot better for sure.
And also Anubis, right? Okay, we come into this and you guys actually have a better CT side than what you did against Spirit. You think, okay, this is where you guys can close it out, but then it starts slipping away from you once again. Is this now becoming the worst map for you guys, or what is it?
I don't know, to be honest. It's a map that we for sure need to work a lot on. And we win T-side 7-5, and we're like, okay, yesterday we got 6.
Yeah, you see?
6 as CT for Anubis. So, but wow, that's an upgrade. That's our time to win the map. Yeah, never mind.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. I mean, yeah. I don't know, they played really well on all maps, actually. Besides Mirage. Mirage didn't feel like they played well. But the 2 other maps, I feel like, could have been other way.
Why was this Inferno in particular so hard, though? Outside of what you were saying about on Banana, right? This was one where multiple times they had your number and you guys didn't have the right reaction to it.
Yeah, they had our number, but then I feel like there were 2 rounds where it was down to a clutch to save the game, and we clutched both of those rounds. So I feel like when G2 is going to rewatch the game, they probably understand it now, but they should have closed the rounds out, I'm not going to lie. It's a gutting loss for sure, but I mean, I wish all the best for them. They're great, lovely people, so we'll see where it takes them.
Do you feel like right now, though, Navi's back in a position where you guys can challenge for that trophy again?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's believing. He's making me believe. Let's see what Navi can do when they get inside the arena.